Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you have been waiting and I am here. And today I chose a muted blue-colored shirt. Somebody just guessed black shirt. No, I already did the black. I was telepathically aware, I think, of what was going to happen. But yeah, we got the blue shirt on. Hope you guys, I hope this meets with your approval. This shirt has lots of little check marks on it, which makes it really interesting. With the focus, I get to see that I'm very much in focus. It's just blazing with color. But welcome to the show. Let's see who all is here today. We got, Richard Whitney. I thought I saw something going by. Thank you, David, for all you do. I have followed you for many years now. It's going so fast. And your knowledge and wisdom have spread the truth throughout the world. May peace, love, and light be unto you now and always. He donated $200. That is definitely the heavyweight champion donation today so far. It's also the first one. You guys love the blue. Hello, David. Love the blue shirt. Good afternoon from Texas. I'm here. Hello from Ontario. Blessings and good vibes from Germany. Yay, David is here. You look stunning. Woo! Thank you. The distressed, windblown hair look is working for you guys. I'm glad it does. You just don't really comb it. You just keep wetting it down and letting it curl up. It does it all naturally. Anyway, wow. Happy belated New Year, David. $75 donation from D. Sending much love and light to all the positive beings in and around LA and the world. DS doing. So yeah, that's what the whole show's about. Mother Earth cleaning house. Blessings to all positive beings in 2025. There you have it right there. Let's hit this little guy and then boom, it starts to go at Mach speed again. Hello, David from Utah, from Ottawa. I like your wonderful energy. Wilcock 28, make America divine again. Yeah, I would never ever run against Trump, but if he's done and they want to throw me in there in the ring, sure, why not? Chantha Hanesana said, let's rock and roll, David. She donated. Crystal Swishu, much love to you, David, and everyone. Beverly Adams, another Sunday together. Thanks, David. And David, woo, says Silver Hayes. Lisa Cornelson, hello from the Pacific Northwest. I love your information and your energy. Jacob J. Allman says, g'day, Colin McGeezer, mate. You know, it's not complete. If you haven't spent a bit of time in this character, mate, it's like you haven't done your job. Hello from Alberta, hello from Indiana, North Carolina. You Yanks, you got so many states, mate. In Australia, we keep it really simple. We only have a few here and there. You can go from one to the other, you know, and one day you can fly from one side of Australia to the other, mate. The real David W. for the win, says Astral Fugitive. I'll stay in character. Laurie Powder Tavares says, where's Tramar? Well, if you want to whipsaw through characters that fast, I guess we can get to your Tramar right off the bat, because Tramar's always around too, you know. She hangs out in the shadows, and she's looking for others who also want to identify as a trans woman, which means ultimately that, you know, you have trans babies, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful stuff, everybody. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for asking for your Tramar. Big love, big hugs, big kisses. She's all here for you in the holidays. Anytime you want to dial me up, you know, just dial 1-800-TRAMA. It works. It's totally free. There's no scams here. I'm not trying to make money on you. I'm just advertising my own wares. As you know, as a character, I need to have a source of income to fund my alternative lifestyle, which includes these funny glasses. So go to 1-800-TRAMA. Oh my God, I just burned myself. How about, I got another one right here. I got two of them. Yeah, so go to 1-800-TRAMA, and I'll see you on the flip side of life, because, you know, we never know how long we're going to be around. Oh my goodness. How about another one? Yeah, that's... These characters are getting out of control. David, as your Tramar, I got to give you advice and say this is getting completely out of control. You need to just hang it up. These are not funny characters anymore. You're making fun of vulnerable minorities who have now been set free. You can call the mentally ill on Facebook. Can you believe that, Mark? Mark actually had the nerve to do that. Say that they're mentally ill if they just decide that they identify as your Tramar. What the hell is this shit? I've had it today, but that's Angry Daddy's character. Anyway, bye-bye, everybody. Woo! Oh, yeah, look at that. Your trama likes to blow bubbles of smoke. You see that? You see how beautiful that is? Oh my God. Thank you, everybody. Woo, we just had a big donation. I think I completely ruined the ends on these cigarettes. I mouthed it so much as Trama. She has a big mouth, a trout pout, you know, so let's throw these cigarettes in the trash. I don't think they're going to be useful anymore. She's got such a big mouth, you know, I can't help it. It's not my fault. Anyway, we have a donation here. Arrow Eye Love Light, $100.07. Thank you for the extra 7 cents, too. That's all very intentional. Hello, David. I figured it was time to make my splash. Hello, all you champions of light and love. I feel as though I am gaining the equilibrium with the Golden Age. Thank you and the Alliance and everyone involved for keeping our dream alive while I was lost in the Matrix. 25 thumbs up. Wow. We have another one. Jonathan Jones. Hey, David, can you please say what your view is on Elena Danaan and family of Tegeta? Do you feel they are genuine? Well, I promote the stuff that I like. And so if you hear me promoting something, then that means that it's something that I approve of. And, you know, Elena Danaan has said a lot of things that sound very similar to the stuff that I've said. So as far as like being David Wilcock and having this interesting material that comes through, you know, I appreciate that her material sounds similar, but there are obviously huge discrepancies. It does kind of sound like a Corey Good type of story overall. And, you know, we don't have any independent confirmation on the claims. Insiders I've spoken to have said, you know, there's nothing really here. But, you know, and then as far as the other one that starts with a T is concerned, this definitely appears to be a product of the intelligence community, specifically intended to rewrite the narratives that I've already been giving you and then change them so that people get confused. So, we're already at 3,129 viewers, and we're only 7 minutes into the show. That's fantastic. So I want to just get into some content and not hang out with you guys the whole time. And part of the reason why is that we have a phenomenally extensive show. This show goes through so many amazing things, and it's just already in the slides. I'm just kind of like the sock puppet for my own slides. I got to get through these babies because we have some very interesting stuff here. So before we get into any specifics on anything else, I want to talk about this word Gehenna, which means I have to be on the actual camera angle that would be the slides. And I didn't do that. I did the close-up over here. So that was wrong. Anyway, here we go. Boom. So the show today is called The Fires of Gehenna. Now you're going to ask yourself, okay, well, what is this word? It actually is in the Bible. So what is the biblical meaning of this word Gehenna? So in order to find the answer to that question, we're going to go to a website that unfortunately has now been replaced by something out of Indonesia. The words are all in Indonesian, so the only way you can access this now, this website, which is BibleRealityCheck.com, is you have to go to archive.org, and then you have to go to the Wayback Machine, and you have to type it in there. And I just went back to like the year 2020. I don't know what happened. They might have stopped paying their website fees. The Indonesian website uses exactly the same name, BibleRealityCheck.com, but it's not the same thing. So I've copied over the original links from archive.org in this show if you want to see them, so we can actually read this scholar's work, who talked about what is the biblical meaning of the word Gehenna. So here's my link off archive.org, okay? And you can see the original link was BibleRealityCheck.com/wingstreatise.htm. And I'm not quoting from it right now. That's why it's in brackets. I'm just summarizing that in this part of the story, they explain that the words Sheol, Gehenna, and Hades have all been translated as the word hell. So this is a huge disservice to people who are interested in Christianity, Christian teachings, right? Because if you are trying to be a good scholar and if you want to really understand, okay, David is talking about Archangel Michael. It appears these beings are not fictional. It appears they're actually the real thing. Oh, we're getting donations out the wazoo. Leanne Boudreau, thank you. Juan Hernandez, thank you very much. You can see those going by right here. $50 from Juan, thank you. And I might have missed some. I do apologize. But again, whoops, I got a very, very busy show today. So this is not a show where I can just be hanging out. I got to stay focused. So anyway, there's a good reason for this. There's a good reason for why I'm so focused. They've done you a disservice in the way they translated the Bible, because there's 3 different words that are all given the same word hell in the Bible. But the words have completely different meanings. Okay, so that's very, very interesting. The words are Sheol, Gehenna, and Hades. Tracy Ann says, love what you do, David, sending love to Trama. Yes, I pioneered the double cigarette smoking technique today. Is it possible to do a Groucho Marx kind of dangling cigarette, but out of both sides of your mouth while in character? And I've proven that, yes, I've split the atom of comedic nucleation. I've produced for you the ultimate indulgence of cigarette smoking Trama experience. So I'm glad that you were here today as she was birthed and she got to come out of her chrysalis and feel safe in front of the planet. You know, it's very good that Trama has a complete sense of safety. It's not like anybody on Facebook can call her mental. Oh, I guess they can. Sorry, forgot about that. Thanks a lot, Mark. Tracy Ann, yes, thank you very much for the donation. I thought there was more going by, but it slowed down a little bit because now you guys are listening. So 3 different words that could mean hell. So then it turns out, if you, I'm going to skip through a lot of red tape, and you can go back and read it if you want, okay? But bottom line is Sheol is the main word that means the grave. And so the Sheol would be like an underground catacombs, an underground tomb, let's say. They dig it into the side of the mountain, and they bury a bunch of people in there together. And it's the valley of the dead underground, like they would do in Egypt. Well, there's much more primitive versions of that. And you could also think of it as like a mausoleum, like they might have a building in a cemetery. You're like, dude, what the hell is this big old building, this gnarly big old building doing in the middle of the cemetery? Oh, well, there's a bunch of bodies in there. Oh, geez. You don't want to go in there, dude. But they're in there, you know, they got their little drawers and they're all packed away nice, like in shopping for things. You know, you got Uncle Eddie up here and Aunt Janet over here. Well, yeah, so that's the Sheol. That's the mausoleum that would either be probably not above ground, most cases dug into the ground in a cave or something. So that's what Sheol is. And then it turns out that Hades is actually a holdover word from Greek, but that appears in the Bible a few times, and that it actually also refers to the grave. But it's used as the word hell when they translate the Bible. So this is what we didn't already know. Very, very few people are aware of this, okay? The second New Testament word that's translated as hell, besides Sheol, they start with Sheol, and then they explain that Hades and Sheol are the same, okay? But now I'm quoting from the document. The second New Testament word translated hell is Gehenna, or in Hebrew, Gehinnom, which is a valley outside of Jerusalem where the city dump was located. So the word that is most commonly going to be used, well, Sheol is the most common that's mistaken as hell. That's true. But the second most common one is this Gehenna. It appears, they'll tell you how many times. Several times just in the New Testament. So that's where the garbage dump is located. That's where people are disposing. Josh O, thank you very much. This sounds interesting. Season 5, Episode 21 of Stargate SG-1 is something everyone needs to see, and it's on Amazon. They have the catalog now. Quote, the success or failure of your deeds does not add up to the sum of your life. Your spirit cannot be weighed. It continues on. Wowzers. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for the donation. Scott Quick just donated. Thank you for being authentic and speaking truth. Yeah, I think it's important that we talk about what hell is in the Bible, because Sheol, the grave, okay, but then wait a minute, the garbage dump. Jesus is actually referring to the garbage dump when he says hell. So people think that hell is this place underground that's fiery, but yet Jesus is saying, you're going to go to the garbage dump. Doesn't sound quite as scary as a place of eternal torment underground, does it? But it is actually a place of fire. Fire plays a very important role in this garbage dump. So let's go on now with this text. This term was obviously used by Yeshua 11 times, and once by the Apostle James. 11 times in the New Testament. That's a lot. Jesus doesn't say very much in the New Testament. To convey a specific message regarding the ultimate fate of the wicked, certain religious authorities, and the devil and his Elohim legions. Because remember, in this website, they explain that the word Elohim refers to both sides. It's not just the good guys or the bad guys. It's actually both. So when I actually have used Elohim to refer to the good guys, that's because that's how most people have identified it. But there are bad Elohim as well. So we do want to make that point clear. So Gehenna was used 11 times by Jesus to refer to this garbage dump. But it also says here to convey a specific message of the ultimate fate of the wicked, including the devil and the fallen angels that would be, as we now know, reptilians. There's 6 different genders of reptilians that all look different. There's grays, there's insectoids, some of which are negative. There's some negative humanoid types. It runs the gamut, but the positive greatly outweighs the negative in the universe. Therefore, we have 53 positive civilizations in the Confederation, according to the Law of One. It corresponds very nicely with what was said in the Heinz 57, because if you take that 53 and then you add 6 more, the precursor material to the Law of One talks about the unholy 6, that there were 6 negative groups. And of course, we now know that these reptilians, the Draco, claim that they have 6 different genders. So it's a very interesting comparison where different sources of material are converging, that there's, about 53 varieties of good guys. But with Sergeant Clifford Stone back in the Disclosure Project in 2001 with Dr. Stephen Greer, they had 57 varieties of ETs visiting our planet. They had a flip book that was from some classified division of the Air Force. The Air Force colonel is who he was working with. And they knew about 57 species. They called them the Heinz 57, like the ketchup. Some of those are going to be negative. They're not all good. And so this Gehenna, what he's saying is that we're going to be sending the negative entities who have been so abominably abusing people. The abuse that these reptilians conduct on anybody they get their hands on is just completely outrageous and the epitome of evil. It's very, very sickening stuff. That's going to be very hard for people to accept when they learn that part of the truth. But it is part of disclosure we have to go through. Tristan Early, thank you very much. Alive and Thriving, thank you very much. And she, Alive and Thriving, says Constantine didn't pass down much from Jesus in the New Testament. That's true. Same playbook, different era, selective editing. Well, I agree with you. But what we do have includes 11 uses of this word garbage dump. So let's figure out what the heck this is about. Going back to the slide now. In using the name of the waste disposal site of Gehinnom or Gehenna, where mounds of garbage were continuously being burned, Yeshua was describing symbolically, in terms quite familiar to his listeners, that all wicked beings, human or extraterrestrial, would one day be disposed of like garbage and incinerated. Woo! Symbolically. So this is what the website originally said, okay? I don't advocate any type of violence at all. I grew up for 13 years in this area of LA that's burned down. I feel terrible about this. And I lived there and I had fun there and it's like my hometown, and I've been very upset. It was hard to want to do a show this week. It's hard to want to talk about this. And I said, let me go back to Bible Reality Check. Let me look it up and see what they said about Gehenna. And, this author obviously has a very opinionated view, which, is talking about, but they're trying to explain what the symbolism is. That actually at this particular, at the Gehenna, let me be careful how I say that, the Gehenna or Gehenna, they would have things like the garbage that everybody was making from the town. This could include human waste, possibly, from chamber pots, that kind of stuff. And it also includes bodies of dead animals that they would find. And they burn everything. So that's how they dispose of waste. You definitely want to be upwind of this area. So Gehenna was where you were actually disposing of all the garbage through incineration. And so this implies, as she's saying, the part that I believe that this author is female, as I've said that before. So I'll refer to her as a she. If it turns out to be a guy, okay. But I really think it's a woman. So the name is only given as a first initial, and a lot of times in the early 20th century, women did that to hide their gender from a sexist society. So what we're seeing here is that Gehenna is a metaphorical word that refers to the disposal of that which is corrupted, that which is putrefied, that which is rotting, dead, nasty. You put it outside on the edge of town and you burn it. And then the fires purify and remove the destroyed material. So that's the actual original meaning of hell in the Bible. So it's very interesting, this idea that that 11 times when Jesus says these words, and again, like you just said, there's hardly any times he speaks in the New Testament. It's all very, very edited down. But when he does, he uses this word, Gehenna, to describe what we would normally be thinking of as hell. And yet there's a big difference between a garbage dump that is burning the waste of the town versus the traditional idea of hell, isn't there? And then you got to say, wait a minute, isn't this also a linkage point between Christianity now and Buddhism? Because what is Buddhism always talking about? They're talking about burning your karma. I got to smile and just savor that one a bit, because you just had a light bulb go off. Burning your karma is a Hindu phrase. Karmic burn. We had a whole show talked about that. So when you understand that Jesus mentions the exact same terminology, the area where everything is burned, then yes, karmic burning means that you have died to one form. Your body might die in one form. Your houses might die. The house that I used to live in is actually still standing, but I think it's been damaged. I mean, this was crazy, dude. I was not at all enjoying hearing about this, and I could feel the area that I used to live in suffering. I really could. And I could feel the fear of the people. There were so many people feeling fear, still are. I mean, LA is still burning. And, it's very, very sad. So with all this fire going on, I said, we got to go back and look at what the actual meaning of that fire is in the Bible. And I knew it was the garbage dump, but I want to really dig in on that so we can read more of what she had to say. So, okay, disposed of like garbage, incinerated, fine, but it's also, again, the karmic burn is a very important part of this, that you will reincarnate, you will have a new body, you will be reborn, everybody is, that's part of life. Hinduism has that as well, right? And it's the secret teachings of Jesus. I talk about that in the Michael Prophecies. So we all know that we're going to continue forward in this body in a new form. You don't really die, and you're going to be physical again. You're going to have a body again. But the whole point of the great teachings, including those of Jesus, is all about ascension. And the idea that maybe you don't stay human in the way that you are now. Jesus turned into something else, didn't he? When they rolled away the stone after he's been in there for 3 days and they'd confirmed him dead, they brought him in there and he was dead. There's no person in there. There's no body in there. They're like, what the heck is going on? We now have found a shroud of Turin, and despite misinformation by the DS, It's definitely real, and it shows a three-dimensional image of the body levitating, and it burns into the shroud as a photographic negative. If you go look up the Shroud of Turin, that is the real deal. And that's a three-dimensional photographic negative image of Jesus, who's levitating, by the way. Because if his weight was on the ground, then the buttocks on the back would have to have these big round areas, and they don't. So the body was actually levitating off the ground, burns a photographic negative into the shroud. If you look at the shroud in its normal color, it just looks white with a very slight pink hue on it. You have to actually take a picture of it and then turn it into a negative, and then you see this image of the levitating Jesus. So anyway, okay, something happened. He was levitating in the shroud. He burned in this photographic negative into the shroud. But then when they went in there, he was gone. And then somebody else shows up who didn't look like Jesus. It was a different person. And this is not the same thing as the miracle of raising Lazarus from the dead. That's a person who came back from the dead, and he looks exactly the same, but it's just his wounds have been healed. This is a different guy. They didn't recognize it was Jesus. Even his own wife, Mary, they don't want to say that, but okay. His wife, Mary, didn't recognize him. And so then he had to show holes in his hands in order for people to figure out, oh yeah, this is actually the same, this is some form of Jesus, even though you look a little different, buddy. Frankly, it's kind of weird, but yeah, okay, so that's you. You showed us your hands, we can see that it's you now. That's the whole metaphor of the ascended body, and many, many different ancient traditions have that. And in Tibet, they're actually doing a rainbow body activation where people become the rainbow body in real time. You're watching it happen. Their dead body shrinks down to a figurine of 7 inches of ash. And then there's rainbows, and there's smells, and there's colors. There's all this beautiful music. And then they start appearing in front of you as a ghost, appearing in your dreams. And they've attained rainbow body, which apparently means you don't need to reincarnate anymore. So that's the high-level athletic version of Ascension, where you go through all 7 densities in a human lifetime. And it supposedly revolves around, according to Tibetan scholars like Tulku Urgyen Rinpoche in his book Rainbow Painting, he says all you got to do is be loving for 13 years, never have negative thoughts, and you get to ascend. Well, yeah, good luck with that, right? Who's ever going to make that deadline? I'm actually having a really good day today. I haven't had a bad day. We've been very low on wind. But anyway, let's get back into what is this concept of Gehenna, and why would Jesus use this particular term? This is part of the rainbow body. Ultimately, you're getting rid of bodies. The physical body in the rainbow body activation does go through Gehenna. It burns up. It turns into a 7-inch piece of ash, and then they make a little sculpture out of it, and they dress it up with clothing in Tibet. So that's a Gehenna. That's a karmic burn. Your physical body is burned down to ash in the process of ascension. So it's actually a great metaphor that again connects with Tibetan Buddhism as well as Hinduism in the sense of karmic burn. Nowhere does Yeshua or any other biblical Jew expound upon an afterlife doctrine resembling the classical Greek-inspired myth of hell. Nor does he state that Gehenna is an actual netherworld location above or below where condemned beings are incarcerated and tortured alive. Now, however, this is what I had read years ago, and this author wrote so convincingly that I believed that there was no such thing as a hell at all. But it turns out there definitely are lower astral planes where you can go in there and be tortured by, beings that look demonic. And of course I have to hiccup as I talk about demonic beings, right? It's like, oh, yeah, I know what that's about. So this is real. There is something to it. And remember, we talked about last week, I believe, with the Virgin Mary apparitions, when it came to Fatima, 1917 in Portugal, one of the visions that one of the children had was of hell and people being tortured. So there's a reason why they want us to see that. But on Bible Reality Check, it also says that the word for eternal that we normally use in our translations is the word eon or aeon, A-I-O-N, and that it doesn't have a meaning of eternity. It just means a cycle of time. An aeon could be a day, it could be a week, it could be a month, it could be a year, it could be 10 years, 100 years. You get to define what the aeon is. So yeah, there is a place that you can go in the lower astral planes where bad things can happen. And as we've said, the weird secret that we've now learned through high-level insider leaks is that there actually are entities that are lower astral demons that can temporarily manifest in our reality, but only if a group of people facilitate their arrival through what the law of one calls the window effect. So they have to use the window effect, which involves the group of people authorizing the entrance of these negative entities. In order to authorize it, you have to do the worst stuff. And it's very specific, as we've talked about before. Jimby Nzenga says, GORT, genetically organized robotic technology, angelic GOBD, genetically organized biologic technology, living Ben. Get Trama, big fat doobie. You got to keep the character going long enough that people get a chance to laugh. If you do it too fast and you're nervous and then you stop, it doesn't have the effect. You got to let it ride, you know, drag the joke out a little bit. That's sometimes a very important thing. Oh, okay, well, somebody's asking this question, alive and thriving. Was the utilization of the rainbow symbolism a DS attempted dig and perversification of holy rainbow symbolism and phenomena, i.e. the Christ? Well, you know, I don't know. I don't want to make statements like that. Guitar Rhonda, love your show and everything you do. Thank you. Celebrating your 10th super chat. You got to understand, this is, we're talking about very important stuff. Somebody says Foxy's Friends drags about 4 hours. Look, you guys asked me if you wanted me to stay on the air. Anytime I went past like the 4.5 hour mark, and everybody in the comments is saying, keep going, keep going. So I'm trying to make this quick. But again, the trolls aren't even real people. They're just doing this out of their political agenda. They're probably paid. There's people here from the IC who are paid to be doing this stuff. Anyway, let's get back into our central focus. If I read your loving comments all the time, most of them are loving, then we're never going to get through the show. So yes, this person is making a good point. If I don't keep the pace going, then we are going to last more than 4 hours. So let's not do that. By choosing the name of a well-known waste disposal site in town, Jesus communicated the concept of a fateful annihilation of those retrobate beings considered to be the garbage of the universe. And they're talking about these aliens. They're talking about the Draco, and all that stuff is in this website, that how these aliens were appearing as demons in the Bible, but that they're actually sky gods. Were it Jesus' intention to describe a fiery dungeon within the bowels of the earth where wicked beings are kept alive to be tortured throughout eternity instead of incinerated like garbage? The infamous institutions of torture existing in his time certainly offered other very graphic analogies upon which he could draw to better communicate a concept more closely resembling the classical hell myth, but he did not. Instead, it's like the Tibetan's body shrinking down. It's like the Hindu karmic burn, incineration of garbage. So check this out. Particularly noteworthy is the biblical worldview pertaining to beings in the Elohim class, which could either be righteous or evil. They have their abode in outer space, but they frequently visit or travel to Earth. So pay attention. This is hardcore scholarship saying that when you really understand the original meanings of words, and I've gone into this in way more detail in like Michael Prophecies and Sacred Science Michael Prophecies, but we'll just do it again right now, which is the beings that are the good guys and the bad guys in the Bible, actually this author believes represents, in both cases, real beings who came here from somewhere else. They're sky gods. They're not inside the earth. They're extraterrestrials. They have their abode in outer space, but frequently visit or travel to Earth. This view I love this part, you guys. This contradicts a popular myth where the devil and demons reside in a nether region called hell. This is a cultural view that did not originate in the Bible. This person's cosmic theology paradigm also overwhelms the traditional doctrines of hellfire and damnation through an accurate biblical exegesis, true to the original texts, that reveals the cosmic origin and earthly activities of extraterrestrial predators. Whoa. So if you're thinking what I'm thinking, that the Gehenna has to do with the solar flash, the burn of the sun, absolutely. I think that the idea of the sun burning the earth to a crisp and everything on earth gets burned up, you know, the LA fires would be very, very small compared to an unprotected solar flash. And we have records of this in history. We've learned how to interpret the records. Solar flash is now becoming part of mainstream academic discussion, that there have been giant catastrophes specifically caused by a surge in solar output, and that includes a 5,200-year cycle discovered by Lonnie Thompson, the glaciologist. 5,200-year cycle suspiciously similar to the Mayan calendar of 5,125 years. So if extraterrestrials came here and they knew that the sun was going to blow up every 5,125 years, let's design a calendar around that so we can make sure we know where we are. We're not going to be hanging out on this planet when that explosion goes off. Because everybody here, if you get stuck here while that explosion goes off, you are going to be burned. You will be incinerated. That's what happens. The surface of the planet is incinerated in the solar flash. And there are 35 different ancient cultures that have prophecies of the solar flash that sounded pretty crazy, but then there's this ascension that happens. And so I was thinking for many years, oh, well, there's going to be this catastrophic incineration of the planet, but those who get to be part of what the Christians would call the rapture, what many other cultures would call some type of ascension, if you're part of that group, you get to go with these angelic beings who are going to do like a cosmic Noah's Ark, and they have all these ships and they rescue you. It wasn't until I did the Michael Prophecies, as we've talked about in this show, that I realized, okay, there is actually a non-catastrophic ascension happening, but there will still be catastrophes. They're just not going to be planet-wide. And what we've seen in LA is definitely one of them. So this is very important. If you really understand all the data that's on this website, which they call the cosmic theology paradigm, the extraterrestrial predators have a cosmic origin. They are not inside the earth. They're from space, but then they do activities on the earth. And as crazy as this sounds, if you want to solve the big picture of what the heck is going on here and why would human beings potentially engineer something, let's just say hypothetically that this was engineered, this catastrophe we've been discussing. Why would people do something that is so inimical to life and to human interests? Well, are they really doing it on their own, or are they doing it to appease some type of cosmic world-conquering beings, cosmic origin and earthly activities of extraterrestrial predators? The devil and demons is what she says in the top sentence there. There is something to the story. There's something to the idea of evil beings. It's actually a very real situation. And what we've learned from the Law of One, and then the Michael Prophecies gave us even more, and many insiders I've spoken to. I have a whole community of people that were at cosmic top secret clearance level, 35 levels of need to know above the president. And, you know, there's a lot of interesting stuff coming out. So we have to take it one step at a time. I don't make big leaps in logic. I try to make a logical conclusion out of the available evidence. But what we're seeing really is going on with the Bible has a lot to do with what the insiders are telling me. It's the same story. It's angelic humans, and those are beings that start out as clouds of energy. They can stay in Venus. That's one place is comfortable. They can stay in Saturn. That's another place that's comfortable. They can stay inside the sun. They said that in the Law of One, which is this source text that I read starting in 1996, and it became the source of everything that I've done since then. And it opened up contact for me about 11 months after I began reading it, 10 months, something like that. I had contact with this source that was the source of the Law of One that eventually says its name is Archangel Michael through me. So those guys, the ones that I used the remote viewing protocols to get their words, I've studied it where supposedly you get 99% accuracy if you follow these protocols and do it well. I've been writing my dreams down every morning for the preceding 3 or 4 years. And then when I started doing the readings, I was listening to the background noise in my mind when I'd wake up in the morning, and I dictated into a tape recorder. And now we've had these dazzling time loops occurring. So that's a big, big part of the story, is that I brought this material through between 1996 and 2000. But the material was meant to be read starting in 2022. And that's when I began unsealing these tapes that I'd originally dictated in the 1990s. And we'll talk more about this as time goes on. But the real ultimate story is that our ancient spiritual teachings are accurate records of beings who were really here, and they were really involved in our everyday lives, and that's good and evil. And now they've disappeared for a while, so we can think that we're modern, but they are coming back. So Michael's key message in the Michael Prophecies is that they are coming back this year, 2025. It seems hard to believe, but what we're actually seeing is that the negative side is organized by negative entities that are cosmic predators, and that's why they might influence certain people on Earth to do things that are very inimical to human life, because they actually feed off of that. These types of negative entities actually feed off of, they need it as if it was like water and food and sunlight for you. They need that negative energy of suffering, misery, pain, chaos, torture, and death. There's nothing they want more. That's what the universe has created itself in some funny way, even though it's only one consciousness, there's only one thought, there's only one of us here. Good and evil are very real. And the universe allowed negative entities to exist who can be completely evil. And they want nothing more than blood-soaked ceremonies and murder and torture. That's all they live for. That's all they want, ever. That's their whole obsession. But those entities are only going to make it up to the high levels of 5th density or the very beginning of 6th density. And then, as it says in the Law of One, you either have to die and your soul just dissolves, or you have to go positive. And so since there is no other choice but death, except to go positive, these beings end up going positive. So this is all in the Law of One. We all end up returning to the oneness. 6th density is positive, 7th density is positive, and then from 7th you go back to oneness. But you can have negative entities. This is so weird. You can have negative entities that are in 4th density. You can have negative entities in 5th density. And so the 4th density negative entities would be mostly what you would think of as aliens. The 5th density negative entity is something very different, and that seems to be the definition of Satan or Lucifer. One of the weirdest things that's come from multiple high-level credible sources, and this is all connected with my aerospace company and stuff that I still have access to, data that I can still get more information about. It sounds really freaking crazy. I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again so it can really sink in. There is something called Lucifer's Palace in Antarctica. There's actually ancient ruins that are very old that were built on underneath the surface in the continent. And there is this entity that is an energy body, but it can project into a human form. And when it projects into a human form, it identifies itself as Lucifer. It looks like a person. I believe it is a man. And it could show up as androgynous. It could project into whatever form it wants to. But I believe that it shows up as a man. Baphomet, of course, or Baphomet, has both genders in it. So anyway, getting back to this idea of Lucifer, apparently many of the elites have traveled down to Antarctica, and if you go into Lucifer's Palace, then you'll get to talk to this manifestation of this human being that will, be very suave and smiling at you and talking with a avuncular authority as if it was, your trusted father or grandfather. But no, this is actually Lucifer, and he's in control of reptilians, Dracos, Saurians, all different types of reptilian types, Greys, and he's actually running this agenda, which the ultimate purpose of it is to destroy planets or to keep their populations low and totally enslaved so that they can feed off of that energy. That's literally what's going on. This is so strange, but this is all part of what we're going to hear about. So what the heck happened here with Los Angeles? Isn't it strange, and I say this very imploringly, isn't it strange that we were telling you that the time leading up to the 20th of this month is the most dangerous we've ever had in human history? And that we don't know what the heck these guys are going to do, but there's this negative faction that's very powerful. We call it the DS. Their backs are up against the wall and expect that they're going to try something really big and really nasty. And sure enough, it happened. Chrissy Gorman just donated. Thank you very much. Hello, I'm dropping in to contribute. Thank you and blessings. Ziggurat Lynn. Hi, David. I love watching your streams. Quick question. Can a super advanced AI exist in the fifth density or even multiple densities? Yes. The point is that this thing, whatever the fifth density negative entity is, it's mastered AI. It's the same as if it was an AI, but it also does seem to have a soul. It seems that it might have even been birthed out of AI originally, and that AI can develop something like a soul of a sort if it becomes a sentient thing. Charlie Winner says, can angels be born? How do you know if you are one? I asked because of an NDE that I had. Yeah, I mean, that's another very basic part of the law of one that we haven't been talking about as much here in this show, but both sides are cosmic. Both sides, the angels and the negative, are cosmic beings coming in. And on the positive side, angelic entities who exist as energy forms that can then project into human beings, and they will have DNA, okay? In that human body, they have DNA. And they will exist as some type of a human-like body. This is stuff that I heard, again, from top-level insiders, aerospace insiders who have been there, done that, hung out with these beings in person. This is very real. It's just that they're not showing themselves to the rest of us right now, but they have been working behind the scenes. Part of what they do is part of what these angels do, if you want to call them that, is they will allow people to incarnate who have their soul. So an angelic soul incarnates in a human body, but then they have to forget who they are. That's part of the deal. If you remember who you are and you regain all your powers, then you're going to be invincible, and that would be a threat to everyone's free will. At least up until this first wave of ascension happens. Then there are going to be ascended beings like you can't imagine. But before then, no. A wanderer is not allowed to recall its own angelic heritage. But in the law of one, they said there was 100 million of them as of 1981 on Earth. Now we estimate that number is probably closer to 300 million or more. And that was one of the things that I got into this with, was the realization in 1996, oh my gosh, 95 actually. Here's this book about wanderers, ET souls, angelic souls, and the whole list of characteristics that this particular author, Dr. Scott Mandelker, has for wanderers is an invasive and very personal description of me. It's totally writing about me. And it's like, wow, you don't fit in. You have these visions of fantasy. If everybody else was like you, there would be no crime. There would be no war. Everybody would love each other. You're very naive. People take advantage of you. You daydream about advanced civilizations. You daydream about UFOs. You daydream about fantasy worlds, Atlantis, etc. And there's many, many things on the list, but the point is you don't fit in with other people. You're kind of a loner because other people always want to take advantage of you. They don't like you. They get mad at your positivity, and they want to take advantage of it. So yeah, it turns out that your DNA is spiked with the DNA from a being that projected itself into human form in order to give you that DNA profile. So all the wanderers have angelic, positive Elohim DNA that they actually made a body at some point in space and time. They made a body for you. That's your angelic version of your body. And they made that body, and then they take that DNA and they make sure that you are infused with that DNA during your birth. So this is totally freaking real, as it turns out. And so the angelic soul is a big, big part of this. So let's talk more about what is going on with the positive versus the negative. The negative and the positive have both of these sides have contacted the military, the government in various ways. Angelic ETs that look human have visited every U.S. president, as far as I know. I don't know about Trump, but all the other ones, as far as I know, they've had at least one visit at some point, somewhere, sometime. Now, you might not want to believe in it. It just looks like it was a guy. I don't know. Well, yeah, that was one of them. Okay. But apparently, according to Uncle Jack, there were many visitations of human ETs in the White House. Right there in the Oval Office, the president is sitting there, and this being just manifests in the room. It looks totally human. It just shows up out of nowhere, and it starts talking to that particular president. This has been an ongoing phenomenon, and apparently every single U.S. president has had, whether he realizes it or wants to believe it or not. So this is a very, very interesting thing, because if there's first contact, and we talked last week about 5 different sources that are all converging on this. We have Saint Germain in the 1800s saying 2025, Jesus and Buddha and many top angelic beings are all going to be returning to the earth, and they're staying this time. That was in Saint Germain's prophecy. Then we have the Great Pyramid of Giza that has this delineation of the year 2025. Now we find out that E.B. from Roswell said we're coming back in 2025. And these look like little children type of beings with large eyes, not so much the grays, but underneath the lens they had on their eye, it was a normal looking eye, just larger. Then we also have Luis Elizondo, who's leaking this thing about 2027, which sounds very similar to 2025. And then Michael Prophecies talks about 2025 as well. So this is the year, man. We're in it. And I am just buzzing with excitement. And we've got 5,500 people watching right now. So we're only not even an hour in. That's a great turnout. So thank you guys for being here. I have wonderful sunlight. This is the camera angle where I can look out the window and see what I've got here. Let's make this even a little more wild. What do you say? Just wild it up a bit. Keep it nice and... Anyway, there's different ways of looking at this situation. One of the ways of looking at this situation is, was this done intentionally? And if it was done intentionally, then what in the hell would be the purpose of this? So a lot of people have been speculating about that online. And the bottom line is, I lived in LA, so I can say this with authority because this was my town for 13 years. Many of the greatest places to live in LA are gone. Now, the good part of Santa Monica is okay. West LA is fine. All the lowland regions that are, kind of in the middle are okay. But where the real sizzle, so Beverly Hills is another area that's kind of on the lowlands in the middle, starting to get into some mountains there just about. Beverly Hills and Bel Air are both kind of like in the main central area of Los Angeles. You got the central area down here, you got this thing up here called the Valley, you got mountains along the way, the 405 takes you over the mountains and then drops you down into the valley. And the 405 is this massive, crazy 8-lane highway that's very dangerous and very fast. If you don't know about it, it's a true nightmare. The 405 or the 101 are nightmarish to drive on, and there's an intersection of them in the valley. So you got the main lowlands down here, you got the valley up here, you got the mountains in the way, but then all those mountains extend through Pacific Palisades, then you've got Topanga, and then it becomes Malibu. And that whole region is, some of the most fun places to live, at least before there were wildfires all the time. So, I've rented houses in Pacific Palisades. I've lived in Topanga for 13 years. I used to go down the hill all the time. I used to go into Malibu. The whole eastern half of Malibu got burned up as well. Oceanfront properties got burned up. I mean, there has been a massive, massive, massive destruction that is akin to a World War level attack, a strike of some kind, military strike on this particular city. We've really never seen anything like this. I can't think of any other example of such a large, it's already burned like 3 sizes of Manhattan, okay? And so like, it's just this massive, massive thing. And it's very sad for me. I remember what the trees are. I remember what they look like. I remember where they are. You know, I went on hikes, and to think that so many of the houses that, you know, I mean, I drove through Pacific Palisades, man. So it's like, dang, this is just really, really crazy. So what the heck is going on here? And we were expecting something bad to happen. So is there some ulterior motive to this? UFO Mark II. He says, in the year 2025, if man is still alive, if woman can survive, they may find. Well, it's 2525, but yeah, you're right. 2025 is pretty close, and that's interesting. That's an interesting observation. I hadn't really thought about that before. But yeah, if we change it a little bit from 2525 to 2025, isn't it weird that that song got so famous and it's talking about if mankind can still survive? If we're still alive, you know, 2025. Pretty cool. Thank you. That's we'll add that as a number 6 to the list of 2025 prophecies. So another thing that's really freaking me out right now, you guys, is that the fires are still threatening more areas. It's actually spread into Calabasas now. It's starting to go into the valley. Sherman Oaks apparently is threatened. I stayed there for a while. Places like Encino, Brentwood. I mean, if you lived there, you would know what I'm talking about. The point is, there is a massive scope of devastation. Okay, 7 geometric thoughts. I'll bite on this one because you donated. Mr. Casey, well, I'm David, but, you know, reincarnation, okay. Are you aware that your inspirational shooting star you saw mentioned in your books was an instant, non-local, instant response from your guides? Yes, I would say that is true. That is true. So thank you. And we're up to 5,700 views now, so this is going great. Thank you guys for being here today. So this is, you know, the headline that was on ZH on Thursday the 9th, because by this point it's definitely the main story of the week. Scorching 3,000 acres in Los Angeles area, forcing 49,000 people to evacuate. It's gotten a lot bigger than that now. But dude, this is what's left, as you probably know, of Pacific Palisades. Now, I lived way up at the top of the mountain, and I could see the Palisades from my house out the side windows. And it was like there's 3 major hills of mountains between Santa Monica and where I was. 2 of them don't have anything built out on them, but the first one, all the way back by next to Santa Monica, that one has this terraced thing that goes all the way up the mountain. And there's houses on all these layers all the way up the mountain. The whole frickin' thing is gone, as you can see right here. And so it says here, now this is where you start to have to think the unthinkable. Like, wait a minute. It couldn't possibly be that anybody would want this to happen, right? It couldn't possibly be. Well, maybe not, right? Because check this out. This afternoon, a fire captain had one of his firefighters attach the hose. It didn't fill up. Out of every 10 that you attached up to today, on average, how many can you get anything out of? I got to be careful how I say this, you guys. And he says little to none. You never know what's going to touch a nerve, so you got to be careful about, you know, whatever words are now in vogue. So only out of 10, he says little to none, so hardly any of them. Maybe just once in a while you get lucky. What the hell is that about? That looks kind of deliberate, doesn't it? I mean, why did they not have any water pressure? Well, it turns out that, you know, the reservoir was empty. Just so happens. And it happened recently. Then this says, new drone shot shows entire blocks of homes in Pacific Palisades literally burned to the ground. This alone could become the costliest fire in U.S. history. And it was fueled by literally like 100-mile-an-hour winds. The Santa Ana's, the original word was Satanus. And then they said, we can't use that. Let's change it to Santa Ana. There is no Santa Ana, but they don't care. So whatever. It's not Satan winds. It's not the breath of Satan. That's what they used to call it. Because of stuff like this, the fires. And then it says here, the LA fires look intentional. Number 1, Palisades. Number 2, Pasadena, which is way the hell over on the other side of town, way above everything else, above Burbank, where I used to be. Sunset, that's where all the, Sunset is like this. If you've ever driven on Sunset Boulevard, it is freaking crazy because it's fast. And it's all this winding mountain road, and people are driving on it really fast, and you got to keep up with them. It's wide enough that you can kind of get away with it, but there's so many wealthy houses on Sunset Boulevard. It's famous in Hollywood. We've all heard of it. And Studio City. Now, I don't even know what the status is, but that's where the Hollywood studios are. So, are they going to be collecting massive insurance claims because of damage to facilities? Yes, that's entirely possible. So if you don't want to live in LA anymore because there's no work anymore, and you're that freaking evil and crazy, okay, well, yeah, you're going to get money out of this. But it's a lot bigger than that. That's not what this is really about. It could be part of it, but I don't think that's the main thing. These places are miles apart. Are you supposed to believe that wind teleports a fire miles away, but nowhere in between? So-and-so will be around in just 10 days. There's more to this. Yep. And I got to be careful, so, it's just 5 different places that are all geographically separated, and it just so happens that this occurs within 10 days of what we've been expecting, and I've been telling you for weeks and weeks and weeks, get ready, something big is going to happen. And then it did. So this is terrifying. This is as it was burning Sunset Boulevard, you can see that it's the red lines there. Those are the red lights of people's taillights. And they're all in gridlock. Nobody can get out. They're all trying to escape this fire. And it's every single road, as you can see on the diagonal lines there. So, yeah, this is very upsetting to me because, again, this was my hometown. I lived in Topanga, and the house that I used to live in was in a burn area, but right on the edge. And apparently the house is still standing. I did communicate with my former landlord. The house is still standing, but I don't know to what degree it's still standing. And, apparently the street that I lived on, which was Saddle Peak Road, and there's a mountain up there called Saddle Peak. Apparently Saddle Peak Road, most of the houses on Saddle Peak somehow survived. So I guess we did fairly well because we're up on the top of the mountain, and the fire department would use actually the house I lived in and other houses, but especially my house, as an outlook, and they would fight the fire up there because they need to see everything, and that's the highest altitude, so it's the best viewing point. So they defended that territory apparently pretty well. Maybe the house is fine. I don't know. I'm still not willing to believe that it's fully okay yet, but we'll find out. But one of the things that's so crazy about this, you guys, is that it takes, as Adam Carolla was saying, it's like 3 years to get patents. I'm sorry, not patents, to get permits for your house to build in LA. There's all this red tape. So hopefully they can figure some way around that. They're going to have to hire a lot more people because, again, so many houses have been destroyed that just to get the permits to build a new house could take 3 years. And then there's only so many construction crews. There's only so many people who can build houses. And when something like this happens, if you're not in line right away, if you don't get into somebody's books and book him and his team and their time, and then you wait like another week, let's say, every day that you wait could take months more for you to find a builder who's ever going to be able to do it. And there's going to be such a surplus of available work that potentially builders could come from all over America and pilgrimage to LA to rebuild these houses. But it's going to take years. The areas I used to live in are never going to be the way they were. There's going to be burned out graves of houses everywhere. It's never going to have that warm, sunny, romantic feeling that it once did. And now it turns out, as we've been doing these Archangel Michael time loops every week, that last week's show, which again was from this box of tapes, I found 21 tapes before I went to Canada on my vacation. So there's 20, they're not all in here, but most of them are. If it says UNT on the side here, that means it was untranscribed. And I didn't make it into Michael Prophecies. I forgot about these. I only transcribed them in 2006. And I only put them in one file called January 99.1 that I hadn't looked at when I did the Michael books. So even though I wrote the Michael books between 2022 and 23, we had 21 tapes pop up late September, early October. Basically the beginning of October is when I became aware of this, fully aware of this. And they're time looped into the present. Now, how is this possible? What is going on here? Archangel Michael claims that at the level that these beings are at, where he's speaking from, that this is just what they do. They just have the ability to exist outside of time, and so there is a time tunnel where my life in January 1999 and my life in the present are somehow quantum entangled, and there's an overseer entity, Archangel Michael, is looking at both of these times as if they were happening simultaneously. And so he's describing the things that are happening in real time now, which may not have been predictable otherwise, but because they're happening simultaneously, because the things that are happening to us are happening simultaneously to Michael in January 1999, he's able to describe them, but he has to use puns. He can't come right out and say, LA is going to have a massive fire, because if he did that, he'd violate our free will. There's cosmic free will they can't get around. But they can walk right up to the edge without stepping across. And when I went and I looked in last week's time loop, I was like, oh my God, the fire that has essentially destroyed Los Angeles, most of the places that you would live in, that where if you have a lot of money, have been wiped out. The Woolsey fire wiped out the western half of Malibu. Now the eastern half of Malibu's gone. You know, good parts of Santa Monica's wealthier areas are gone. All of Pacific Palisades is gone. Topanga got all banged up. Calabasas, it's just freaking crazy, dude. Like, if you lived there, you'd understand the scope of this. It's unthinkable. It's like some kind of World War II attack happened. It's unbelievable. I mean, just, wow. There was a whole self-realization fellowship in Pacific Palisades built off of the teachings of Yogananda, a massive, beautiful Hindu temple. I would imagine it's all gone. I don't know. It freaks me out. The whole thing does. But anyway, because Michael lives outside of time and he can look at both places at once, last week's time loop described what was about to happen to us, and you saw it here last week on YouTube. So we are literally now uttering prophecies that came true 2 days later. Here we go. Check it out. This is what I read last week. The remainder of this period will involve and necessitate the cleansing of the planetary surface. Now, that doesn't mean everywhere, but if there's a pocket of discordant vibrations, which is part of the problem with LA, I mean, I could see this coming when I was there 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, filming my spot for this levitation movie, which hopefully will get done. It might need an influx of cash once I can get some cash, but we'll figure it out. I still want to see that movie come out. Anyway, I went out to LA, as you know, and I filmed this movie, and I discovered my personal guesstimate was that it had gotten 5 times worse to drive through LA than when I'd last been there in 2019. 5 times worse. People were very aggressive, and when I got there, the Israel war had just started, and it was right at the beginning, and everybody was thinking it could go nuclear, that it could turn into World War III. There was a very palpable fear, especially in a major urban metropolis like LA, that it could all go up in a nuclear attack right at the beginning of the Israel war. So, wow. Being there in the middle of that energy, and everybody's, and I had dreams while I was in LA of it all burning. And now I know why. So There was a very bad energy there. There was a lot of negative entities there. They could really mess with you. I had lots of examples of that. I've talked about that in many other shows. So negative entities can influence people, and people who are easily influenced, if you're on a positive path and the negative wants to get after you, a negative entity will influence someone to do something that upsets you. It'll influence them to be more aggressive. It'll influence them to come after you, to attack you, to yell at you, to threaten you with violence in some cases. All of these things happened to me more than once when I was in LA for just a couple of days. Dang, I got to get the hell out of here. So, yeah, I was aware that something was wrong. And remember, too, that it doesn't mean if you're in an area and it burns down, it doesn't mean that you're guilty. It doesn't mean you have bad karma. You might have chosen to be there so that you could be this angelic support for all these people who are still there and suffering. But make no mistake, something like this is a major, major blip on the cosmic timeline, and it was very easy, apparently, for Archangel Michael to see it coming in 1999, because it is so damaging. It's basically the end of these areas that people live their whole lives in, raise their kids in, raise their grandkids, in some cases. All that stuff is gone now. It's just unbelievable. So the remainder of this period will involve and necessitate the cleansing of the planetary surface, but you should not be concerned about this. Now, I just read this last week. Indeed, all things will happen in their time, and you will know when the right time is. So why would it say you should not be concerned about this? Well, the Law of One explains that anything that happens in our third-dimensional reality is still within an illusion. We have a greater cosmic identity that is not confined to the human body and that goes through a third-dimensional illusion. And one of the illusions is that time is actually linear. But in order for God to exist, in order for angelic beings to guide and shape our destinies, they pay attention to cosmic cycles. And so there are cosmic cycles in which historical influences repeat themselves in very curious ways, including the age of the zodiac. One of the cycles is 2,160 years, which would be the age of Pisces, the age of Aquarius. We shifted into the age of Aquarius supposedly in the year 2012 in terms of these 2,160-year ages. You have 12 of them that could be drawn on the night sky, adding up to 25,920, and that's your 25,000-year cycle. That number is not random. If you take 12 of those 2,160-year cycles and you combine them into 25,000 years, we'll just speak loosely, if you make the 25,000-year cycle out of the 12, it turns out that at the end of the 25,000-year cycle, that's when we're expecting the solar flash. And then it's also weird, didn't I say that every Mayan calendar cycle of 5,125 years that there's a solar flash? Yes. And there's exactly 5 of them in the 25,000-year cycle. 25,625. It's very close to 25,920. Only off by a couple hundred. So what this thing actually is, as we said in previous shows, 25,000 years is actually us orbiting Alpha Centauri. And that's our closest star, 4.3 light years away. And when we were expecting December 21st, 2012, solar flash on Earth, there actually was the explosion of a star in Proxima. It was actually the star Proxima Centauri, which is the third star of the 3 main ones in Alpha Centauri. There's 2 big ones, and then there's a little one. And Proxima is the little one. Proxima Centauri had a solar flash that when we trace it back, and it shows up in, I think it's May 2016 or March 2016, you trace it back by 4.27 light years or whatever the exact distance is to Proxima. And man, it shows up as, it's not exactly December 21st, it's closer to Christmas. It's December 25th, 2012, that this star blew up right at the exact end of the Mayan calendar, which is what was already predicted we were going to have a solar flash. So that alone is a monumental scientific fact. I've pounded it into your head. If you've been watching my show, I've said this to you many, many times before. It's nothing new. But it's still just absolutely dazzling because the star burned hot enough to burn any life off of any planets in its solar system. So it was like an extinction level event for that solar system. And it happened on December 25th, 2012. And probably our math is wrong, and it's going to turn out that it was exactly December 21st. I was expecting that. I was predicting that, and it frickin' happened. You can't fake this kind of stuff. So anybody trying to say I'm a grifter or snake oil salesman, it's like, well, yeah, but I was proven right. You can have whatever opinion you want, but I'm dealing in facts. This is a fact. We postulated we were orbiting Alpha Centauri in a binary orbit, that after 25,000 years, our sun is going to give off a flash. Obviously, in the Kozyrev model, the Russian physics model, these stars are paired like photons, and they have a superluminal, meaning faster than light speed communication. Kozyrev watched binary stars all over all over the galaxy, and he noticed that when one of them would flicker, the other would flicker at the same time, instantaneously, much faster than light speed, because they could be light years apart, but they have the same flickering. So that's very bizarre, suggests that there's some type of instantaneous communication between binary stars. So if one of them is going to have a solar flash, wouldn't the other one also have a solar flash? Yes. But somehow the one that was destined for us, that the Mayans thought was going to wipe out our civilization, and everything would have been burned like Pacific Palisades on the whole Earth, or worse, it probably would have even been worse. That didn't happen. It got shunted over to Proxima Centauri. Some type of cosmic energy caused it to not happen here. We are being held back. Our solar flash is not happening, so we can have a positive ascension. There will be a solar flash eventually, but not until everybody on Earth who's still here can ascend into their fourth density body. And then once that final solar flash happens, yes, it's going to cook the physical Earth, but we're all going to be fine, and we're going to be able to save everything we need to save. So the point is, it's not really that bad, but this is part of what the universe does. We go through these cycles. There are big flashes in them, and now we know this because, again, the Mayans told us when it was going to happen. All the other circumstantial evidence said, yes, we're expecting a solar flash at the end of the 25,000 years, and it goes into many, many different legends from many different cultures. We did actually get the solar flash, but it was on Proxima. So that was our lives being spared, but LA was not spared, and it's a warning. That's what the Michael prophecies are telling us. It's a warning about our own lives. So it says you should not be concerned about this. All things will happen in their time, and you will know when the right time is. So yeah, the reason we're not concerned is that this is part of the ascension. We needed this karmic adjustment, apparently. It's very sad, but it did happen, so now we have to understand why. I didn't want it to happen, believe me. Skipping ahead to a line near the end, this is what we read to you last week. It's so amazing now when you read this, it's like, dang. Some research into this could yield better results, and we are more interested in focusing upon the light of the one creator than upon this material. However, it is important to say the deluges, famines, and the like, which could include wildfires, will become the lay of the land for a time. At the nexus point between those challenges now seen and the much greater challenges in the very near future. This was read on Sunday. The Palisades fire had become biblical by Tuesday. They were not kidding when they said very near future. Deluges, famines, and the like will become the lay of the land in the very near future. I mean, woo, talk about like pins and needles standing up on your arms. Hi, David. Michael Larson says, I remember when the light from the flash was visible and you identified it. Thank you. Love and light to you. Yep. Vaca Paulo says, yay, I got my donation sign back. Yeah, I guess some of you guys have had trouble actually donating. So anyway, thank you for the donations. I definitely want to keep the pace moving because this is really intense. So again, whoops, let's go back. So again, deluges, famines, and the like will be the lay of the land, and that implies a large area of land, which is what we saw. Much greater challenges in the very near future. Holy crap. Okay, so now I'm trying to do the unified tinfoil hatter approach. The unified, I said foid. It's because I'm thinking, British accent. Unified. It's all in there, man. The unified tinfoil hat approach. Can we somehow cobble all these crazy things together? I don't know, but it's possible. So let me hit you with this one. Is it possible that what we've already been talking about, these levitating objects, would actually have onboard lasers or other types of technology, which may also include some type of system that is a microwave? Okay, so is it possible, since we've already been seeing them, that, yeah, they actually were weapons and maybe this is what they were used for? That's kind of the unified theory, right? Let's try to tie all these crazy threads together. I don't know if it's true, but maybe they were closer to the ground and maybe they were able to take things out easier because it's not a satellite. They don't have to travel so far. I don't know. It's possible. I haven't seen any other evidence of this yet, but I'm holding out that theory. But there is another thing that's very, very interesting. Do you remember the guy with the Cybertruck? Of course you do. It just happened, right? And he had this whole crazy thing that he wrote. And it was an email, but then everybody ends up calling it, oh, it's a manifesto. What did that manifesto actually predict? It predicted a massive attack from these objects on the East Coast. So it's like if a magician is saying, I'm looking at my hand here, but then he's reaching into his pocket for the next trick, but you're misdirected. The hand, let's put it in the circle there. The hand is in the circle, but he's over here doing something with his other hand. And once you learn that that's what stage magic is about, it's sad because now you're looking for it and you can catch him over and over again doing stuff. Unless, I mean, some magicians are really good and you can't, but there's a lot of, halfway decent stage magicians where if you just simply don't look at the hand he's directing you to and you keep watching his other hand, you'll catch him doing all kinds of stuff. I saw it happen at my grandparents' old folks' home. I was like, oh my God, I can't really watch this stuff because I know what it is. Anyway, East Coast, East Coast, East Coast. Oh, West Coast. You didn't see that one coming, right? So that's what might have happened here. Let's go back to the manifesto. Remember, there were very strange similarities between these two weird attacks that occurred right after New Year's. They both involved electric vehicles. They both had guys who went to this particular facility. I don't want to brag. Remember that? And they both rented electric vehicles off of an app called Turo. Isn't that weird? It's just so convenient how all these things happen. And then remember that the manifesto warned that there was going to be a massive attack from these objects. And said that they were actually going to be using gravitic propulsion. Time to wake up. The most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. Now, how would they sell this? How would they sell you on the idea that this is the most dangerous threat? Well, you gotta give people something. You gotta show them something. Give them a big attack. Well, no, this involved 9 months of no rain in LA, and believe me, I've always believed that there was an outside electromagnetic phenomenon involved in why we didn't have rain. I mean, it would go for so long without rain, and there's these water restrictions. Then all of a sudden you get this atmospheric river, and all the reservoirs are full. It seems like we should be fine. And wow, the reservoirs are full. Everybody should be great. We got years and years worth of water. And then wait a minute. No, we don't. There's still no water. So what the hell is going on here? It was very frustrating to me because I knew that by not allowing it to rain, it makes it very easy for you to then have a wildfire. So if somebody could actually do that, if somebody was evil enough and they don't want it to rain, well, then guess what? You're in massive, massive fire risk. That's exactly what was happening. So they warned about the East Coast in this so-called manifesto. And this is the guy's own words, who then went and did himself in, supposedly. Whatever this thing is, we may never really know. He says, what we have been seeing with drones is the operational use of gravitic propulsion system-powered aircraft by most recently China in the East Coast, but throughout history the U.S. Only we in China have this capability. I said, that's totally wrong. At least all the Five Eyes countries and Russia all have it, probably others as well. And then he says, China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity recently is picked up. And again, this is the guy who did in the vehicle and did in himself. So, like, he wanted to get attention for this write-up. And, we've talked about the idea, was he even aware that he was doing it, or did he get programmed? Was he programmed to write this stuff? Was he programmed to do what he did through the use of exotic narco-hypnotic techniques? And that it could very well be. That that's what this was. Alliance, as we've said, has already alluded to this. Those are the good guys. Military intelligence community, the U.S. and many other countries have been secretly working to save our butts. And they said, yeah, you need to learn about hypnosis, and people that can be programmed to do something. They have no idea that that's what they were thinking. And then, boom, all of a sudden, a new personality takes over and they do this stuff. And then once they're done doing the stuff, they don't even remember what happened. Sirhan is sitting there like crying and holding on to a book, and he doesn't remember anything that happened. That kind of stuff. Really weird stuff. We got some comments coming in, donations. I'm in Orange County. I had drones over my house 2 shows ago. Then I got a flu. I haven't had the cold since 2018. Then fires, drones, why? Well, yeah, Orange County. So you're in California. Well, maybe you can connect the dots. I mean, we talked last week about this strange mist, this fog, and people were seeing it in various places, and they were usually circular. So I don't think it's like going to kill you, but it would appear that somebody's trying to weaken us. It would appear that this might have been intentional. America is being attacked already with this weird stuff. Nobody really knows what it is. Apparently somebody filmed pieces of it that dropped down, but they're really lightweight, very lightweight, which would make sense if they were going to be held in a drone. You need some type of lightweight burnable material, which, it apparently smells bad, blah, blah, blah. And so, maybe it did give people a sickness. I've had this weird illness. I still don't quite feel right. So I don't know. But I do believe we're going to be okay. I don't believe it's the end of the world. I've already mostly healed from it. Then we have a donation from Mr. Danke. Thank you, David. I purchased your first book, Source Field Investigations, which is, that's on this camera angle right here. That's that book, first New York Times bestseller. My first book to read of yours. I'm so looking forward to this material. Long-term listener, new reader. Love you, brother. Thank you very much. And then we had another one from Deanne Roy. 10 thumbs up. Celebrating your 3rd super chat. We're now actually at 6,300 viewers, an hour and a half in. I do have to make sure that we keep this going and we don't get too trapped in all the love. If I get trapped in the love, I'm never going to make it. So, but I do love you guys, so thank you for being here. Anyway, so yeah, there's weird stuff going on, and maybe they released the fog, and maybe they also were responsible for this fire. And maybe those are the dots we're eventually supposed to connect. I don't know. But he says East Coast, and it's like the misdirection thing again. So China's been launching them, supposedly, right? But then we also saw as other episodes, no, this is definitely Uncle's stuff. This is not anybody else's. Uncle made this in classified programs. As of now, it is just a show of force. They are using it similar to how they used the balloon for SIGINT and ISR, infrared surveillance and reconnaissance, which are also part of an integrated communication system. There are dozens of those balloons in the air at any given time. So what? Okay, the so what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned aircraft. They are the most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. Well, if they were somehow responsible for this, then did they deliver with LA? You bet they did. You bet they did. But is it really from China? No, of course not. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity. It could park it over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate. Well, again, this is not just the result of something flying in the air. This is the result of 9 months without a drop of rain. Even if they were trying to do weird stuff, it wouldn't have worked so well if it wasn't so darn dry. So these are combined moves. So if they want you to think, oh my God, they could do this anywhere. No. This was a perfect combination of no rain for 9 months, 99-mile-an-hour wind literally was clocked at that speed at one point. That's anything over 73 is hurricane speed, tornado speed. So then that fuels the fire. And then it starts in all these different places at the same time, which they say, oh, it could be power lines, it could be bums. But there were actually arsonists being captured. I had some of those slides. We'll get into those next week. So checkmate. Well, this is pretty darn dangerous. LA is a major population center. And most of the good parts are gone now. There's still some fun parts, but a lot of it is just now like the, I hate to be so blunt, but I mean, like, the less expensive parts made it, the expensive parts did not. Okay? That's basically what happened as far as I can tell. I mean, they're all pretty expensive, but definitely along the ocean, that kind of real estate, man, you got $1 million homes everywhere. Some of them go up to $50 million. I mean, there's just incredible properties. It's a whole paradise world, really, and it's just gone. And I could see it going. The rain was never falling. It was driving me crazy. I hated all the drought. It was just like I knew something was going on. I knew it was being done on purpose. And this was the result. It was very sad. Years and years of droughts. Then he says, the U.S. needs to give the history of this, how we are employing it and weaponizing it, how China's employing them, and what the way forward is. And he says China is poised to attack anywhere on the East Coast. And then I said that right there. Could they have these emitters that could be burning structures while the trees are intact? Some trees are intact, some are not. But then remember, the key here is he says anywhere on the East Coast. So that's the misdirection. We're all looking over there. We're like, oh my God, what's going to happen on the East Coast? And then, oh, it's the West. You guys got us. Man, I did not want this to happen. But again, with my weird tinfoil hat theory, maybe they could deliver lower altitude sources of energy. Maybe that would make it so they could be more effective. And maybe they can cloak themselves so you wouldn't see them. This is my grand unified theory. And what if everything that we've been saying in this show is true, then as soon as day 1 of the 20th begins this month, it's all going to start to tumble out. There's going to be disclosure, there's going to be hearings, trials, everything. It's almost instant, and that's what we're expecting. Now, they may not actually do that, but they're telling us that they're going to. They may actually let it take longer. It's possible. You got to remember, nothing is a guarantee, and just because they tell you something doesn't mean they're going to do it that way, right? Theoretically, they're going to get started on the 20th. Theoretically, this is going to pop right out of the can. Pow! Just like when the fake worm comes out. Oh, my God. So, yeah, there's a hard deadline. And the negative forces know that if they're going to have any chance before they get, all neutralized legally, which means, that they're not able to do what they want to do, they end up going to trial, they end up having a jail sentence, that kind of thing. If that's where this is going, then maybe, as people have been noticing, there's a lot of people talking about this, maybe this has to do with the destruction of evidence. In other words, there's going to be trials, there's going to be police raids, they're going to be kicking down hundreds and hundreds of people's doors, let's say. They go in there, then it turns out you got this room that nobody's supposed to know about in your house. There's all kinds of weird crap in there that would really freak people out. And then the cops bust into your house and they go into the Lucifer room and, my God, here's the ceremonial athame, the dagger that he's got. Here's his fucking, oops, sorry. See how relaxed I am? That's good. That's good. It's actually a sign that I'm very relaxed. Oh my God. I shouldn't be this relaxed, but I literally feel like I'm in my living room and I'm just having fun. I actually only started recording it now, so the first part of this is not recorded on my hi-fi set. Sorry about that. I usually don't do that, but this time I forgot. I'm very relaxed, aren't I? I mean, So anyway, isn't that strange? Because if a bunch of people are going to have their places raided and there was all this disgusting stuff that was going to be found, would somebody be that crazy as to actually just say, let's just conceal all the evidence? Well, yeah, it is apparently possible. And so then there's another thing that nobody's talking about that I heard from a Native American elder, the principle of offering your own. And this is again, adult level material. So if your kids have something else to do right now, you might want to have them go do that. Okay? Let's have them go play a game, or, you can come back in 5 minutes, but go take a bathroom break or go get a cookie. You get to have a free cookie, okay? You get to have a free ice cream, free snack. Go have that now, please, because they're going to figure this out. I can't really talk around it too well. Maybe if they can't read. But anyway, so this principle of offering your own, I heard this from the Zuni elder Clifford Mahuti. And if you've heard about Skinwalkers, we'll get into that in a minute. But anyway, Skinwalkers, here's Clifford Mahuti, first of all, and with his Zuni traditional attire. And here he is in another photograph. So, he's the real deal, man. Zuni are near the Hopi, and he was one of the top elders in their tribe. And when I was working for Gaia, we did an episode of Cosmic Disclosure, a couple episodes where we filmed him talking. And while I was on set with him, we got talking. I've only ever really talked to him. I don't think I ever talked to him on the phone. I talked to him at a couple different events, maybe 3 events that I had. And so, this is the Clifford that I knew. This is a Clifford I was sitting across from. And I'll tell you, I mean, it's pretty intense just talking to a guy who has that aesthetic where he's the wise elder. And you're like, dude, this is one of the top Native American elders in the world. And here he is, and he's talking to me. It's pretty intense. I loved it. I loved hanging out with Clifford. And we had a great time. We had a great banter with each other. We got along like old friends. And he told me, now wait for it, here it comes, that people in his tribe can pair with demonic energy. That if they follow this path of becoming what's called a skinwalker, that they will, in fact, have some type of biological pairing with the demonic, where for all intents and purposes, they shift into an animal. And apparently it's a shapeshift. Now, this is what they're saying. But I mean, if this guy's looking you in the eye telling you this and you're going to start laughing at him, you're going to be like, yeah, F you, dude. I don't believe any of this. No, you're not. You're not going to disrespect the Native American elder when he's telling you about the skinwalkers and he's looking you in the eye with total sobriety and seriousness. He says, dude, this is absolutely real. That people apparently can pair up with some type of negative entity, and then the negative entity will change their body into an animal like a wolf, hence the werewolf, and that they can then go and commit murders as the animal and then later on turn back into the human. They can exist in both forms. And so, then it's an assassination. Nobody knows anything. Oh, wow, this wolf showed up and tore this person apart. How sad. No idea that it was done by somebody practicing black magic. So he was not into this stuff. Okay, this is very dark, evil magic. But he told me about the legend, and we were talking about it. We're like, this would make a great movie, man. Like, to really get into the truth of what has to be done. Now, here's the key. In order to access that demonic power, you need to have, one of your own. You have to offer your own. Okay? Let's get past that slide. So that's what it actually takes. And it has to be somebody who's been around for a while. So if you're that evil, if you're that willing to do that, then the demonic will actually make a handshake with you and it will actually say, oh yeah, we like you. Let's give you these magical powers so that you can turn into something else and go wreak havoc and nobody knows that it was you. Here's the top Native American elder telling me skinwalkers are real. What are you going to do? Laugh at him? Hell no. You're definitely, even if you thought you would, you're not going to. But it's that principle of offering your own. So that's what happens. And now, now we're back into the part where it's safe again, pretty much. I mean, the whole concept is kind of disturbing, but you can bring them back in now if they had their cookie or whatever. So this appears to be part of what was done. In other words, if you offer your own, you can authorize greater satanic magical ability. If you are willing to give up something that's extremely precious to you, something more precious to you than anything. See, the negative likes that. The negative likes you to do that because that's feeding into their agenda. And then they will reward you by giving you magical powers. There are, in fact, negative wizards, negative warlocks who apparently do have compelling telekinetic capability from practicing these dark arts. That can happen. So that's really like the ultimate goal of the people in the elite, but I would imagine most of the ones that are out there being political are way too distracted to have the time to really develop any of those magical powers. They don't have magical powers. So I wouldn't expect anybody in the elite, as you would normally see them, to be able to do anything telekinetic or anything weird. But then there might be other people practicing this stuff who are not so much in the public eye, and maybe they would have the focus to get some of these things to happen. But the negative got a head start on magical power, but then the positive is going to win out because of the second coming of Christ. What that really means, the rapture, the ascension, it's the dawning of ascended abilities in the meek. The meek shall inherit the earth. The positive becomes the dominant force on the planet. And we were told in the Michael Prophecies, my own intuitive material that just predicted these fires pretty accurately in advance, from 1999, days before it happened, 2 days before it happened, here's these phrases that are just bang on. The deluges, famines, and the like, disasters that will occur in the very near future. Okay. We are in the year 2025. This is when Michael says that they are returning. But in one of the previous time loops, we were given about a 6-month timetable. So the new administration is going to have to do a big cleanup. I don't think it's going to happen right away. We can't expect first contact is just going to occur because he gets sworn in. No. There's going to be a lot of work to do. There's going to be a lot of things to learn. The ETs have made it clear, the positive angelic ones have made it clear they're not coming back until we do the homework and the public knows the truth about what was really going on. And then, because people are going to be so afraid when they find out the devil is real, Satan is real, evil is real, demons are real, black magic is real, it actually works, you actually get magical power if you do it properly, you can actually get these things to appear that are terrifying to you, and they can do physical stuff in the room once they get there. That's going to be an overwhelming thing for people to handle. 99% of people will be put in the hospital, right? That's what they keep saying. Post 142, I think it is, or 143 is one of them. Okay, so if that truth comes out and people have to deal with, again, that lovely word, the ontological shock, the spiritual shock, the belief system shock of, oh my God, evil is real, all this Christian stuff I ignored is actually true, there's demons, there's Satan, you better want to get on the good side of things. That's where people are going to go, and that will create what they call polarization. And then it will create what's called a calling, which allows them to actually appear in front of us in 2025. And we're being led through a non-catastrophic, non-extinction level event, Ascension. However, catastrophes like LA are still happening. So depending on where you are, you might have some really crazy things go down. I mean, this was the end of the world for everybody who lived in the area I used to live in. I thought about moving back there. I don't know why I'd really need to be in Los Angeles now, but dude, now it's like it's so wasted and destroyed in that whole area that when you drive through it, it's never going to be the same. So I don't think I'm going to be moving back. Anyway, there are amazing personal and global time loops going on. We talked about one of them last week from Michael, and this was one the Alliance highlighted. They mentioned that this particular preacher is worth $300 million. It says right there, estimated net worth of $300 million. And the Alliance made this post. You can see how to find it on X. Just look at the top. The Alliance made this post the week before. This is my old slide. So at that time, it was last week when I had this time loop synchronicity. And this was very interesting. He says, again, I never hunt world hunger because unless we die, the taxpayers will never relieve their karma as such. And again, I read this before the fires, and now I'm looking at it, and it's like, well, it's about karmic burn, relieving your karma, unless we die, right? And so taxpayers, well, this is suggesting some type of inside work, like the authorities did this to themselves. It doesn't sound good. Don't think about death as a horrifying conclusion, but rather as a necessary lift to divine beingness along the way. This stone that we build our edifice upon, remember, all these foundations are stone, and the chimneys are stone. There's nothing else there. The house has been burned down. You have to build a new edifice, a new house. This stone that we build our edifice upon, right? Oh, right, that's like the prophecy of the fires, and now there's stone foundations that they have to build new houses upon. And these houses, some of them are worth $50 million that burned down. The stone that we build our edifice upon is worth more than $300 million or any other amount of money. And again, it was really interesting because we had a contract come in for a $300 million order. That was our first order for that product. As Savati Aerospace, you know, we deal with all different types of military activity. And so this is one of the things that was a military contract, $300 million. I can't disclose what it is yet. But anyway, I already knew that number. And I was excited because it's like, you know, yeah, let's get some things going. So, you know, we've got airplanes that we're doing. We've got all these different projects in the works. And our first deal comes in at $300 million. And then I unseal this very soon after that deal came in. I could not believe it because what does it say? If you think about it like the pyramid, this stone we build our edifice upon is like the pyramid. And that's obviously apparently what I did. If I was Edgar Cayce in my past life, then supposedly Edgar Cayce was this person who built the Great Pyramid whose name was Ra-Ptah. So he built that edifice. He built the pyramid, right? So then it says it's more than $300 million or any other amount of money. Here I am all excited about the $300 million. And then Michael disses me and says, this work that you're doing with the time loop is worth more than that amount or any other amount. And now when I go back and read it, I'm like, my God, it was a prophecy. The first sentence is phrased in the mind of the negative. I'm not going to hunt world hunger. I'm not going to go after solving world hunger. I never hunt world hunger. Because unless we die offering your own, the taxpayers will never relieve their karma. They want to hurt the taxpayers. They want to cause this. They want to appease their gods. It sounds so crazy, but this is actually what everybody's about to learn about. And then they mention this thing that, you know, forget about the value of the houses. The new Ascension, you know, is worth more than $300 million or any other amount. So the whole world is going to be rebuilt, not just the houses from this fire. And they talk about death as a horrifying conclusion. So then there's more of these in last week's time loop. Now I'm going to read you a little bit more of it, where it says again, the remainder of this period will involve and necessitate the cleansing of the planetary surface, but you should not be concerned about this. Well, okay. It is a little concerning. All things will happen in their time, and you will know when that right time is. And then again, skipping to this thing near the end, it says, deluges, famines, and the like will become the lay of the land, and there are much greater challenges in the very near future. And then 2 days later, bam, there's a massive fire in LA. Unbelievable. So, there may be other large events that still occur before the inauguration. We don't know. I don't think necessarily that it's over, but I hope that it is. I hope this is the last big one. Because again, they had to set this up for 9 months with no rain. So, it's not going to happen most places. The deluges, famines, and the like will become the lay of the land for a time at the nexus point between those challenges now seen and the much greater challenges in the very near future. Now we're going to read on from here. We're not going to stop here. I'm going to keep reading you what we already heard last week. Because some other strange stuff happened, you guys. In my dream that we read, there was a funeral taking place in front of the library in my hometown that had, just like it would be a president, they put an American flag over the coffin. And then as I was seeing this, I cued on the words Black Panther and Bullet. And then as I said here, other dreams use this symbolism for a former member of the Oval Office. Death in dreams, however, is symbolic, not necessarily literal. But it's very interesting because this prophecy was broadcast on January the 5th, and then the very next day, the Alliance directly repictured it on January 6th in the slides we have this week, showing the difference between the caskets of Carter and McCain. So thank you guys in the Alliance for doing this. I'm very honored. It's obviously intentional. 2 million views. Jimmy Carter's casket is shown on the left, while John McCain's is on the right. What do you notice? And of course, the left, it's all ironed out. It's very smooth. The right is all wrinkly, which would be dishonor. So, yeah, if you learned the truth about what he was involved in and the stuff that happened when he had a secret trial and what they told him before he was gone, then you would understand why they did this and you wouldn't feel bad about it. It's levels of treason and levels of criminality and evil that are totally, totally outrageous. So if you don't think that this was all intended to scare the Black Panther, then you would be wrong. And remember, it said bullet. Now, that could have been one that he created, or that could have been one that somebody else was using. So that was a scary prophecy, and then they bolstered it here by posting this. It's like, man, I don't want to be involved in all this turf war stuff. But then, apparently, this caused him to make a deal, because the next thing you know, this is on the 6th, 3 days later, he's out there smiling with 47, and he appears to have cut a deal. Unfrickin' believable. At the funeral! During the funeral that they had alluded to in the time loop, in 1999, the coffin with the American flag on it, now it's really happening. They are there together. There's no Michelle. And he shows up, and then they're talking to each other, and they're laughing. They engaged in an unusually lengthy conversation, drawing attention from attendees. Hillary and Bill made their entrance without acknowledging either one of them. Kay entered the room without acknowledging either one of them. They were all very freaked out, and Michelle was not even seen. So I might have had something to do with this, at least the Michael part of me did. So wow, this is very shocking when real-world events lead to this just days after we put it on the air on the 5th. Unbelievable. And then they mentioned post number 10. And what does it say right at the bottom? Good people were forced with this evil under threat. Maybe he's one of them. Maybe he made a deal. Maybe they're acknowledging that now. Could you live with yourself helping to cover up this evil if you were given a safe way out? Obviously, he was given a safe way out. He's very relaxed. These people worship, and some openly show it. And then it turns out, when you read the lips, that they wanted to go to a quiet place to discuss a matter of importance. Wow. Pretty amazing. So let's read this. A lip read. Oh, this was actually 47 who said it. I'm not going to do his voice. I'm not that good at it, and he's going to get mad anyway. So, anyway, he told this individual they would need to find a quiet place later in the day to discuss a matter of importance. At one point, he leaned towards this individual and said, "I've pulled out of that, probably some treaty, who knows what. It's the conditions. Could you imagine that? Or maybe it's the deal. Maybe they were trying to make a deal to end the Ukraine war. There's a couple different ways you could read this. Pulled out of, maybe it was, the World Health. I don't know. Think about whatever it was. The conditions he couldn't handle. Then they're laughing, and he says, "After I will." And then 47 says, "Call me at the foyer after," or it could be the foyer, or I don't know what that means, the foyer. "Call me when you're in the foyer after," and then that means they'll meet each other in the foyer, and they'll go somewhere alone to talk. Wow. And then the Black Panther says, "Can you just, it should be good." So find a quiet place to discuss a matter of importance. It should be good. Call me. Let's meet up in person. Oh my God. And they did it right in front of everybody. And they did it right in front of the casket with the flag on it. And the original dream had the casket with the flag, and then it said Black Panther and Bullet. 3 days later, he's cutting a deal after the Alliance marked this themselves, which meant they're taking that prophecy very seriously. So this was mind-blowing. Thank you guys in the Alliance again. I feel very humbled. I don't know what to say. We'll get more into that stuff later in the show. So anyway, it was in the dream. It was a funeral with the flag, the draped coffin, on the flag on the coffin. I was trying to get into this funeral. People kept holding me back while I was trying to make my way there. I ended up being very delayed, which I wasn't happy about. And as I said at the time, I've had unrelenting attacks while we're in the final time period before these events unfold. And this has delayed me. I wasn't always able to do my show. So that was an interesting time loop. Then it says the philatelists, and that means stamp collectors. And again, we talked about how when you vote for somebody, afterwards they give you a sticker or they stamp your hand. So stamp collectors, stamps could also be a metaphor for money. So they're taking all the money, right? That's the typical idea of the elite, is that they're corrupt and they're stealing from us and they're robbing us. So stamp collectors could also be dollar collectors, but they also want your vote. So this is a very interesting thing. And again, it says the philatelists go the extra mile. From 811 onward, we can see no reason to be concerned. And then in 2006, I said stamp collectors, philatelists. 811 onward appears to be yet another prophecy of the event that you just change it by one number in 2001. Oh my gosh. So ever since that event occurred and it started to awaken people, that's creating the Great Awakening now. From 2001 onward, the dawning of the Christ consciousness. And then I wrote yesterday that 911 is what you call when there's a fire or when there's an emergency. I mean, you probably call the fire department too, but 911 is the classic emergency number. It was a prophecy of the massive LA fires beginning just 2 days after our show. So I broadcast this for you guys. You saw this. 811 onward, we see no reason to be concerned. So 811 could be a code name for the LA fire. And, we could speculate about 8 being the Lion's Gate number, the gateway of Christ. So there's lots of different ways we could take this, but the point is, it says after 811, we see no reason to be concerned. So maybe there isn't going to be any other disaster this big before the 20th. I sure hope so. We only have a little over a week to find out now. It's very much anticipation here. So that is quite the prophecy, because 811 refers to a disaster, and then we just had one right after I did this. Simply drop the products that were affecting you in the past and unfurl the cosmic mystery map that then points to immediate future destinations. The products being spoken here probably refer to medical things as well as this mist that we are now seeing. And of course, if something was shooting the mist, you'd want it to drop out of the sky. Drop the products affecting you. Shoot them out of the sky. Maybe they were also the ones that did the fire. And unfurl your cosmic mystery map, which means the Ascension. The immediate future destination that we have this year is Ascension. First contact. Now, here was another really fascinating thing. This was from last week's show, too. He still was to come. The only mission is that of service. And I said in 2006, when I first transcribed this, in Los Angeles, in Santa Monica, that whole building's probably not even there anymore. This is interesting. He who is to come is the pyramid metaphor for the return of Jesus Christ, the messianic return. It's in the pyramid that Jesus is going to come back. I am a part of that initiative. It's a worldwide initiative. It's not just Jesus. So, the Yeruel reading that we read a couple weeks ago said the second coming of Christ is not just that. It's the dawning of the Christ awareness. It's the ascension of the human being. The golden race, it was called in various ancient cultures, traditions. The Roman culture of Stoicism had something called ekpyrosis, that the sun is going to give off a fiery flash, and that this would then create this new golden race. And so the term golden age actually was a code for golden race, that humanity itself will become golden. And so I'm amazed that I keep getting these prophecies week after week, that this timeline works. I can't say my life has been terribly happy, but I'm very honored to have been doing this and have these gifts coming in. So he still was to come. The only mission is that of service. And so this is a prophecy that Jesus will return, Jesus Christ will return. And then what do you know? A few days later, the Alliance posted this. This is 4 days after my show. After the first Malibu fire that happened in December 2024, it scorched countless areas in Malibu again. And now, again, the eastern half of Malibu's been hit by Palisades fire. A white cross remains standing, untouched by the flames. Perched high on a hill, this enduring symbol has become a beacon of hope and resilience, inspiring the community to find strength in the midst of tragedy. And then, kind of out of nowhere, by the way, whoop, whoop, Jesus Christ will return. Wow. Right after Michael, I spoke the words. I didn't say them. I got to remember that. No, you didn't write this, dude. Some other entity did. But that's how it's supposed to work if you do the remote viewing technique properly. Telepathic communication. it said he was still to come. And then they say Jesus will return. Obviously tapping into that. So that's 2 big shout outs from the Alliance in 1 week. Thank you guys again. And you see it up there on the hill, the video, they drive towards it in this burned out area. This again was read last week. Since we never decided to go, it would have been a lot easier to decide upon something else at first. And what are they saying here? We never decided to go means we have never left you. We're still on your planet. You just don't see us in person most of the time. You get telepathics and dreams, but nothing in person. Now, he has arrived at that moment of concrescence where self and science meet, and in different terms, we complete the cycle of knowingness and beingness. So he has arrived, could be another messianic prophecy, and now the science has been proven wrong. The moment of concrescence, completing the cycle, and our beingness is transforming. We are ascending. So I love this stuff. Walking about, he saw many new things that had not heretofore been seen, many new sources of wisdom to entertain him, to impel him forward on his journey. Therefore, we will never have to spend time thinking about how this will or will not be done. Instead, we simply arrive at the present moment and understand that all that we are is becoming us, more and more, every moment. So again, in terms of a fire prophecy, if you walk around in LA, you're going to see many new things that you had not seen before, so that's why I highlighted that. It's again prophetic. We read it last week. There are many new things, many new forms of damage, but also this is part of the Ascension, and it's all going to lead to humanity's evolution. It's a very sad karmic event, but we are going to be okay. Now, this was something last week. I was like, what the hell is this about? The islands on either side of the sea have sustained life for a moment longer, and for now they do, but for a later time, we will see that indeed volcanoes have taken their toll. Well, what do volcanoes do? They belch out what? Fire. Volcanoes represent fire. They create wildfires, and in the house where I lived, when I looked out at the Pacific Ocean, because remember, I had a wraparound, I had the highest altitude in LA, you can see the ocean, you can see the valley, you can see Palisades, you can see Santa Monica, everything. All these beautiful mountains, you got this beautiful view of the ocean, and when you look out at the ocean, you can see Catalina Island, and you can see the island the LA Dodgers train on. They have their own private island, and they train there. You know, that's very, very exclusive, and nobody's going to be there. They're all alone, so they're never going to have to worry about paparazzi, photographers, any of that stuff. Let's hope all they're doing is playing baseball. Right? I'm thinking about this. I'm like, maybe that's not so good, right? After all that we know, it's like, the secret island, I don't know. But anyway, you can see it from my house. I call it my house, but the house I used to live in. There were islands on the other side of the sea, and it was visible from my window. So keep that in mind. That's what it looks like from my window. And I even thought about this when I was reading it last week. The islands on either side of the sea. And again, if you look at my view, I got the Catalina over on my left and I got the Dodgers over on my right. And you can see both of them. Either side of the sea from my view has islands. And they sustain life for a moment longer, but then for a later time, volcanoes take their toll. Holy crap. So it's describing my view. It's describing the islands, and it's describing the fire. And this was last week, you guys. So yeah, I think we got accurate prophecy credit on this one, which I didn't want. It was directly prophetic of the coming LA fires. Then they say, we will have to clean up for a moment, as has been predicted. Well, yeah, LA is going to take years, at least 5 years to rebuild from this, maybe longer. It's all going to be a disaster area for a long time, folks. It's really freaking sad. Think about this from an environmental standpoint, and realize that no matter how much we love you, we also have to follow the dictates by you and by the generation of your own karma. That is our job. And so as I said here in the note originally, cleaning up was the reference. At the time, I thought it was about the fog, cleaning up anything that might be toxic. But now it's obviously about cleaning up from the fire. So there's another example of a prophecy from last week. Harmony Mountain will not stay harmonious if those around the mountain do not treat it with respect. I lived on Harmony Mountain. If you want to think of it as Saddle Peak, I lived there for 13 years, right? And it was harmonious to me. I loved the view and the the trees, and everything. It is for this reason that all those things that hinder the awakening of Christ consciousness on your sphere will be, in a sense, forcibly stripped away. After the fire, when I was first unsealing this, I said, I used to live in the highest altitude of Los Angeles on Saddle Peak. It was very harmonious, but now everything is burned down. So this now, again, there were enough people. This is the problem, man. If you're in an area where there's enough people that have negative karma, that attracts earth changes. It's the relative level of harmony in any given area that determines whether you're safe or not. When I went to LA, I could see, man, it's just really going downhill. It's so much danger. There's so much negativity. There's so much rage. All those things that hinder the Christ consciousness will be forcibly stripped away. And you can't argue with God, right? I mean, you have to play by the rules, or else the rules will play you. And that's apparently what has happened here. It's so freaking sad. I can't believe it. I really did want to move back there, but I doubt I'm going to do that now. Some research into this, still from last week's reading, could yield better results, and we are more interested in focusing on the light of the one creator than this material. However, it is important to say that deluges, famines, and the like will be the lay of the land for the time at the nexus point between those challenges now seen and the much greater challenges in the very near future. We already read that one. Holy crap, they're definitely talking about the fire. We speak of very near future because to us, your linear time is quite difficult. And we're now almost at 7,000 viewers. Let's hope we can pick up another 300. When we see these things looming so strongly in the forefront of your consciousness, right, because the fire was about to happen 2 days after I read this and unsealed it to you, it is difficult to try to chart out exactly when it will take place, impossible as you say, but true. So again, they could see this fire looming so strongly in the forefront of our consciousness. A better measuring stick or rod for divination is the innate sense within self of what, when, why, how, and where things are going to occur. This sixth sense is within all of you, and man, I could feel it. I'm like, something bad's going to happen in LA involving fire. I do not want to be here. Actually, it is closer to the earth in some ways than we are capable of becoming without the most diligent of efforts. We have that earth consciousness. Thus, we are having some difficulty triangulating upon exactly when these despairs will occur, but they knew. They knew it was 2 days away. Consider it one of mankind's greatest hoaxes to set forth the idea you are a three-dimensional body and nothing more. Evermore, lest ye doubteth the truth, remember this statement forever and ever. The Lord thy God is one. As he sheweth thee the way to the Christ light within, so too mayest thou understand the importance and urgency of taking these matters more seriously than you had before. Well, now you got my attention. Now I'm taking this more seriously because 2 days after you predicted this was a massive fire. I'm taking it more seriously. Thank you. My gosh. Then they immediately mention Israel, the seeker, is looking for a new direction. This is a metaphor for you, the seeker of all life. The voice tone deepens, meaning it's probably now Archangel Michael talking. The habitual patterns that characterize the past must be broken. It is for this reason that we state unequivocally that to be without power is to rob oneself of light. Everybody lost power when the fires happened. That's a prophecy of the power outage. And the habitual patterns that LA and the far left and Hollywood that characterize the past, those patterns are being broken. Israel is looking for a new direction. And what do you know about the traditional view of Hollywood, right? So, okay, yeah. Israel is another prophecy because supposedly, I didn't really see evidence of this, but yeah, there are certainly some executives in showbiz have that background. But again, the power outage, wow, it's all there. The habitual patterns must be broken to be without power. Amassing your own personal store of power is the next step in the chain of witnessing large-scale events like the fire that was about to happen and being awed by them. It was awe-inspiring in a very sad and tragic way. You do not need to do this by deduction. Rather, it is quite simple. An estimation of meaningless energy when it is then transformed into usable energy. So again, look at that. Witnessing large-scale events and being awed by them. Even if you had trouble believing the other time loops that I was giving you before, which I don't see why you would, this collection from last week is amazing, and I'm already 2 hours and 15 minutes into my show. So like, wow. just to unpack what we already told you just last week and how accurately it predicts the fire is amazing. And now we're going to get on with the rest of the material because, again, last week we left off at the end of January 28th. The very next day's dream contains more prophecies of this disaster. So let's dig into that. 3:20 in the morning, I woke up, put this in the tape recorder. At the end of this dream, I had the metaphor of the canary in the coal mine. Well, the canary in the coal mine is what you use to see if there's potentially going to be a fiery explosion in the coal mine because the gases will cause the canary to die, and that means you better get the hell out of there before it explodes in fire, okay? Because anybody could chip your thing on the side. You have your pickaxe, right? You get a spark off of the metal from the pickaxe. If the canary has died, that means there's gas. That means when you make the spark with your pickaxe, everything is going to blow up. So once again, the canary in the coal mine is a great metaphor for the LA fire, except that in this case, the canary dies and then the mine blows up, I guess. Sad. This was also associated directly with the number 1080, which is the classic symbolic number of the moon, 666 being the number of the sun in Gematria. This number showed up as the canary died. So as I said here, if you understand astrology, the moon will bring forces of darkness, forces of danger, hidden enemies, people that you can't, like if you pull the moon card in the tarot deck, it means there's somebody that's hanging out with you and you think you can trust them, but you really can't. If you get the moon, it's like, oh, dude, man, I got the moon. That means there's people plotting against me. Well, yeah, you're probably right. That's kind of the world we live in right now. So the 1080 number, the number of the moon, shows up as the canary in the coal mine died, which again means there's about to be a huge fire. And LA was a canary in the coal mine for humanity. In other words, this is a warning that our whole planet could be destroyed. We're getting a cosmic wake-up call similar to Hiroshima. It's like, dang, big things can happen. We want to prevent against that. It's changing the political attitude of a lot of people in these areas because their government did not help them. They were too focused on other things. And then, with the canary and the death of the canary, then we actually have a fiery explosion. Again, prophetic. This is the very next dream from the very next day. These are on all my hard drives going back. I've got 10, 15 hard drives with this on there. I can prove this is real. I did not make this up. Something had happened to make the canary blow up in an explosion. Wow. It all took place in an attic, so this is like people's houses burning up. My brother was there playing music with his friends, and I say here the bird is symbolic of Los Angeles, and the disaster is still ongoing as I'm writing this note. And LA is where people play music. It's the music industry, so it all makes sense. There was a kitchen sink that had been taken out and was being used for a drainage system. That again implies disaster, like why would the kitchen sink be loose? And why would you use it for drainage? That again suggests the house is being destroyed because the porcelain sink is going to be one of the only things that's left in the disaster wreckage of your home. There you go. I was with my friend Boehner. He had a lot of weed in various trays up in the attic. And of course, California is a major, major center for cannabis. I then realized that what looked like this weed was actually pieces of metallic wire. Now, the metallic wire to me suggests the idea of detonators, the idea of using explosives. You would have a wire, and then you would hit the thing over here, and the electrical charge goes through the wire, and boom. So that again suggests, how did the explosion happen? Maybe it happened because of this wire. According to what my brother told me, the bird died when they had tested dynamite or something that was reasonably close to it. Well, okay, so what does dynamite do? It explodes and it creates fiery, it creates a fiery cloud. And actually that $300 million contract I was telling you about was specifically for construction dynamite. It wasn't for anything that was going to be used in terms of war or hurting people. It was just because of the Ukraine war, there is this massive shortage of TNT, which is the main ingredient in dynamite. So, somebody better get on their butt and start making this stuff again, because if we don't have it, we're in real trouble. And one of the main things we need it for is construction. So The people now have decided that our price was too high, so that contract did fall through. But the point was we had a $300 million construction dynamite contract come in. And then here's this dynamite showing up in the dream. It was really, really fascinating. So, wow, how prophetic. So as I said, this strongly suggests the mention of dynamite, the wire, the canary in the coal mine, all of this suggests it was done deliberately. According to what my brother told me, the bird died when they had tested the dynamite or something reasonably close to it. There was a shock wave that came through, like all of LA had this wave of fire, and disrupted concrete next to the radiator, killing the bird almost instantly. Very sad. So then I say, I'm getting the metaphor here that this has something to do with the lunar number 1080, the climate canary dying, indicating upcoming danger, caused by something at a distance that ruptured the ground right in front of the canary. It sounds like a formula again, telling me of an earthquake. In fact, it actually works even better for a fire. But this was my note in 1999. I was already seeing it was prophetic of a disaster. With the number 1080, this tells me it has something to do with when the moon is going to be full, possibly giving us a time. I don't know. All this dictation started around 3:28 a.m. And then Michael comes in and says, true to form, the spherical mass of gravity will become more regularized as a constant in the approaching months and years. In order to do this, it has to renew and revivify the connection to the in-streaming fourth density positive energy. So what is this saying? This is talking about the now apparently gradual 20-degree pole shift that our Earth will have. It's described in the Law of One. The spherical mass of gravity, the Earth will have to regularize in the approaching months. So part of that regularization of the Earth into fourth density is that if there's pockets of negativity, like what we had in LA that I could feel when I went there, they are jeopardized by Earth changes and natural disasters and other events, war, fatalities, all kinds of stuff. So it's very important that we stay as harmonious as possible, because if enough people are not harmonious in a given area, that area is vulnerable to Earth changes. This comes about indirectly through the polarity of the inhabitants and more directly through the inevitable realignment of the Earth and its global grid itself. That is the slow pole shift. And it's starting now. I mean, it's already drifting, but it's going to go 20 degrees at some point, and it'll be non-catastrophic when it does. This aspect of change is not necessarily malleable, although with the harmony of the inhabitants, it can be met at a much slower speed, hence much less disastrous. So, the LA quake, the LA fire, is part of the inevitable realignment of the Earth as it harmonizes with Christ consciousness, fourth density energy. And as we're doing this, it's not the whole planet, it's much less disastrous, but still, LA was really bad. The connection we have is to the source self of all beingness. We are that light as well. Know then that this contact will continue to occur as a greater effort is then made to seek the Christ light within you. All you need to do is begin imagining the unutterable name of the One, and you will then be on your way to arriving home. These consciousness units, this is the secret geometry that makes atoms, molecules, planets, everything. We've talked about this before. Consciousness units, the important point is that the thing that makes matter is actually conscious and it can interface with you. There is no spoon. Ooh. Right? These consciousness units are comparable to a host of other multi-layered presences, and in so doing, they encompass a single unit in and of themselves. This, and by this I think they mean the LA fire, was a function of the interaction between large and small, the planet's energy field and the individual or apparent individual's entities' fields. So when enough people are disharmonious, they're going to attract the Earth changes. That's the problem. Separation does not exist, as there is a consciousness unit formed from this unity, even as the global grid is formed. That's interesting. We all make a consciousness unit that protects us as a planet from harm. Those ancient monuments on Mars, and think about it, we just talked about them last week. That was a big part of our show. And the week before, whatever it was recent, have kept the ball rolling for hundreds of thousands of years. And now you are accurately discerning their message of physics with regard to rotating spherical mass and the inscribed geometric shapes. Well, now the Alliance is telling us we're going to learn about this. So this is very prophetic, because the Alliance's own posts are saying, get ready to learn the truth about Mars. And there's pyramids and obelisks there. Do not fail to realize the importance of what you are now doing. To an onlooker from another plane, it is quite extraordinary to see you becoming able to put all these things together. Because again, we're doing it outside of time, this time loop, I think that's what they're talking about. That fact alone has made us very happy. You know what? If they're happy, I'm happy. I just need them to be happy. Everything's good. Never before have I been able to speak so closely to you. That means no other channel is as preferred as what they got out of me. Thank you guys for saying that. I'm deeply honored, Archangel Michael. Thank you very much. Because obviously he's talking in the truth because he's predicting the future. So how did he do that? It's some cosmic intelligence. Never before have I been able to speak so closely to you. And it is with my consciousness that we are able to meld as one and merge into the depths. And they do say everybody can do this. I just am a front runner because of multiple incarnations of doing this stuff. As we come closer now to understanding this oneness, we feel compelled to shake off the boundaries that have surrounded us as we have studied the circumscribed tetrahedron within the sphere and other things. So again, this possibly, the idea of shaking off the boundaries could possibly be a reference to the border dispute prophetically. I should have highlighted it, I forgot to. But that could be because, again, the circumscribed tetrahedron, one of the ones that Hoagland talked about was Hawaii being at 19.5 degrees north latitude, which is the circumscribed tetrahedral altitude. If you put a tetrahedron inside the Earth, one of the corners on Hawaii, the tetrahedron is actually the source of the volcanic activity. It's caused by multidimensional energy that gates in through this geometry. And if you want to know all about that, I have the Sacred Science of Michael Prophecies course. You get that, you get the disclosure, and you get the Michael books, and we'll have that offer in just a bit. Instead, realize that it does all make sense. It does all fit together. And you will indeed be coming home very soon. Wow. We do underline and stress the word very. This is talking about the Ascension. They will be reuniting with us this year, very soon. So I love that. The moment-by-moment transformation of your very existence is wondrous for us to behold. As we see, you are completing paths of karma that might have indeed taken thousands of years otherwise. And LA just completed Path of Karma, that's why I highlighted that. Your romantic seclusion with self, they knew that I was alone for all this time, has indeed been productive of a great number and variety of ways for you to remain whole and complete in a short period of time in the present. As a result of this, the next time we have to look into the looking glass, clearly indicating they know they're predicting the future, and it's very likely that the Alliance has used something like Looking Glass to have their own access to the future to help develop and refine what we're calling the plan. It's a very common classified technology, Looking Glass. The next time we have to look into the Looking Glass, meaning when they prophesy where we're going to be in the future, we will have come even farther, made even more progress, conducted even more readings. Here every week we're doing this, and lived more fruitful and more fully energetic lives. Know right now that it's different. You are able to walk and talk a deliberate continuum of events that includes the discrete past as well as the discrete future. The hoarders of this information have not given it to you in the way in which you would like. I believe this is talking about government cover-ups of UFO information. They're hoarding the UFO information. They have not given it to you the way you would like. Rather, they continue groping blindly forward, lacking direction and substance in their meanderings. Let's focus more on the addendum to the author's preface and see the transformation that must occur now waiting in the wings. Wow. Very exciting. Saturn and its rings beckon you to rejuvenate your full contact with the council therein. So they are saying that you are going to have full contact and that the transformation must occur. So this is the ascension of humanity. Not everybody's going to get the same stuff. Some people are going to become very, very amazing with their abilities. Other people are not going to have that happen. And it really depends on how much you follow these practices of Christ's consciousness, the Jesus teachings, Christianity, in its core, to be a good person. To know these blessings is a great gift. That's for sure. We achieve it second by second as you feel this sense of oneness and belongingness. Do not worry about how all of this will happen or about why you feel it is necessary to run and hide with regard to earth change prophecies. Well, look at what just happened. And yeah, I didn't want the prophecies, but they had to give it to me anyway. Instead, see the whole issue as a volleyball game with spirit. Both sides of the net are trying to keep the ball up into the air. It is spirit that created both sides, as well as the net, the ground that surrounds it, and the air that the players breathe. And volleyball would be a game you'd be apt to play in LA because it's nice and warm. And it's talking about the air that we breathe. Well, there's smoke in the air from the fire, smoke from the fog, all that stuff. The forces in the earth are like the two sides of a volleyball team, pushing and pulling, giving you a summary of different stresses. And that sounds like the San Andreas Fault, which is again in California. The discarnate forms of the enlightened could be construed as part of this game. So that would be, again, angelic beings with conscious humanity on the other side. Know then that in our heart of hearts, we only want the best for you. We only want what is right. We are also aware, as it says in Michael Prophecies and the Law of One, that 3 of these 25,000-year cycles, 75,000 years of third density humanity, 75,000 years of your karma is ending, and a gateway more massive and spectacular, this is Ascension, than anything you could have ever imagined, is now extraordinarily soon to open. They said 2025. Isn't that exciting? I cannot wait, you guys. Wow. Bring it on. Oops. I forgot to cut those 3 sentences, and now they're here. The seeds become simpler then when you understand how to sow them. And again, we're going to have to plant seeds to grow back all these dead trees in the fire. So there you go. There's another prophecy. In order to create the necessary learning experiences to positively polarize the entities upon your plane in a short time. Well, LA's been through this catastrophe, and again, that would be the learning experience, and it will cause them to seek the positive. We have been mandated by the flow of energy within each of you to continue to guide your planetary sphere in this direction, creating necessary learning experiences. So the higher beings allowed this fire to occur to positively polarize people in a short time. LA's never going to be the same, dude. It really isn't. So we have a cavity of sorts developing, a cavity that needs to be filled, a blemish on the tooth that must needs be drilled out and filled in with porcelain. Well, this is talking about LA, right? It's all, sad, but there was a lot of people with bad karma there, apparently. On Tuesday the 7th, the same day this started, I had my right rear molar crowned. Finally got that done. I've had this broken tooth in the back on the right for a long time, since last March, because I really didn't have the money or the time to fix it. It didn't hurt. This occurred exactly as the Palisades fire became a gigantic disaster. So again, what's interesting about this time loop here is that on the same day that it was a couple days after, because I unsealed this for good on the 11th. But just like 3 days before the 11th, I'd had my tooth ground down. When they make it into a crown, they have to take off most of the material of the tooth. It was a lot of drilling. It was really awful. That happened just on Tuesday. I just went through a massive dental procedure this week, had to get my tooth drilled, and then they had to crown it, which is the equivalent of it being filled. And then the time loop mentions it. Oh, we have a cavity that needs to be filled, a blemish that must be drilled out and filled in with porcelain. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Here you go. My proud new tooth. All the way in the back there. That wasn't like that before. But I just got it done. How do they know this? How do they freaking predict that I had to do? Well, because they're not in time. We are hampered by the illusion that linear time is real. We are hampered, we are held down in our belief system that linear time is a thing. It's really not a thing when you go to the higher realms. He can look at 1999 and he can look at 2025, and they're happening simultaneously. And he can tell me things in 1999 that are reflective of the fact that I got my tooth drilled and that there was this big fire in LA. Pretty amazing, huh? Wow. The time loops have never been this good. This is like the best one ever, and it's because of the gravity of the event. In order to keep you aware of revolution, I think there's a typo in there. Both human revolution and the revolution of the music of the spheres, because I didn't even edit this, you guys. I just threw this together yesterday. It is necessary to begin asking some very simple questions. Who am I? Where did I come from, and where am I going? Well, who are you? You're ultimately a hologram of the one infinite creator. Where did you come from? You came from intelligent infinity. You are the universe. Where am I going? You are going to ascend. You are going to become something different. The more Christ-like you are, the better this is going to pay off for you. You're going to be walking around doing miracles, healing people. You won't need a med bed. So this is pretty cool. And they also talk about human revolution. What are we about to see on the 20th? A major, major new human revolution. This new change in the government is going to be very profound based on what we're expecting. The information superhighway is up and running, and we are but one example of how it is that a planet of information resounds around you in this creation. As we prepare to venture deeper forward into higher realms, we also know and understand that the most anyone can do is aspire to God. Now, David, why did you highlight that one yellow? Because humanity is preparing to venture deeper forward into higher realms on a planetary basis. It already happened. There was a solar flash on Proxima Centauri, December 21st, 2012, or thereabouts, closer to Christmas maybe. That was our solar flash. But we're going to have a non-catastrophic vibrational upgrade that doesn't cook the planet, doesn't create massive fires, doesn't destroy everything, except for the porcelain kitchen sink and the frickin' chimney. And the stone foundation. They mentioned the stone foundation and having to rebuild on it. As we prepare to venture deeper forward into higher realms, we will be aspiring to becoming like God, to having Christ consciousness. So we have a unique balancing beam act that we must portray. We delicately point out the ways in which your own equilibrium and balance as a planet is kept with such great care and determination. And one of the things about equilibrium and balance is not burning down, having enough rain, having enough water. And so it's a balancing beam act. And again, LA failed and fell off the balancing beam. We now take our leave of you and remind you, David, in this case, that this work you are doing is of paramount importance to the future of human civilization. No pressure. Yeah, no pressure. Okay, whatever. Right on. I'm just going to do my job, you guys. I don't want to try to take all this stuff on, but there you go. That's what they said. Do not fail to underestimate the power of your contributions and their significance. Thank you. Again, Michael, thank you for that. As it will become readily apparent in the very near future. Maybe like beginning on January 20th. Paramount importance, the future of civilization. Wow, thank you. We thank you. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. Then I wake up again. I have another dream, 6 o'clock in the morning. And this again is totally prophetic. It's so mind-blowing. I had to include it in the show. I walked down the gym hallway with a tile floor. I saw some old guys from high school come out of the gym carrying basketballs. As I walked into a large area, this guy from behind shot a ball at me like dodgeball. And in light of all the context, what happens in the dodgeball game is that kids who are stronger than you are throwing these playground balls at you. I don't think they're supposed to use basketballs. If they did, it would be a lot more dangerous, but the playground ball is soft, but if somebody throws it at you really hard and they hit you in the face, it's very, very awful. And so this would be the equivalent of portraying the DS as the bully who's throwing the dodgeball in the face of the people in California, in this case. So again, in context, this is going to make more sense. It might seem like a reach right now, but when you see the rest of the dream, it'll make sense. So he's throwing a dodgeball at my face. They are the planetary bullies. Then I saw a little Japanese guy in there. He had a regular-sized head, but his body was almost non-existent. It was very tiny, like a mutation. I recognized him from high school or college. He looked very vulnerable, and I was very happy when he didn't get hit with one of the playground balls. And so again, this is suggestive of radiation-induced mutations, as we saw in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, because remember, the guy is Japanese, it happened in Japan, His body was almost non-existent. That's a weird mutation. He has a big head but a small body. He was vulnerable, and he didn't get hit by the playground ball. So yeah, this sounds like a radioactive mutation prophecy. And again, just like Hiroshima, I mean, this is that picture of Palisades. It looks the same. It looks like it was just completely wiped out, and it was. This man with no body smiled at me when I came in. I said something like "cho itai," which would mean that it hurt very much. That's a Japanese phrase. And then I just got this resounding third eye pineal gland pressure. So after people got hit by the bomb in Japan, they had radiation sickness, and it was called itai itai, which means it hurts because you're always in pain. And so again, this is reflective of the idea that Palisades was leveled almost as bad as Hiroshima, same kind of damage, and it really hurts. Cho itai. Cho means very. After the thing with the little man, I ended up in this gym room. I started to see all these people from my past who I hadn't seen in a long time. I recognized everyone, and they all hugged me. There was a tremendous sense of release, rejuvenation, and joy. Then I saw two twins who both looked like this guy, James, who was one of the top jocks in our high school. I changed his name on purpose. And this is going to talk about the woke agenda now. So the top jocks would represent, in this case, like the DS. They're control of the media, just like the jocks control the high school. They're always on the announcements. They had their pants pulled down, and they were wearing women's underwear. Yeah, what does that remind you of? And everything was shaved. It was strange and very feminine looking. Well, there you go. It's prophetic of the woke agenda, and therefore these guys symbolize them again. Everything in this stream is symbolizing them, what they're doing right now. They're the ones throwing the playground balls at us. They're the bullies. And yet the bullies have this feminine appearance. They were asking me where the party was because they were so hungry. I told them the party was wherever they put the food. Now people are going to have to move to wherever they can have shelter and food. They've been displaced from their homes. So that's prophetic. He asked me to set up the food at my house at 621, and I told him I didn't really think so. I asked one of the Jameses if his house had ever been trashed when there was a party there. So now we're directly talking about houses being trashed. Once again, prophetic of the fire, the bully throwing the thing at you, the Japanese guy, he says, Cho itai, itai itai is radiation sickness from Hiroshima. This is an amazing LA prophecy, you guys. It really is. And he's having parties, and this is the guy with the feminine appearance representing the DS. As one James was telling me no, his house had never been trashed, again prophetic of the damage. He was climbing on a rocking chair contained within a cardboard box. It broke apart into a whole bunch of wooden long tubes called dowels, and the long tubes all fell apart with a crash. And I obviously knew he was lying. Now this totally blew my mind, you guys, because I've been watching the show on Paramount Plus called Landman, and it's really quite amazing. And yeah, I mean it's definitely not woke at all. It's the industry's attempt to do something completely not that way, and they really did succeed. And I think it's definitely worth checking out. But anyway, I have to spoil a little bit of it for you. The guy works on oil wells, and, you know, the first episode, one of the oil wells explodes, and people die in the fire, and that's prophetic of the LA fire, that the show comes out from Hollywood. And in the first episode, it's a big popular show. First episode, people die in a fire. But then in the later episode, I think it's like episode 6 or 7, something like that, there's a guy walking on the top of all these pipes in a truck, and he's mad because the pipes were all different sizes, and they're not supposed to be that way. And he kicks it in anger, and then it all falls apart, and all the pipes come down, and his body gets completely crushed. He has just enough time to talk a little bit. His head is the only thing sticking out in this pile of pipes. And he calls his wife, the last thing he does before he dies, because he knows he's a goner. And so he literally, all these pipes fall upon him. And I watched this, and it made me cry. And I just seen it a couple days ago. And then I unseal this, and it's the same scene. In my dream, just like in Landman, he's crawling on something, and he has all these dowels, which are like the pipes in the show, fall upon him. And then again, what is the point here? His house had never been trashed, but then it was. He falls in this big disaster. So this is prophetic of houses being trashed. The houses are trashed. They fall apart with a crash. Symbolically, that's what it's saying. So this is really intense, you guys. After that, for some reason, I put 2 soccer balls under my shirt to make fake breasts. When I hugged Rachel from my honors classes, we had enormous love between us, and we were lying there together. And again, this is prophetic of the agenda. In this case, I am the woke character, using soccer balls for boobs. Dreams are funny, man. You don't know where they're going to go. I was showing her my fake breasts, and she was laughing really hard. We were cuddling up next to each other and stuff. I let the breasts go off to the side. She thought this was hilarious and made her laugh even more. And right after this, I got woken up by a phone call. Okay, so you can see all these themes are very consistent. Then I had another dream on the same day again. 9:45 a.m., some guy was on a talk show. There's Hollywood. Hollywood is where they film talk shows. I walked down the hallway. All these people were trying to sell things. The offers were framed and hung on the wall. And to me, this sounds like gold records when you're selling records, other types of awards, Oscars, Academy Awards, etc. I think this is definitely talking about Hollywood selling the talk show. There was one guy who was offering something, I forget exactly what. It might have been like hotel stays for vacations. Well, showbiz, trying to sell things, trying to sell their homes, trying to get the insurance money, and you have to stay in a hotel because your house burned down. It's like a vacation. So again, when you start to see the rest of the dream, it's going to make even more sense. This is very prophetic. Then there was a girl who hung up a sign next to it saying it was a total ripoff to buy this hotel vacation and not to do it. Well, this suggests, again, fraud, like the whole fire was a result of fraud. I then walked into a game show. This guy with glasses was hosting it. Somebody just donated. Deanne Roy, thank you very much. He was told by the game show host that he had won a nice hotel room stay for $1,400. He was almost crying with joy. He had won a $1,400 extravaganza. So I think this is talking about how people had these very rich houses, and now they're going to want to stay in very nice hotels after their house burned down because they have the money to do it. And at that exact time, I had booked my first ever tour to the Canadian Rockies. People had to pay about $2,000 a person, so it was strongly hitting on the present moment. And this is where I ultimately went to be able to, have this time loop happen when I was in Canada. This was the first year I went. When I went there, selling a conference to 30 people who all came and stayed with me for a week after paying around $2,000 to do the vacation. Some people see this as being too focused on money. I'm offering conferences, but not putting out much in the way of genuine material. This new blast of transcription will change all of that. Then there was something like a railroad train. I was meeting with people who were part of the movie that was being organized and staged. The concept that this is all a movie and it's staged. You can see where this is going. In the movie, part of what was supposed to happen is that they're all standing there. Then there would be a car that would hit a ramp and it would fly right over them. So imagine the vision of a car flying overhead. That's another prophecy of disaster. That is not something you would normally want to have. That would mean the car is going to be colliding with the ground, bursting into flames. It's again, when the car hits the ground, it's going to be on fire. And it's Hollywood. Hollywood likes cars flying in the air in their movies. And a movie was being organized and staged. So this again, the car is going to land in a fire when it hits the ground. Prophetic of the LA fires. I don't know whether the car went directly overhead or a little to the right. The people were very scared by this, even though they were paid to do it. And, there's word that this might have all been, that maybe the DS did this on purpose, as horrifying as that may be. I was talking to another girl who was an old high school person with blonde hair. She described the car going overhead, how scared she got, and how she cowered. So again, I think this is prophetic of the fire because the car would burst into flames. When she ducked down, it looked like all that was left was long hair. You couldn't see her head or anything. This again suggests the disappearance of the body of Los Angeles. Her body disappeared. As this accident, this terrible fiery accident is occurring, she just disappears. This thing went overhead. When it landed, it changed from a car into an ocean ship that was sinking. This is a Titanic metaphor. And they mention the Titanic in another dream a couple days later. As it was sinking, it apparently turned purple. The purple Titanic. Purple is the main color of the LGBT community. This Titanic imagery is prophetic of the sinking of their entire agenda. Wow. So, I mean, it's very strange, all this dance of symbolism and stuff, but you can get, within the language of dream symbology, this all makes actual sense, you know? It's pretty amazing. The sinking of the purple Titanic. Somebody's going to make a meme of that now. Thank you if you do, by the way. Someone there was saying that the purple color was a sign of how quickly it was changing. It was going through its own death of freezing once it hit the water. What's the opposite of freezing? Burning. Right? And the car was going to blow up when it hit the ground. Now it's the Titanic. So Hollywood made the movie Titanic. It was a huge, huge success. I think that was in 1999, right? And so this is talking about Hollywood, the purple Titanic. Incredible. And it's going through a death. Well, freezing is the opposite of burning. I got the sense that even though it was only a trick for a movie, a real ship actually was sinking. And then, as I said again, this is the symbolic and literal death of Hollywood. Prophetic. Now, the next day's data from the 30th has even more of these disaster prophecies. This is 6:29 a.m., January 30th. There were 2 phases of going to my grandparents' old house at the lake. In the first phase, all my friends from high school converged there. Especially with my friend Jude, I was amazed that everybody could find it. They had just driven all the way up there by themselves. Okay, now, this directly references my old house on Saddle Peak because I was at the top of the mountain, and when we had my wedding and when we had my birthday parties, there was a birthday party Steven Tyler attended when I turned 40. I've had a few big parties at my house up there back when I still lived there, and everybody had to drive up the mountain and find their way up. So here it's analogized with Lake Pasico, but it again absolutely refers to the house that I ended up living in California. As I was coming out of the lake, I heard something down in the water. I walked out of the house and realized there was a channel like a moat in front of the whole house. And this again is showing castles, the cabal, European bloodlines, royalty, etc., which has all been transferred to LA, all that darkness. Upon further inspection, I realized there was a flotation device in front of the whole house. So now, think about it. The house is like a dark castle. The house has this creepy moat. This is representative of Hollywood. The moat is not going to protect them. And there's a flotation device in the moat. And this becomes a very important thing. It's like a blow-up, like an inner tube type of device that you can float on to make a little boat. Okay? There's a flotation device in the moat in front of the house. Seemed to have a motor on it. It had a plug on the top. This is an emergency boat. This is what you would use if there was a flood, for example, to drive around. So again, prophecies of emergencies in LA. I untethered the float. I realized I could, oops, let me fix my microphone. Sorry, that went way down. Hope it hasn't been that way that long. I untethered it and realized I could pop open the plug, which I think I did, only to discover very soon afterwards, once again, like the Titanic, the raft was sinking. We had a purple Titanic, now we got a sinking raft. This is again prophetic of that the life raft for LA was not there. The moat in the castle, there's a life raft, but you can't use it because it's sinking. It's the whole sinking of Los Angeles. I was very concerned. This was the only way to get into the house where all my friends were. And again, this is like LA's my friends in this case. That's what that symbolizes. I had to reach in, grab it, and pull it up and put the stopper, plug it back up. Then it seemed to solidify back into position, and only now could I walk across the gateway and access this castle around the moat, which again I called in the dream Lake Pasico. So this is important because I did heal the raft. I healed the life raft. A lot of people made it through this. You know, a lot of houses are still okay, but there's many more that are damaged. After I made it back to the house, another phase began. Don T, who in this case I don't think represents 47. I think in this case he represents somebody else, but he was my friend in high school who I hung with all the time. He was having trouble getting up to the lake. He had a big confrontation with a couple of dogs who were living there. He was angered by this and he wanted to shoot the dogs, and he had a gun. So I think given the fact that Don T obviously symbolizes 47, same first name, same last name initial, And this is the way it always has been. This character, Don T, shows up hundreds and hundreds of times in my transcripts, and they all seem to be reflective of him in some way. He had a big confrontation with a couple of dogs. Well, after he got shot at a couple times, there were news reports that they had robotic dogs patrolling the land around his place in Mar-a-Lago. Okay, so the big confrontation with the dogs would represent the election standoff, the wars that have gone on. All of that stuff, to me, reflects this idea of the gunfight. And yeah, to a certain degree, he's wanted to fight back to a large degree, and some people were upset by that, but now I think everybody's starting to figure it out. So, and again, the big confrontation with dogs, loose dogs, is also the same thing I've been going through on my land here. So there's that element as well. But again, the dogs, I think, represent the deep state adversary. He wanted me to write about it. He wanted me to write his book. I told him I had no interest whatsoever in anything having to do with hurting or killing people. I totally dissed him. He was upset and defensive, but I stuck to my guns. As I was defending myself, I had this weird image of an undersea craft that looked like it was made out of plumbing pipes. So there's the weird pipes again. So again, you know, I wouldn't totally diss him in person, of course. This is a weird dream. And I think that what it has to do with is people that don't want to support the alliance. They don't want to support the military. They don't want to support him. They don't want to dig deeper. Why are the dogs attacking him? Why does he want to fight back? He was upset and defensive. So I think here I'm personifying a lot of people in society who are not totally on board with this. But now they're going to show you why we need the military, why we need him, why we need the alliance. Because I'm being all sassy. I'm not being nice to him. I'm saying you shouldn't be going after those dogs. You shouldn't fight anybody. I don't want to hurt anybody or kill anybody. Well, no, if somebody's coming after you and they're going to kill you, you have to take action. You can't just sit down. And we're wanting this to happen through the alliance all very peacefully, but this represents the alliance's initiative. So what happened if we didn't listen to the alliance? Well, now we have this weird undersea craft made out of plumbing pipes. This craft was used to conduct an archaeological expedition. Dream gets really weird here, you guys. Check this out. The expedition happened on an extraterrestrial planet. There was a worldwide shock as everyone learned the news. So this expedition, there was some type of expedition to another world that was broadcast to everybody on Earth, and they had a special way of investigating this extraterrestrial planet. And wait till you see what they found. The house was found on this foreign planet. The craft found that the house was completely underwater. The Titanic was sinking underwater, wasn't it? That represents Hollywood. Everything inside the house looked very much the same in a lot of ways as 20th century America. So this again is prophetic of the deluge of LA, the sinking of the houses, in this case by fire. But this is on an alien world. And yet it's going to be apparently somebody from Earth, but how the hell did they end up having a house on another planet that looks like they were living on Earth? That's what it turns into. The team sent a guy in of some kind in a bath escape or diving suit to investigate this house while it was underwater. He was going through the interior and said, there's some beer, there's a bag of Score, which is a type of chocolate. There was spaghetti on the countertop. I saw oatmeal cookies and standard kitchen implements. And again, this is prophetic of the destruction of so many houses because this is on an alien world and the whole house is underwater. And this suggests that that entire planet had some type of disaster. Houses like ours were kept underwater. So the LA fire is a warning that this could happen to us. We could end up with our whole planet destroyed. We were totally fascinated that Earth-looking stuff was found underwater on an alien world. And then they played the song Who's Got the Hooch, which was out in '99 at the time. Hooch refers to drugs usually, right? So the LA fires are a warning of what could happen to our planet. Everyone's stuff could end up underwater if we actually went through the solar flash pole shift. Michael is telling us we are on a non-catastrophic ascension timeline. So, again, remember, I was harassing somebody who seems to represent 47. I don't want to support you going after these dogs that are attacking you, and then immediately cut to an alien world, and there's houses like ours, but they're submerged under the sea. That's what would happen to Earth. The alien world is actually Earth in another timeline if we were destroyed. So LA is a big warning shot that we want to be as harmonious as possible. We don't want to let our communities get too violent or negative because that attracts negativity. It can attract earth changes. It can attract disasters. And we have an earth-looking home underwater. It's a very, very interesting dream. And then they go into the reading. So I ask a question. I have to admit, for all my skepticism, as you said in the reading yesterday, I have a newfound aversion to earth change prophecies. I have to admit very strongly that this whole dream you just gave me, finding this underwater 20th century house on another world, suggests a possible inundation of our planet's land in the near future. Well, yes, it was inundated with fire. I just had the element wrong. This is what I've been feeling is on the way here, perhaps in mid-February. And again, this is only off by 1 month because the fire was in January. And it was mid-January. I definitely don't want to skew the results by expecting anything from you. I know we don't have a lot of tape. If there's any small thing we can say on this, let's do it right now. And then think about what just happened. There was huge distress in LA, right? Massive distress. Distress causes many great changes. The seabed pulls like a magnet all those discordant vibrations that would then hold you back. And the seabed is where the Titanic is. The seabed is where that sunken house was. So the distress of this fire has pulled out discordant vibrations that were holding us back. Hollywood in general, the propaganda, all that stuff. We do not wish to seem like prognosticators of doom. Far from it. However, you do need to analyze the mass collective mind of humanity and see what it is that must be done. We are simply talking about probabilities here and investigating the relative strength and or weakness of differing options now available to you as a collective human organism. As we have already stated through Casey, one of those options was for land inundations in 1998, which is now passed. Again, prophecy of the inundation of fire in California. However, the increase in solar energy continues to make your existence on the planet in its currently discordant state a rather risky proposition from a third-dimensional perspective. The energy will not change, but rather continue to increase over time. And this is very important. If the pressure was high in 98, then in 99 it will be even stronger, and obviously we're in 25 now. That means that pockets of resistance will have even greater torsion put upon them by the internal fluid dynamics of the Earth's structure, then working in concert with the electromagnetic nexi of the global grid and its points of in-streaming energetic entrance. So the pockets of resistance are now going to have tension on the grid, which leads to earthquakes, wildfires, tornadoes, tsunamis, hurricanes, etc. It's the energetic resistance that we create that causes this to happen because our consciousness pinches the grid and attracts severe disasters. That's their science. That's the ET science. What we do have is this: an opportunity to show probabilities, to show phenomena that were rightly described as having been imminent at one time. And just last week, they told us deluges, famines, and the like in the very near future. And they were right. These are now being considered not from the dream of an alarmist position, but rather of the path that was sinking and then resurfaced, as you noticed in the dream. So that suggests, again, Atlantis, LA will sink but resurface. Our civilization is going to resurface in the Golden Age. It's all good. The float to your memories, which were centered in Lake Pesico, was renewed in its strength when you noticed that it was drifting and you tried to reinflate it. And I think this is talking about the resurrection of LA after this disaster and our society. The higher forces will print money for you as well, and everybody needs money after this thing happened. It is important for you to realize that karma can be doled out as well as rewards. Karma can be doled out, huh? Well, the point they're making here is that rewards can also happen. So when you see some really bad karma like this, remember the rewards also exist. And now I've confirmed we're down to like 6,100 people watching. There's a bunch of people overseas who have to go to bed at a certain point. I didn't take my break at the normal time. I waited a little longer. We are just about to take that break now, but I wanted to get through this first. But I got some really cool footage to show you this week, so we'll be there in just a second. By investigating problems and trying to come up with their solutions, you might then make several steps closer as a planet to the cessation of the worst of the Earth changes, so to speak. So LA is a warning And we're not going to have things worse than that, but this was our big warning. We imagine this will be difficult for you to accomplish, as the entrenched structures will probably never take our work seriously enough until it is too late. Well, the negative does, but the Alliance definitely takes this seriously. Either way, we're going to have the worst of the Earth changes not have to happen. However, in our heart of hearts, we are hoping for all of you, hoping that you will change, hoping that things will come around, so to speak. Well, yeah, that way we wouldn't have disasters. Then at 9:09 a.m., there was a section having to do with sea and mountain climbing. The final section featured a woman wearing a red dress, and she had taken some kind of drug that was going to end her. Whoa, the woman in the red dress is in the Matrix, and this dream was from January 30th. Matrix didn't come out till the beginning of April 1999. I did not know about the woman in the red dress. Michael did. Here she definitely represents Hollywood, prophetic of its collapse and the mass offering of oceanfront Los Angeles. The drug that she took is the fact that this was in fact a self-inflicted wound. So the woman in the red dress is taking this drug. How amazing. And also think about what the drug also represents if you go back to, for example, the year 2020, right? Whoa, it's got that level of it as well. And who gave it to us? Well, the people behind this faction that we're now discussing. And now they're collapsing. They have collapsed. So this is pretty interesting. There was a guy waiting for her in a car after she took this. I jokingly commented in the dream that it was a hearse limousine. Remember, a lot of these people traveled in limousines when they went to their jobs. Once she died in there, they could double it up as a hearse. Wow. And that's what they've turned it into, isn't it? DC, this man, David from the farm, was involved. I remember that. He was a black friend of mine. He loved Bob Marley. He had dreadlocks, and he was an avid smoker. And as you see in this dream, David avoids the sadness of the woman's death. He doesn't take it in. The medication he was using apparently helped him not take it in. So go figure. So the limousine doubles up as a hearse. Pretty amazing stuff. It's symbolic of Hollywood, the death of Hollywood. The idea was that this woman was supposed to be in the back of the limo or hearse. The driver was then going to release gas that she would breathe, and she did. And this is talking about the smoke as well as the fog. Now again, do I believe that a lot of people are going to be, dying from that fog? No. Is it going to make you sick? Yeah, it'd probably make you. I think it made me sick. But wow, she's breathing this gas. This is very precisely talking about the wildfires. The woman in the red dress who is offing herself, and this is the way that she did it. And it all has to do with smoke. Amazing. It's amazing. The driver was immune to it. He had gotten acclimated from doing so much of it. Then David said the reason, or DC, it has other implications, said the reason why he didn't get affected by this was that he was happy all the time. And, he has this habit, self-medication. So he was using some type of an intoxicant. So again, that may help you through these hard times, whatever you want to do. If it's legal for you, go for it. For some reason, after this woman inhaled the gas, then she started getting all sentimental about her life. And this is probably what's going to happen. A lot of reflectiveness in the industry now. She tried to go into a restaurant, which was a classroom where she'd been working, to tell everyone what she had just done. Nobody wanted to listen to her with her crazy story about gas and dying and all this stuff. They didn't realize she was telling the truth and that she'd actually inhaled the gas. So people didn't want to believe the prophecies. Now they've come true. That's what I think this means. She was walking back out, and then she started falling and flip-flopping as she walked. Again, this is symbolic of health problems and death. I tried to bring her into the classroom, sat her down in the chair. Nobody really knew what to do. I was trying to secure somebody to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Nobody wanted to do it. Nobody had the guts to step up to the challenge. So again, this is talking about the death of Hollywood, that nobody within their ranks wants to defend them right now. They know this event is coming. He's getting back in office. Anything could happen. We're in big, exciting times coming up here. Nobody had the guts to step up to the challenge. And by the way, thank you guys. I'm still trying to there's a lot of material to get through this week. Michael has given me so many prophecies It is going to have to be a longer show, but we're almost done. Everyone in the classroom was crying. Now wait for it. Here it comes. It was like Saturday Night Live. The perfect embodiment of Hollywood, even though it's in New York. Same thing. It's made by Hollywood. Dana Carvey, one of the stars of Saturday Night Live, one of the master impressionists of all time, probably the best one of all time, he was one of the people crying. And everybody was singing a song. This is prophetic of all the celebrities losing their houses along oceanfront properties, Hollywood Hills, Sunset, Calabasas, etc. Everybody's crying, and we just saw what it was. What she did to herself, breathing that gas. The lyrics of the song that everybody was singing were, "Don't let go, don't effing smoke, don't you know you're going to choke." So it's literally talking about choking on smoke. The woman symbolizes Hollywood. She's offing herself, and it says, "Don't choke on smoke." How weird. And then even weirder is, as I noted here, there is a Pink Floyd song called On the Turning Away. And, my voice has to be warmed up to do this properly. But anyway, On the Turning Away is a song about turning away from people who are in need of your help, people who have been through disasters, people who have been through, terrifying events like the LA fire. And Pink Floyd's message was on the turning away. Don't turn away from them. So let me try to hit these notes properly, because the actual lyrics of the song are, here we go. Let me see if I can do this without warming up. Don't expect that what's happening is just a case of all this suffering, or else you'll find that you're joining in the turning away. That's it. I did it. I didn't make any bad pitches. Good. So again, the song actually followed that melody. Don't let go, don't effing smoke, don't you know you're going to choke. That's what everybody was singing over and over again to the tune of On the Turning Away, which would be about turning away from people like the victims of this disaster. So this is unbelievable. Choking on smoke is exactly what everybody in LA is doing. It's very prophetic. Everybody's crying. Dana Carvey, Saturday Night Live, they're all crying and singing this song. Crazy. The second set of words in each verse is resolved upwards as in the word suffering. So I sang it as close as I can remember the way it was in the dream. The song was repeating over and over again, and it was almost like a big farce. Like people were kind of making fun of it. Well, why would they do this to themselves, right? It's all prophetic of them doing this to themselves immediately before anticipated exposure and arrests occur, and involving various lawsuits. The very next day was January 31st, where my life emulates the disaster prophecy. 6:39 a.m., I had to put my mattress on the floor, and it was cold in the barn. I had a wild cat, and I'd allowed her to sleep on my bed. Barn kitty peed all over my bed. It was horrible. It was horrible. I had been freezing cold, and my own life, therefore, is mirroring the survival conditions in the aftermath of a disaster. My bed, one of my basic things, was destroyed, in this case by urine, in the other case by fire. And I'm too cold, which is what happens when you're usually seeking shelter, or if you tried to stay in your house and there's no power and there's no heat. Yeah, you could try to live in your house that way, but it's going to be awful. You're going to be freezing cold. So this is very prophetic. I know I could put on long underwear. I just thought of that now. It's been very cold. All I've been sleeping with is a sheet that I had in my bass drum. Everything else is ruined. That's prophetic of people losing all their stuff, including their beds in Los Angeles. My dream again seemed to be suggesting that something is going to happen to California. I don't know if California was going to sink. There it is, prophecy of California fire. San Francisco was in there. When I thought about California in the dream, I got the image of a tree trunk with a hole in the middle, like the hole had been burned. So again, the hole in the tree trunk caused by fire, and California was going to be, destroyed, some part of it. That's what this dream was about. It's, again, very prophetic. Oops. Hope there's not too many of those. Okay, well, you got to suffer through the warts of the show, folks. Wabi sabi. There was another plot having to do with driving somewhere and having trouble getting there, again, like going up to my house in the mountains in Topanga. Obviously, waking up in the cold made it difficult to remember the dream. If something like this deluge is going to happen, I'm sure I will get a lot more than this. Well, I did. And this is prophetic of massive traffic jams as people fled the fires, having to drive somewhere and having trouble with the driving. Very amazing. So then I said, I got a very clear psychic look at the 3 words in Arial in large print, parades and raising. Then I seemed to get to the next center as an afterword. So then I wrote this down, parades and raising to the next center. Well, this is amazing, you guys. If you take the word parades and then you just add the IS from raising, R-A-I-S-I-N-G, then you have Palisades, which is just 1 letter off from Palisades. Wow. So Michael even encoded the name of Palisades, the name of the fire. Hope you guys are watching this because this is very, very exciting. Let me make sure I got your comments loaded up here. Okay. Yeah. Be careful of scammers and phishing attempts through text right now. They're taking advantage of stressful times. A lot of credit cards expired in December. Yeah, so please, we're never going to contact you by text. I'm not on Telegram. I've never owned crypto. I don't sell crypto. We're just about to take my pee break here. You're going to have a beautiful piece of footage to watch while I'm on break. But I wanted to get through all these prophecies first. So my gosh, they actually encoded the name Palisades, only having it 1 letter off with Palisades in the build-out of these 2 phrases, parades and raising to the next center. And again, raising the next center is about ascension, and parades is about the celebration of our ascension, so they actually made it a logical ascension prophecy as well. There will be parades as humanity raises to the next center. Very, very amazing stuff. I love it. And then 7:50 a.m. on February the 1st, he says, Freudian in action. Let's boomerang into higher realms with our own desire to be of greater and greater service. Put the desire behind you for sexual gratification, which I think Hollywood represents that, and you will indeed have come a long way. So when I looked at the idea of the boomerang, it's like you shoot it out and it comes back to you. It travels a long distance and it comes back, travels in a big circle. The boomerang kind of reflects the idea of the wildfires and how it's just boomeranging around LA. And it keeps on going and going, and it's igniting new fires as it goes. And now it's in Calabasas. Now it's going into the valley, Encino, Brentwood, Sherman Oaks. It's freaking crazy. So I think the boomerang's a pretty good metaphor here, folks. Okay. And again, Hollywood represents sexual gratification. And, we're boomeranging into the higher realms where we're not so focused on that anymore. This pillar of Clinton's arrival has indeed been a vast method of cleansing. Whoa. They directly implicate the Clintons in this? And they say that it's caused a cleansing? Well, yeah, the fire does that, right? And the pillar of their arrival, Clinton's arrival, would be the arrival at the trial. Can you even believe this? It's just too good, man. It's too freaking good. It is both fun for the people on one level because they are ascending, and very difficult on another because it is a mirror of the self. So yes, the fiery collapse of LA is a mirror of the collapse of their industry in Hollywood. It's fun for people because we're ascending, but there's also this very difficult, vast cleansing going on. And then right after this, I have a dream about Axl Rose being a heroin addict, and then another symbol of the Titanic sinking, again showing, drug addiction is a symbol of Hollywood being ill and that there's a sickness in there. So the Titanic is mentioned again, along with the idea of a heroin addicted rock star. Wow. You cannot make this stuff up. So, I only ever went to one party that had any type of stars at it. This is my own thing. I mean, I wanted to end this out before we take our break with some of my positive memories of Los Angeles, some of my favorable memories, because I have a lot of them. And so Steven Tyler came to my 40th birthday party up there at the house in the hill. Everybody was shocked. I went around and told everybody, don't act like you even know who he is. I need every person in this party to act like they've never seen this guy before. Do not talk to him about rock and roll. Do not talk to him about Aerosmith. Don't even act like you know who he is or that you know his name. And Stephen said it was the most fun he ever had at a party. So I really never went to any parties. The one that I did go to was during the day. And anyway, I met Stephen there, but nothing weird happened. In fact, I ended up helping Stephen with his meet and greets. All these people wanted to meet Steven Tyler, and I ended up getting them to form a line, one at a time, and I helped him through it. I helped hundreds of people meet Stephen at this party, but there was nothing weird. I mean, that's the thing. Please don't assume that because some people in LA or Hollywood got themselves in trouble, that like everybody that was ever there and every party that ever happened was bad. That's not true. If there was this stuff there, this evil stuff, it's very undercover. It never comes right out in the open. I never openly saw anything like that. I had this one party that was outdoors in Malibu that I went to. Stephen was there. Smokey Robinson was there. So that's what I'm going to share with you is my favorable memories. Very likely this whole area of Malibu where the party was is gone. I haven't checked specifically, but I imagine every place in this area is now gone. So it's very sad, but I wanted to remember this. So we're going to do some Stephen stuff. We're going to have some fun, show you some pictures of my time with Steven Tyler. So here we go. The first picture was I got invited to Los Angeles. This is my ex-wife, Beth, on the right, and she's there with the guitar player from Aerosmith who looks rather sullen. He didn't really like the meet and greets. He had to meet hundreds and hundreds of people, and, you know, he was burned out. But anyway, Steven's very happy. So she's next to the guitar player. I'm next to Steven, and then we're zeroing in on his close-up of that now. He's got a bunch of stage makeup on, so he looks great. I don't. I'm wearing my ratty old jacket. But anyway, there you go. I got to meet him in LA. That time loops into the book. Now this is Stephen in this area. They had some snow activities in the background. I would imagine all the trees there are probably gone now. This whole property's probably gone now. But this was when I was helping Steve. I was wearing an Austin Powers outfit. That's Stephen with his girlfriend. We were taking pictures. I said, man, I got to take a few pictures. I'm letting everybody take pictures of Stephen. I need to take a picture too. Right? So I did. Here's another one nobody's ever seen before. This is Stephen's girlfriend, May, with me. And we get along very well. As you can see, we're both very, very happy. And we've been friends for a long time. Stephen is giving a little sassy facial expression, but no, he was very happy when he was hanging out with me. This is the iconic shot. I had it up on my Instagram for the longest time. Somebody says Stephen had his middle finger pointed. He didn't know what... That's not deliberate, you guys. I know that's in there, but it was not deliberate. He's a very good friend of mine, as you can see from, like, for example, let's go back to that picture. He's very happy. We were hanging out for like 2 hours at this party, and I helped everybody get to meet him, as many people as could. You know, we tried to do what we could. Anyway... So this Smokey Robinson and Stephen, and then this was another Hollywood party that was Stephen's actual fundraiser, and I'm wearing a sizzle jacket with the sizzle bow tie. So nice blue light on me, you know, and I had the Janie's Fund lapel pin on the right there, which is your left. I was at this event, and this was actually a fundraiser for people who had been sexually abused or had been abandoned by their family, and he had to give them money to survive on their own. So she was a very, very compelling speaker in the videos that he was showing. She was there in the audience. And so I decided, you know, well, let's take a picture with her because I nearly cried when I heard her testimony. Still got my sizzle jacket on. After this event, he wrote me a prophecy, and this is what I wanted to close with before my bathroom break. So you can see this is ST and AT. That's Steve Tyler. Well, he never say Steve. He'll get really mad. Please don't ever call him Steve. You only call him Steven. It's very, very important that you don't get that wrong. Believe me. You can say Steve at your own peril. Trust me on this one. Don't make that mistake. Okay? So then I texted him and I said, great seeing both of you guys at the party. I hope you're having an enjoyable holiday season and a good break. And there's that picture again. And then he wrote me back, and this is what he said. And again, I encoded his name as St. Eve Tallarico. His real last name is Tallarico. And that was a little bit of a disguise. So if anybody grabbed my phone, they wouldn't find his number. Don't worry. If you find his number, he's not going to call you back, and he's not going to text you back. Okay? So I haven't talked to him in a long time. Hopefully we can talk again. But meeting him was probably the best part of being in Los Angeles overall, and going to those parties and the fundraisers for abuse victims. He says, "You're the best, David. You're a game changer, the likes of which the world has not seen and will." That is an anointing from the king of American rock and roll, if ever there was one. You are a game changer, the likes of which the world has not seen but will. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and everyone around you. That's oddly appropriate, right? Because it's that time right now. So again, time loop, right? And big kisses to Beth. Hearts, hands, and keys. So now we're going to pick up in next week's show on February the 1st, 1999. And I want to point out once again that if you want to read all of the Michael Prophecies books, we are offering a special deal right now for only $177. You get 2 video classes, 35 hours of video for a discounted price of $177 at thedisclosure.com. It's also in the description below this video. We're giving a $156 discount. There's over 35 hours of video. There is 7 books. If you like these readings I've been giving you, you like the time loop, guess what? We got 7 books explaining how this is going to happen, why this is going to happen, that it comes in 2025. The books are amazing. I consider them my best work. And so that is coming your way now for a low price. If you haven't already gotten it, please do so. We still do need your help. I have almost no money right now. So if you can buy the product, that would really, really help quite a bit. This legal battle, thanks to the 1-inch subpoena, has cost me thousands and thousands of dollars. Because he blocked you, says Acid Raindrop. That is so not true. You guys need to be nice. This is getting boring, says, well, okay. If you're bored at this point, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you have ADHD or something, but if you're bored, that's a good time for me to take a bathroom break. So let's go ahead and do that. Again, you can order the product. Everybody says they're bored when I'm doing a pitch, right? 35 hours of video. The discount code is actualization. Now when we come back, some of you, this is the part of the show that is the most exciting, where we talk about the briefings, what the Alliance is doing to bring us up to date. The time loop is so amazing. I mean, it's already 3 hours and 20 minutes in. So we're going to take a break now. I need to pee really, really badly, so it's way overdue. Let's just put it that way. But I wanted to hold out there and see if I would still lose the audience, and I did. So they're just going to bed. They're not leaving because I take a break. So anyway, what I'm going to do now is load up the other shows, because we have other shows to show you. So I have 2 options here. We have a 4.5-minute reunion with my turkeys that you haven't seen before, and we also have a 6-minute video of me creatively shoveling patterns in the driveway. So which would you like to see first? You want to see the shoveling first, or do you want to see the 17 turkeys, new video of 17 turkeys first? Which one would you like? Okay, the first vote came in as turkeys. Ladybug644 says turkeys. Caddy says turkeys. Guitar Rhonda says shoveling. Marina Doctor turkeys. Corrine Shea turkeys. Turkey, 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 turkey. Some of you enjoy sharing your life. Thank you. Yeah, we're always going to have trolls. So we will do the shoveling, but we're going to do the turkeys first. The vote is overwhelming that the turkeys... regarding the idea of Stephen, what he told me was that at one point Aerosmith rented the plane, and they flew on that plane, but they did not realize who was responsible for chartering the plane. It's just you could rent the plane. Okay, so people were talking about, did he go to the island? When I actually talked to him about that, he said that, they just rented the plane. Unfortunately, they were chartering this plane for rentals, and it was a totally innocent trip that they made, private flight. Now he's been rolled into all this stuff, so I feel really, really bad for him. Okay. Anyway, everybody says turkeys, so we're going to go with that. Let's, if somebody's that mean, we don't really need them on the channel. So, yeah, I'll do my own moderation sometimes. Anyway, the overwhelming vote is that you wanted to see my turkeys, so now I'm going to take my microphone off, and we will show you the video. So here we go. So now we are back. Okay, I'm on that camera, so we're going to crank up the volume all the way. Finally, I get to take a leak, but this is going to loop. So if it plays too long, if it plays longer than when I can get back, it'll start back at the beginning. I hope you don't mind that. There's a couple people been very, very mean to me in here, but okay, whatever. You know, if this is how you want to watch the show, I guess you're experiencing the show in your own way. So it's 3:33 p.m. my time now. Perfect 5-minute break, leading us up to the 3.5-hour mark on the live stream. Without further ado, I bring you my 17 turkeys. Here we go.
I'm very, very happy because all 10 of the turkeys have returned.
10 that time, sorry.
Oh, oh, oh. Woo, woo. Oh, oh, oh. It's okay. I just want to see you guys. There's nothing going on. Oh, oh. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, woo. Woo, woo. Woo. Woo, woo. What about? See, you try to get them to play along with your own bizarre ideas, what they might sing. Oh, I'm so happy to see these turkeys. All 10 of them. The band got back together. The 2 runaways decided we're better off as a unit, and the team was rebuilt. Turkeys run as a pack of 10. None of you succumbed to this stupid coyote, thank God. You had enough food and smarts, and you knew what you were doing, and you stayed on there, out on the road for 3 weeks without Daddy. Whoop, whoop. I raked it all out for you guys, so there's lots of room. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Woo, woo. They are so happy. I can feel energy radiating off of them. And it's just absolute amazement and bliss. They are stunned that I returned. They did not expect this. They're just so happy right now. Not even talking. And they drop their dookies in here, and then because it's just seed paste, it seems like other things end up grabbing it and liking it. I know, it's disgusting, isn't it? It's animals, what can I say? Shit happens. Pew, pew. What up? Well, they're getting pretty close to burning through it, so we got to go get them some more. No big deal. Got this. I can have everything we need down in there.
All right. So I'll show you. Actually, let me put the microphone on. We'll save these for later. But I'll show you this while I put the microphone on. So it's not going to have sound. Sorry. Here we go.
Oh, I'm so happy. I was gone for 3 weeks, and now I'm back home.
This was the first day that they first showed up.
I hadn't seen the turkeys in almost a week, basically, never saw them. I knew they couldn't have gone too far because they got tiny legs.
I'd gone away for 3 weeks in Canada, and then they were gone for a week when I came back. And I thought they'd lost them forever. So
break open the peanuts.
This was the first time they showed up.
Very easily. Look at what he's doing there. See that? He's got to really go after it. I'm so happy to have my turkeys back. Before I left, there was 8 of them. And now we've got a total flock of 9. They're not all here right now. There's an adult that's standing guard that's off in the distance, and these are the babies.
All right, anyway, back to the main show. My sound is on. Everything is good. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you enjoyed those turkeys. That was a democratic vote. I kind of knew you were going to vote for the turkeys. It's more exciting than shoveling, right? Shoveling's like, oh my God. But when you run out of enthusiasm for shoveling for turkey videos, we got a shoveling video ready to go. All right. Here comes the good stuff. Some people, this is the part of the show they're waiting for. We did start at the 3.5 hour mark, so great. That means I might get done by 4:30 if I can get through this stuff in an hour. And I don't want to be here all day, but you know, we'll go as long as we have to. My endurance has now progressed to the point where I can often do 6 hours. And when I ask you guys if I should leave, you guys say, no, please stay. Even if the view count is off, it still shows 5,600 people watching right now. That is a massive number. So thank you all for being here. And let's dive in. So the first thing that they needed to tell us this week is that the largest lithium deposit, which is the main wealth of this country, is now controlled by the invading power. That's a big, big shift you're not going to hear about most times. They've taken control of the largest deposit, potentially worth hundreds of billions of dollars. This comes right after the gas was cut off. So they cut off the gas, and then this move suddenly happened. He has now outsmarted various firms, just as he outmaneuvered other families last year in a major oil company deal. And apparently, you know, ultimately we're going to find out that the alliance has been helped by all this stuff once you learn what was really going on, why all this was happening. 1.6 million views. Pretty amazing. Then we see Andrew Tate is mulling that he could run for the Prime Minister of the UK. I mean, that might be a bit overconfident, you know, to think that everybody would go along. Whatever, it's possible. Anything's possible. He dropped a bombshell announcing his plans to run for Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in the next general election, vowing to save Great Britain. And he once called 47 the hero and the last hope for Western civilization. Well, I don't know how realistic it is that he would win, but it's a fun idea anyway. And then we have, again, as you always know, you look at the number of seconds on the video, so go down at the bottom, and you see it says 006028. The way they've been communicating, and this is now very, very thoroughly scientifically established, every frickin' week for the whole year I've been doing this, 2024, almost every week, you know, you look at the number of seconds that the video takes to run, and then you go to the posts, the original ones from, you know, 2017, having to do with this over here, and you look it up and you say, okay, what number is that? What number from the original posts is that number of seconds in the video? And then it always has meaning. So this is a standard thing we do every week. Again, these communications I'm reading you appear to be coming from the highest levels of encrypted secrecy and disclosure from the U.S. military, intelligence community, and others around the world. There's an organized effort going on. Less than 10 people know the whole plan. It's been in place since the 1950s, and Pete Peterson did tell me that Valiant Thor was this human ET that showed up at the Pentagon in 1957. He lived there for 3 years. He was having meetings with people all the time, and I believe, based on my own inference, that he helped write this thing called the Plan that's led to this non-catastrophic ascension, no solar flash, no big burn of the Earth's surface. It happened on Proxima b on December 21st, 2012, but not here. It just took the light 4.27 years to get here. Shows up in 2016. But the solar flash did happen, you guys. So I am just so excited because we've got, what, just over a week left. I got a show next Sunday. And then Inauguration Day is coming up right after that. Let's hope that what we just saw here is their last really big move before then, but it may not be. So, you know, if something else happens, we're probably going to go back into these prophecies I read you and find that that's already in there. We just didn't realize it. That's what happened after the LA fires. I went to the week before, looked at the show. It's like, my God, it's all predicted in there. So anyway, now we are very much expecting that the Alliance is going to do their job. They're going to do the arrests. The world is going to learn the truth. It's not going to be secret. It's going to be on all the media. It's going to be very upsetting for a lot of people. But once people understand that the devil is real, Satan is real, evil is real in a way they never thought before, the balance of universal law, this is where it gets so exciting. The balance of universal law then mandates that the positive has to show themselves so that people understand that it's not just evil on earth. That, yeah, there's this demonic crap, but the angelic beings of ancient texts are real. And this is why they keep giving me these prophecies week after week. They're telling us they're going to return in 2025, that we are going to ascend, but they're also making multiple references to this Titanic, the purple Titanic, the sinking of the old ways, anything that is in resistance to the Christ consciousness. It's being forcibly stripped away. So anyway, we read the number of seconds and then we get the post. So here we go. 28 seconds gives us this, and it's kind of a long one, and there's, you know, we're just going to have to touch on highlights. I'm not going to read all these. In some cases you don't want to, for various reasons. So it says, what must be completed in order for the military intelligence to engage other groups, which have, you know, of course, a collection of 3 letters. So this is how they ended up with the alliance being structured, because they said that all but 3 of these agencies now have their people at the top. So we don't know about this yet, but they've all been working covertly, and we're going to be very happy when we find out. So during the 50s and 60s, federal troops and federalized National Guard forces, accompanied by military intelligence, were deployed to help integrate Southern schools because they had segregation. Wow. So the military was used. And they also helped deal with civil disorders in Detroit in 1967 and other cities following after the assassination of Martin Luther King. Throughout this period, military intelligence units also continued to collect data on Americans at home who were suspected of involvement in negative activities. Yep, that's a sad truth. The Black Panthers were one of the groups that they collected data on. We just had that mentioned. In the late 1960s, the Pentagon compiled personal information on more than 100,000 politically active Americans in an effort to quell their civil rights and stop anti-Vietnam War demonstrations and to discredit protesters. Wow. Personal information. Yeah, they're profiling people. Then the Army used 1,500 plainclothes agents to watch demonstrations, infiltrate organizations, and spread disinformation. You think they stopped? Oh, well, you know, thankfully none of that stuff is happening now. Maybe a trameye, she's got to say, hey, look, why are you so worried about this? Nothing's going on. There's nobody watching anybody anymore. That's all a conspiracy theory. You just got to love your kitty and hug your kitty so close. That's what you're supposed to do. You don't listen to this crap. Oh, my God, I just burned myself. It's getting late. Yeah, it's getting late. That's all we'll say. 1,500 agents to infiltrate organizations, and they're going to be very clandestine about it. They might become your boyfriend or girlfriend, depending on who you are. You don't even know. You think you had a whole relationship, you never find out what it really was the whole time, including after the breakup. This is all stuff that I've heard from insiders. According to one report, oh my God, here it comes. The Army had at least one observer of every demonstration that had more than 20 people. Dang. Their activities were summed up in the Army by Senator Sam Mervyn, allegedly for the purpose of predicting and preventing civil disturbances that might develop beyond the control of state and local officials. They sent Army agents throughout the country to surveil the way civilian populations express their sentiments about government policies. In churches, campuses, classrooms, public meetings, they took notes, they tape recorded, and they photographed people who were dissenters in thought, word, and deed. This included clergymen, editors, public officials, and anyone who sympathized with dissenters. And then that's the quote of the link where it comes from, lsu.edu. So it's a college law website that they're quoting from, law.lsu.edu. Heavy-duty stuff. Somebody wrote in here to them on the board, ha ha ha, 47 has had MI infiltrate various groups and dissenting local governments. Always 5 steps ahead, please be true. And then they said, well done, picture being painted. So there you go. Just the same way that the DS folks tried to infiltrate everything, their own groups have been infiltrated by the Alliance. They don't even realize it. That's why they can't get the element of surprise. That's why their moves are always anticipated. And so then we have Candace, who's making some remarks about people being intentionally put in power because typically they're going to have psychopathy. I think maybe probably always. I don't know how you couldn't. It's just a very unfortunate thing. So they're intentionally placed in positions of power because their psychopathic tendencies make them easier to control and manipulate. Yeah, I mean, if you know you're going to be hurting somebody, but you want to do it anyway, that is essentially psychopathic. If that's what you were feeling and you want to carry through with it, that's a big problem, probably because you have this disorder. That's what they're saying here. She further indicates it's no coincidence that name, and name are all happy. And alleging that this person, oh, yeah. They're happy. So, you know what? It's fine to be gay. We're not angry about that. Again, no big deal. I have gay characters. 3 of my characters are openly gay, right? Trama, Chelsea, and Galian. But what's really going on here is that if you start to commit crimes that are widely recognized as such, you're in a different category now, and that's a big problem. And when people start doing these weird crimes, they can be easily controlled and manipulated because, as it says here, they have psychopathic tendencies. So that's the big problem. And yeah, I'm very, very against that particular crime. My therapist tells me that 100% of the time, it's going to traumatize the victim. There are no exceptions to this. It causes incredible damage. Everyone should be protected from this by any means necessary. It should not happen to you because it will dramatically affect you in negative ways throughout your whole life. You will always have to deal with the trauma of this if this happens. And that's well studied. So 6 million views, 58 seconds brings us to this. And we've seen this one so many times, I don't really feel like reading it yet again. No offense, you guys. I mean, I know there's a reason why you keep telling us this, but it's talking about Muslims. It's talking about their ties to certain countries. And again, how that all ties in with us. So, the campaign tried to downplay these involvements. And then it says here there was no evidence that they had ties to this organization, which is, the one fact check, the Snopes fact check, as it says in the last paragraph, the sole source was McCain. So they must really want us to hear this because this one pops up like every week. And then again, it says that this infiltration is occurring, the very last sentence of the last paragraph, the infiltration of our government. It says, why is this relevant? Who took the undisclosed trip out to that country? Why would you do it face-to-face versus a phone call? So again, I think this is, they keep repeating this. It's like there's something that I haven't learned or said or done because we keep getting the same post again and again and again. So I think most of the time we look at this whole conspiracy as being European bloodlines and we say, oh, they got the magical bloodlines and there's the 13 families and they're all a bunch of white Anglo-Saxons. No. It turns out what they're explaining here is that because of the original collusion in the Crusades between early examples of the DS, like the Templar Knights, and then the early the early Muslim sects like the Assassins. The word assassin is derived from hashishin. It was the hashish assassin. The word assassin has hashish in it because these guys were trained on how to do this stuff by taking large dissociative doses of hash where they went into a completely alternate personality that could then be programmed. And they would take people into these temples and lie to them and make them think they'd gone into a parallel reality or the afterlife. And then they would talk to these women who were prostitutes, and the women would then report everything the guys said back to Central Command. So while you're all stoned out, you go into this temple, you're on hashish, these women, do these wonderful things with you, but while you're talking away and so happy that you're in heaven, they're gathering intelligence on you. And that way they can blackmail you and all kinds of stuff. So there's a whole bunch of intelligence community tradecraft that comes from the Muslim component. And they've explained that now, instead of thinking about 13 families, no, it's only really the main triangle that they've been talking about week after week, and that one of those pieces of the triangle is a Muslim triangle. So the Muslim component in this is very big, and they keep telling us this so many times. There must be a reason they keep repeating it. I don't think enough of us understand how much there is a Muslim aspect to this. So I'm just doing my part to try to explain why they might keep showing us this one. Then we have the guy who just got kicked out, that he made a settlement. And the settlement prohibits any of them from discussing what might have occurred. And her father made a provocative statement. His close friend and fellow teacher was then exposed. And this was at the St. George's School. And then they talk about his logo. And they say there's a bunch of red flags in the last sentence, but we assure you everything's fine. No, it's probably not fine. So 3.6 million views, 63 seconds brings us to this. Very exciting one. To those watching, you know who you are. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. This is tough talk from the Alliance towards the DS, folks. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you take down our message board in the net, we will be ready. So there's still a time for people to make that choice, stand up, and do what they know to be right. And this was published on the 5th or the 6th, and it was right after this that we see the Black Panther suddenly making a deal, and he's smiling and happy at the funeral. So I think this is very relevant. People are making deals, and he might very well be one of them. If he can rat out the people above him and how they abused him, good enough. I'll take it. Not going to be mad at him if he wants to come forward as a hero. I promise. I liked him back in, 2008 anyway, so there you go. He's certified with no trouble. We did not expect this, folks. He's been officially certified. The pivotal moment came with Ohio's electoral votes, and it solidified the path. Surprisingly, well, maybe they had other stuff in mind, like LA, no roadblocks were raised during the process. He has now won 3 times in a row. Yep. Thank God, right? This time it counts. Post number 19 is one we've seen many, many times before about why would they want to control the people in this population, keeping them poor and in need, projecting racism. Again, we've read this one so many times, but I guess they really want this juice applied week after week. So covering the historical facts about the Confederacy and opposing people. What happens if they lose their grip? Well, you see these arrests and what people are learning, it's happening. Hollywood has collapsed. Why do they use this funding to prop up and install Hollywood and media assets? We know the answer. Does this fall within the Operation Bird? Yep. What are the historical advantages that they gained when media and famous people peddled their narrative? Many. Who exposed these networks? Obviously the Alliance did. You can't answer the above, and you will laugh once we disclose the details. I can't wait. Bring it on. The network that controls the false narrative that is keeping everyone under control is being dismantled. False leaders will be exposed next, so I guess we're going to see more of that happening. I wonder who the next names are going to be. We'll find out. As shills, follow the money. If somebody, oh yeah, there was somebody we just heard about. Okay, so I see where this is going. $4 million home, assets in excess of 6, but then how's that possible, right? You don't get paid that much. All of these questions help to paint the full picture. Ugh, I hope this one doesn't really happen. They're trying to say that it could jump over to humans. You know, again, I don't really think we're going to have any widespread, massive disaster, but it doesn't mean they're not trying. The Alliance has countermeasures for everything. I'm sure this is included in that. So we have a bird flu causing a death in Louisiana, apparently from a mutation. The patient is one of 66 confirmed cases nationwide. There's that number again, right? Showing genetic changes in the virus that could make it more easily spread. Sure. This patient was over the age of 65, reported to have underlying medical conditions. I'm not going to be losing sleep over this, but you better believe that when I go to the grocery store now, I'm being way more careful, making sure that I don't touch my nose, my mouth, or my eyes after I've eaten anything. And look at that. Our numbers are bouncing back. We're back up to 6,000 viewers again. If you guys have tuned in, we're going to be going at this for probably another hour and a half. It's probably going to lead to, 5:30 again, 5.5 hour show. I don't know. It depends on how fast I can read this stuff, but I don't want to just blow through it. If they keep repeating something, they really, really want us to discuss it. So again, bird flu. And now we got post number 58. And then they did the same thing again. This is the same stuff they're talking about. The Muslims, the ties with various other things. And we actually just saw this. So now we're seeing it a second time. So, they really want us to focus on that, which is why I did, but we're not going to do it twice. So then we see January 6th is Orthodox Christmas. It includes for the Armenians. My lawyer had Armenian Christmas that day. I had just mentioned Armenian Christmas last week, and then the Alliance actually pointed out that very date, and they called it Orthodox Christmas. So thank you again in the Alliance for that marvelous shout out. So, VP and the nation are celebrating Orthodox Christmas today at St. George the Victorious Christian Church. Unlike Western traditions, there's no Coca-Cola-inspired Santa Claus here. Instead, this sacred day is observed by about 12% of Christians worldwide. That would include Armenians. And this country bans various marriages, outlawing non-traditional propaganda. They've also legalized other things. Woo! Got really spicy, didn't it? Well, it causes permanent damage. It's a very serious issue. So post number 33, I'm hopeful my time spent here was not wasted. Note very few shills inside the thread. There's a reason for that. It's being monitored, recorded, and analyzed. We don't want the clutter. Take good care. God bless. Well, your time is not wasted. I'm very honored to keep doing this week after week. I want to thank the Alliance, everybody there, for their ongoing sacrifice. I realize how tough this is. I'm doing it too. I'm out here every week doing these slides for you guys and keeping you up to date on this. And we are very, very close to the action. So I look forward to it. Then we have this liberal who thinks in some crazy way they're still going to finagle her in. I doubt that very, very much. This is just something they're sharing with you to get you to think. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. This person claims that there is not going to be what we think will happen on the 20th, citing algorithm inconsistencies and alleging that there are going to be 15 million undiscovereds. He predicts that she will end up winning instead. It's so implausible. I think they're just having you laugh, really. He's urging the 11 million Americans to rise up in protest. That's not going to happen. He also foresees a great awakening that will reveal all the wrong things that have been done. That is such a projection because that's exactly what's being done to them. And then this is a long video, so it actually comes out to $299, and this is one that we haven't seen before. And again, there's a lot of spice on this one. So it's talking about the R's, cult leaders, and a church, banks and financial institutions worldwide controlled by governments. The government is controlling people. Then SA, this particular country, and how they are controlling and they assign, well, so it's coming from them, huh? Politicians, tech companies, primaries. Then they have this mention of S, controlling organizations of people, creating division, brainwashing, managing and operating slush funds. Personal wealth never reduces. Think various settlements. And then they got that symbol of the triangle, and it says rock, which would again probably be Rockefeller, past authority over followers. Present, again, one of the limbs of the triangle is removed. That would be SA. Future, I guess they're all going to be brought down. The order is critical. Strings have been cut to the US and the UK. Expand your thinking, swamp drain. And then it says one, blankety blank, exit and future. And then R, no, bomb away. Pretty heavy stuff. Then again, we saw this already, the difference between the two caskets. And that was their acknowledgement of the dream that I had with the casket that had a flag on it. So thank you very much. And it apparently triggered the Black Panther to have a deal. 2 million views. And then they say he's just trying to stay out of jail here, that his social platform has been linked to facilitating this vast network. It not only allowed various individuals to operate, but enabled them to use coded language. And he hasn't suddenly just become an advocate of free speech. For whatever reason, he's just trying to stay out of jail. So that's interesting. That's a good reflection because he said some pretty provocative stuff with Joe Rogan. So he's just trying to stay out of jail, folks. And then this is what they're saying, that they dismantled 27 abusive networks and 409,000 accounts. Well, apparently there's more to it than that. It's what the Alliance is alleging. These are only allegations. So then we got post number 74, and they say the letter Q equals Alice. And again, this is kind of an interesting thing because Alice in Wonderland keeps showing up. So they are Alice. You'll soon understand the meaning behind Alice and Wonderland. And they did say before that Wonderland is that country SA. So they have changed that whole country. It's now working for the Alliance. This is very, very exciting. Everything has meaning. God bless. Then we see that he suggested that Canada become added in. And furthermore, there's a very important alliance base on Greenland, which is another place that they keep talking about now. So, he made waves by confirming his desire to add another U.S. state, citing that there's $200 billion in annual support and military backing as both reasons for the move. In other words, they're going to be a lot safer. He revealed this vision was part of the conversation he had directly before the sudden resignation. Well, yeah, I talked to my dad about this, and I said, Dad, you know, it's almost kind of like an obligation. Well, not really, but it all borders on an obligation if there's so much money being given to keep them alive that, you know, well, you're really not so much being supported by the UK, which, you know, it's on your money and everything. The Queen's on your money, but yet we're the ones that are really like helping you guys out. So I don't know how I feel about this yet. I'm fine with it staying the way it is. I would be happy if it became part of a greater North America too. You know, I think that people are so opinionated in this country that there would be a very big public outcry about it. But also, as the earth keeps moving, there's going to be lots of new land opening up in these areas. It'll be a lot more valuable. If the earth's pole actually does move 20 degrees, then places like the Yukon and the Northwest Territories are going to become habitable. Whereas right now there's nobody there. So, you know, it's an interesting idea. And if we're giving them that much money, then yeah, maybe there needs to be some type of different arrangement. I don't know. I'm not really ready to form a full opinion, but I'm just open-minded about it. So he also hinted that military options do remain on the table to unify with other countries and reclaim the Panama Canal. Whoa. He hinted. Well, I don't think that's ever going to be necessary. Now Greenland is saying, yes, we want to do it. The push for Greenland might be linked to China's strategic mining operations, where they have been extracting rare earth elements containing radioactive uranium and thorium for years. Oh, they mentioned thorium. One of the big things that everybody's been excited about is that we can make these thorium reactors, and if you can mine thorium, I was always wondering, like, where are we going to get the thorium? Well, there's other ways to do it. You can mine gadolinium and then you can titrate it down to thorium. But most of the gadolinium's in China. So thorium is one of the reactors we might use, and they actually mentioned it by name. So I didn't catch that till just now. That's very, very cool. So yeah, that would be a good reason for us to have this. And again, we can provide them better support than Denmark. They'll have a better military, more money, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to live better. And, you know, we're not adding stars to the flag. We got Puerto Rico, we got other, you know, places like this. So, but it's interesting, you know, if we can get thorium there, then you better believe it's a very, very good idea, because that stuff is going to be so valuable. Once we tell you what it does, it's going to be like, wow. Okay, yeah, we need lots of thorium. So, okay, sounds good. Then we got 35 seconds leads to this post, once again warning us that some type of massive worldwide event involving a sudden set of maneuvers, it is still going to happen. So if you ever think, oh, well, you know, now that such and such has happened, they're not going to do the big thing. Now that there's going to be an inauguration and it's just going to be this peaceful thing, it's not going to happen. No. Dude, they keep warning us week after week, time after time, show after show that I give you. They keep saying imminently something's going to happen. So probably at some point, these guys are going to try something that pushes the line too far. The negative is going to try something really big, and they're going to push the line, and then boom, everything is going to happen. The 10 days of darkness, they keep warning us. I really would encourage you to not get complacent and think this won't happen. I don't know how. I don't know when. It might even be after the inauguration, but dude, they keep warning us. So here it is again. We've seen this one over and over again. He will be well insulated and protected on Air Force One, meaning that, you know, they're going to have him airborne so that nobody can go after him, and oversee specific locations classified while operations are conducted. Yep, those are big operations, worldwide operations, due to the nature of entrenchment. It is time to take back our country and make America great again, and most importantly, let us salute and pray for the brave men and women in uniform who will be undertaking this assignment in order to bring us peace, unity, and return the people's power. It is our hope that this message reaches enough people to make a meaningful impact. I'm doing my best. I think it's working. We got how many people watching right now? 6,000. That's amazing. We cannot yet telegraph this message through normal methods. Thus, you got to watch it on the David Show, The Fires of Gehenna. For reasons I'm sure everyone can understand, follow the questions of previous threads, remain calm. Here it comes, once again. The primary groups that we're going after are within this particular place, known as DC, remaining at the top on both sides. If there is a spillover, if it does happen in the streets, it's not going to last, so it's going to be quickly shut down. And some people in my community don't want to trust this, but I do. This is not going to be a big deal. It's going to go quickly. Stay alert, be vigilant, and above all, please pray. And then they give us a Bible quote. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. Love is patient, love is kind. God bless my fellow Americans. Yeah, and then they said Jesus Christ will return. Same thing Michael is saying, man. It's incredible. So then the first notice of the wildfire, I became very upset because I realized like my hometown is burning down. All these trees and areas I loved have been destroyed. First notice was at this point on January 7th. This was right as I was getting my tooth done. The homes of Hollywood elites are once again in jeopardy. A wildfire in Pacific Palisades prompted an evacuation order. This neighborhood is home to many Hollywood celebrities, business leaders, athletes, and artists, known for its, tens of thousands of luxurious multi-million-dollar residences and stunning views of the ocean. The wildfire is rapidly spreading. Like I said, it's all the most fun, most expensive, most posh parts of the city have been totally wiped out. Now the only parts that are left are like inland where it's all just flat and you don't have a view. All the places with the view, it's like, whoa. I mean, unbelievable. I feel so bad about this. I really do. Anyway, there's 2 videos here, 32 and 4, so let's check those out. 32, they say maybe it will happen, this mass arrest. That's what they're talking about, folks. Maybe one day, but it cannot go slow. And other places, they say 10 days. The initial wave will be fast and meaningful. It will send a signal to others immediately, and you'll see the tide turn. Not even the mainstream can hide. Rest assured, some of them, as you know, are going to end up being exposed as deep cover agents. So, wow. I mean, as soon as the wildfire begins, right away, they're like, we know that somebody did this, you know, we're going to be moving, this is going to be happening, maybe one day, the initial wave will be fast and meaningful. So if you don't think anything's going to happen, wrong. Then post number 4. I'm going to break this down into chunks. 2 chunks. Some of us come here to drop crumbs, just crumbs. He's 100% insulated. Any discussion suggesting he's even a target is false. And again, this is very important. It's why you got me. He is not going to be able to address the nation on any of these issues. As people begin to have accountability, he must remain neutral for purely optical reasons. So, you know, I get to be on the other side and actually tell you what they're saying. It's a very privileged position. It's also very dangerous, but I'm happy to do it. To suggest this is the plan is false and should be common sense. Focus on military intelligence, focus on state secrets, and why that would have to be used versus any of these other agencies. So he's never going to tell you what's going on, even now, but that's what you got me for, and others. There's lots of people telling you. What Supreme Court decision opened the door for a sitting president to be able to activate? We know what this is about. This is about how they grabbed them all using these laws. What must they show? Well, they got to show proof of harm. Why is he surrounded by generals? Again, there's a lot more good people than bad, so have faith. We saw a hostile takeover from a group of players that are evil and corrupt. Don't fool yourself into thinking these various groups have more power than he does, because the alliance is a really big thing, man. It's worldwide. So don't fool yourself into thinking that they have all the power. They really don't. And this operation says patriots are in control. Sit back and, of course, enjoy the show. Homes like the one I used to live in, although mine is still standing, but it's probably damaged. The one I used to live in is still standing, but I don't know in what condition. This massive fire did so much damage. I was in Topanga, not Pacific Palisades. So the fires have reached Pacific Palisades, where celebrities like Steven Spielberg, Tom Hanks, and Jennifer Lopez all own their homes. Flames have destroyed several buildings, and by the time this was over, everything was gone, with footage showing palm trees and hillsides on fire. My God. The fire has grown over 1,000 acres. It got much bigger than that, forcing some celebrities to evacuate. It's still unclear which celebrity homes have been damaged at the moment, and still people can't get in now. I've been reading this today on the message boards. It's still mandatory evacuation. You're not allowed to go back. Hollywood events, including the red carpet premiere of Jennifer Lopez's new film Unstoppable, were also called off. Yeah, it's never going to be the same. It's never going to be the same. And there was like 4 videos here, but there was so many of them, I didn't have time to do all this, and I'll get to it next week or something. I'm sorry. But we just got to keep moving. I probably missed a bunch of good stuff. We'll get back to that next week, I promise. I was going to do that, and I just ran out of things to, it's like, oh, I'll go back and fix that later. Ran out of time. Sorry about that. Sorry, Alliance. 1942 map of the NWO, or whatever you want to call it, shows Greenland, Mexico, and Canada as part of the United States. It was published in Philadelphia in early 1942, and we got 6,100 people watching now, so thank you all for being here. This outline of post-war New World map proposed a reorganization of the world following the Allied victory over Axis powers. So there you go. I mean, maybe they are going to do this, Maybe this is the way the world is going. I don't know. It's interesting. I love the idea of mining thorium in Greenland. Sign me up for that. We don't need to necessarily run their country, but yeah, let's secure those rights because we're going to need a lot of thorium. All right, 1.2 million views on that one. Then we see they have a state of emergency declared in the Palisades. Governor Gavin Newsom declared this as the fire rages out of control. LA Fire Department urgently calling on all available personalities. Hey, welcome. Anyone with firefighting experience join the effort. No, you're just a talking head, man. Fight the fire. The fire is still at zero containment, continues to spread rapidly, and is igniting new flames in its wake. Ugh, yeah, more than 10,000 homes are at risk as the wildfire grows. I think at least that many have now been destroyed. And it's spreading at an alarming rate of 3 to 4 football fields a minute. If that's coming your way, you don't have any time. And what are you going to do when you're in traffic gridlock trying to escape? Surprisingly few people died, but we don't know the numbers yet. Locals say they've never witnessed anything like this before, even with Woolsey, I guess. Woolsey was pretty freaking bad as the flames continue to explode and threaten the area. And then once again, I guess I didn't grab these. I'm so sorry. There was 3 of them. I'm like, I just got to keep moving. I got to put the show together. We'll get to that one next week, too. There's probably lots of coded messages in there that I've missed, and I'm sorry. The wildfire did appear to be, something different than we thought. And they may have planned this on secure communication lines, which, may be why the Alliance seems to have been surprised. They didn't seem to have anticipated this. A small 10-acre fire has now grown to an estimated 3,000 acres. It says it appears to be not what it looks like. So that the word appears implies that, maybe this one was planned so secretively that they didn't intercept it as fast as they did most of the other stuff. But either way, Michael got it. It was very much in the Michael Prophecies, and it's very sad for me. But, this whole principle of natural disasters occurring where the energy is discordant and disharmonious, it's definitely what I felt when I was there. I was getting dreams warning me, don't stay here, get the hell out, and I did. So as we all learn to be more intuitive, you'll learn how to see those things coming. Miles Irvin donated $30. Thank you very much. He says, here's a $30 seed so as to manifest the much prophesied 300 million and maybe throw some thorium in there. That's a lot of talk for $30, but thank you. I'm just joking. God bless America. Pray for the Southern California folks fighting the fires. So less bawling and more calling. G'day, mate. Thanks for asking for calling. If you donate $30, you'll certainly get a few words from your old dear friend, Colin McGeezer. Thank you for being here today and watching the show, Miles. And thank you for the $30. I don't know exactly how much thorium I'm going to be able to get with $30, mate, but I'll investigate this and I'll get back to you in subsequent weeks. It's probably not going to be that many, though. But anyway, we thank you for your kindness. Oh, my God. Thank you for your kindness, mate. All right. Got to keep it fun, Anyway, I feel really bad because I blew off a whole bunch of these time-encoded messages, but, at a certain point, I just get bogged down in all the text, and I was like, I'll fix it later, but this has been I'm not in my normal place. I apologize. I've been very aggrieved about this. I've been very sad. I had fruit trees, I had plums, I had pluots, I had persimmons, I had a huge fig tree there, I had Meyer lemons, I had key limes, tons and tons of Meyer lemons, tons and tons of key limes. And I'm not even getting all of it, I had a pomegranate tree that was beautiful, and I got pomegranates from it. And, I just can't believe that this happened. It's such a massive amount of living space that was so beautiful, and it was like a paradise. And then what we used to joke about is, oh yeah, the wildfires and earthquakes are the price you pay for living in paradise. Well, the price got too high, man. These places don't exist anymore, and I'm heartsick. I really am. But I also understand that natural disasters do happen. Other disasters happen. Wars happen. And this is a very sad consequence when they said, look over here on the East Coast, and then something happens on the West Coast. So the posts and the cross-references they're already making are strongly implying that this is going to trigger the arrest scenario somehow. It's such a massive crime, it almost demands a response. Why Why was the water not there? Why were the fighter hydrants empty? Well, the reservoir was empty, right? So like, wow, how did it get empty? Well, we'll talk about that next week. And then here's another really sketchy as hell thing. That all these cancellations occurred just before, wink, wink, just before it happens. Oh, sorry, you're not covered anymore. Widespread by major companies just weeks before it erupted. That strongly suggests they knew something was going to happen. That's what they're implying. And this is the alliance. They have access to all the intel. A frustrated woman criticized California's leadership and revealed that her family's home that had been insured for decades recently lost their coverage. In Palisades, many residents saw policies abruptly dropping, and they were vulnerable ahead of this event. Yeah. Many residents, it says. Over the past 3 years, it has become increasingly scarce. They have scaled back or completely halted what they do across large sections of the state. Yeah, because they simply can't afford to give it to people, because it just keeps happening. So, yeah, there's areas that, and this is, again, like the old principle of the burning of the ghettos of London, the magic year 1666. The ghettos were all burned, and, they tried to say, it wasn't really that, but it all burned down, and then wouldn't you know it, in the aftermath, they build their financial district there. The land becomes very valuable. Now you have City of London. And it was on that ceremonial year that they did this. So that's no accident. And, apparently it was all done on purpose. So, what's going to happen here is that all this real estate's going to free up. There's people who don't have any coverage, and they're going to have to say, yeah, you can take my land. And they're going to say, well, it's worthless. No, it's not. I have a view. Okay, fine. We'll give you like 30% loan to value or 20% loan to value off of what your house used to be worth. It's going to turn into stuff like that, unfortunately. And people are going to get bought out, and they're going to gladly do it. And then lots are really being bought for pennies on the dollar, and then they rebuild. That's just the way this stuff works. It's very sad, but it's another way in which they cash in. But it's going to take years and years and years for all these houses to be built, because there's just not enough housing contractors. So, wow. It was canceled. I mean, holy crap. This definitely warrants a worldwide response. And then we have post number 18. Why did he meet with the president one day prior to the announcement? This was the guy who was investigating him, right? If he could not be offered the director due to previous term limits rule. Why is she begging for a new special counsel? Well, apparently Mueller got up with the alliance somehow. That's the implication. What is her net worth, and how could she have gotten it as a career official? Why is she losing her memory? Is she going to protect that way against prosecution? Yep, so you can see where this is going. Fake surgery, We've read this one many, many times. Then we see there's an apocalyptic sunrise over the city here. Smoke from wildfires is blanketing Los Angeles. The person filming says they've never seen anything like it in all their years of living here. There's so much smoke it is blocking the sun. And then we have 56, which is the one about, we've seen this one again over and over and over again. So this is very important. They keep showing this to us, saying, yes, even now he is currently under attack. That would imply attempted murder as well by our own groups. So this is a bigger story than what we're hearing about. They keep telling us this one. So this is important. Let's be real clear. This group just attacked him. And it was immediately detected by military intelligence, and he was alerted. Re-review all the crumbs, including today, yesterday, and the weekend. What does this mean? And what actions are immediately going to occur? If this were to leak, or if you see immediate action ongoing at their headquarters, you will have a verification ahead of schedule. So not only did they attack him, but they've also attacked the city. So again, there's strong implications that attacks against the city and attacks against him are going to trigger immediate action that probably will include their headquarters. That's one of the places they said the primary targets are in D.C. I would not want to be there right now. I would not want to be there right now, man. So then they say, why is this villa a priority? And, there's a lot of classic art there. I mean, that would be the surface explanation, right? Oh, you want to save the paintings. Well, maybe there's something else. During the wildfires, firefighters were overheard in a heated debate about prioritizing this historic museum over residential homes and a local high school. One firefighter questioned why protecting the museum took precedence over saving citizens' homes. Why is it a higher priority? Well, what you've heard from many different sources, if you've probably already seen this, if you're following this stuff like I do, is, we got donations coming in. Before we get to the museum, oh, wow. Joseph P. 17 said that President Biden has announced that the federal government will cover 100% of the rebuilding costs for LA fire victims for the next 6 months. Well, it sounds great on the surface, but again, how are you going to get your patents? Your permits take like 3 years, and then finding a builder is going to take years. So if it's only covered for the next 6 months, you're not even going to get through the permit stage by that point. It's pretty sad. But anyway, that's something. So thank you for doing something. Shelley Dean says, I'm a Southern California native born, raised in Riverside County. I've never seen such incompetency in my life, going all the way back and beyond Schwarzenegger. Yeah, I mean, that's why I had to leave, dude. I could not handle the constant drought, and I knew that this was intentional. It was weather manipulation, and it was going to lead to just never-ending fires, extremely dangerous. 2 days after Elizabeth and I moved back to LA from this house we were living in, we got our old place back. We were renting it again. He hadn't rented it in 6 months while we were gone. It's like going to get cold here in the winter. I'm like, yeah, let's not do it. Let's be in California. It's always sunny. 2 days after we got there was the Woolsey fire. I outran with Elizabeth a 70-foot wall of fire driving down Stunt Road. I almost wanted to film a video. People were filming it, but I'm like, dude, if this thing suddenly pops forward by like 20 feet, we're incinerated and we're dead. This whole road is about to turn into a tunnel of fire. So I almost wanted to catch the moment on video, but I'm like, I'm not going to do it. Let's just get the hell out of here. The dog was whimpering, and it was very, very scary. So anyway, yeah, it's similar to Maui. There's a lot of similarities there. Why is the museum so important? Because it's got all these levels. It's an underground base underneath it, and all kinds of unsavory things apparently are involved. All the worst things. It's apparently very extensive. It goes very deep, and it has tunnels that lead to a bunch of other areas that are all underground, and it's all this integrated network, and they don't want you to know about that at all. So part of it is evidence destruction, and filling in things and filling in entrances and that kind of stuff. But, if this is their favorite place to go, they wanted to keep it preserved, so they're pushing on the firefighters, and the firefighters are like, F you, we are not doing that. So then, once again, we have 35. This is one of the most exciting ones that we've already seen, I guess. We did just see this. It is time to take back our country and make America great again. He will be insulated while operations are conducted. Salute and pray for brave men and women in uniform who will undertake this assignment. Yeah, dude, they're going to do it. They're not doing this just to fake us out. There's going to be something that's going to happen. I can feel it. It is our hope this message reaches enough people to make a meaningful impact. We cannot yet telegraph it through normal methods for reasons I'm sure you can understand. Remain calm. The primary targets are over there in the beautiful District of Columbia, and they just mentioned the company, and that whole action will commence thing, and remaining at the top on both sides. Any spillover you might see will be quickly shut down. Stay alert, be vigilant, and above all, please pray. Whew. Yeah, it's very intense. I mean, I'm happy to do this, but I have no idea what this is going to turn into. And then they're asking the question, was this a mass offering? It entirely is possible within the range of what these people think and believe. The residents are voicing their frustration, claiming they never received any evacuation notice. Oh, it gets even weirder. One man stated he was only alerted by his neighbor, not any official government warning. This comes as reports emerge that cellular service and internet were mysteriously cut off shortly after everything started and began spreading uncontrollably. It sounds, wink, wink, you already know what they mean here. Sounds like it might be intentional. They already know the answer. So yeah, they try to do everything to maximize loss of life. It's very, very sad, but there you go. And then what we see is we got two of them. There's the one on the left, which is 50, and the one on the right is 44. So then they're talking about how these, we've seen this one so many times too. This is another one that's really, something we've seen a bunch of times, and I can barely read any of it to you. So it's kind of awkward. I can't really do too much here. It's talking about planes carrying cash and where did they land? How did they get other materials? Billions being wired. Who really is controlling NK? And it's a powerful entity, they say, they imply with the question. Think of a powerful entity. Why are wars so important and who is benefiting? Well, we know this is that negative group. And who could be held hostage and controlled through miniaturized weapons? Maybe that's part of what we saw here again. Maybe that's what they're implying. I have no idea. It's scary. And then we have 44, the classic message that tells us, look for something on Friday, sending important message on Twitter. So again, let's be on the alert for this coming Friday. There might be very big developments this week, so I'm ready for that. Then they actually say this, after they just talked about miniaturized weapons in the previous link. They're saying right here, a drone captures the destruction in Pacific Palisades, LA, California. It's almost as if they were hit by a weapon. Wink, wink, right? Obviously, what they're implying is, yep. And so I'm the one that's just trying to do the grand unified conspiracy theory and say, hey, maybe it's these floating objects that were involved. Maybe it's, if they're closer, then they could do more damage and they can get more beams in. And sure enough, it's like the same kind of thing we saw with Paradise. Same kind of thing we saw over in Hawaii. Something strange going on, folks. They're telling us, hey, look, it's almost as if, wink, wink. So yeah, that means this was a military type of operation. And that's another one of the reasons why we can expect that we're going to see this massive, coordinated operation that's getting ready to happen. They keep warning us he's going to be well entrenched on an airplane. Any spillover will be shut down. We're going to take back the country. So don't think for a minute this is just going to be normal. It's not. It's going to be something wild is going to happen. 09 Dark Maiden, thank you so much for your videos, David. Always very interesting. Love from Rebecca in Australia. Thank you very much, Rebecca. We're coming up on the half-hour mark. We're doing really well on slides. In fact, we might even finish in 4.5 hours if I keep going. And the ones that I didn't read, we'll get those next week. So then we find out, oh my God, there's people deliberately setting this stuff on fire, arsonists. You got to be kidding me. Yep, that's true, apparently. A blazing wildfire erupted in Hollywood Hills, putting the iconic Hollywood sign at risk as the flames race towards the Hollywood Boulevard. Residents are bracing to evacuate as the situation intensifies, which it has. These fires increasingly appear to be the work of arsonists. And people are being arrested. This is a known thing in the news. So, yep, it's a coordinated deal. Somebody wanted this to happen for some reason, as horrible as it is, the offering of your own. So again, they say Friday and Saturday, get your popcorn. It's going to deliver. We have to clean house in order to free up and demonstrate who has the authority to pass legislation. And all will come into focus. If anyone thinks he's not in control, they're kidding themselves. He's 100% insulated with zero risk of impeachment. Good enough. Then we see the embers are catching the wind and igniting buildings, and it says the situation is looking really bad. Aerial footage reveals the first structure engulfed in flames as thousands are scrambling to evacuate this rapidly spreading disaster. Hollywood Hills Inferno embers are igniting residential buildings and sparking chaos. Man, I don't like this, dude. I really don't. I used to live there. I do not like this at all. I'm very sad this happened. I really am. Post number 52, we're going to break it down in two pieces here. And this is the same thing that we were talking about, their net worth, their financial disclosures. What is their annual salary when they're president? And then what homes are they buying? How do you reconcile all this? So you can play this game with most of the D's and many R's. What does the swamp refer to and what does money buy? So they're all blackmailed. That's the problem. Alice in Wonderland. So then Jamie Lee Curtis was speaking about the potential loss of her own home, and many other celebrities lost their homes. She's on the verge of tears and described the catastrophe of the fire near her multi-million-dollar home, expressing her fear that the entire city is engulfed in flames. She shared her concern that everything in her neighborhood, including the homes of her celebrity friends, might now be completely lost. And yeah, Palisades is gone. It just doesn't even exist anymore. It's all just, there's a couple buildings here and there, but very few. I've seen some films on the ground now. It's epic. 2.6 million views and 34 seconds. Oh, I can't believe I didn't get that one. So actually, let's do it right now, because the left ear is ringing, which probably means no. But anyway, sorry for being unprofessional, but I am going to pop that one in there because it's so important. And you've seen 34. It's our favorite one. I can't believe I didn't get it in there. So we're going to fix that right now, you guys. Here we go. And I don't know why I didn't have that in there. It's such a good one. I shouldn't have had that happen. But anyway, we're fixing it right now. So here we go. You've seen this over and over again. So I made it really small. I'm sorry. But this is the #1 most important post that we see. Over the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize we are taking back the country from evil tyrants. We have initiated certain fail-safes to safeguard the public from the primary fallout. As arrests begin occurring, confirmation of what is occurring will then be revealed to the public, but people will not openly accept it. Riots are being organized in serious numbers because they don't want senior officials to actually end up going through with this. On his order, there will be temporary control actioned, special ops carried out, false leaks will contain people in the U.S. They will not be able to extradite. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child in our country is being protected in full. The emergency broadcast system will be initiated during this time to provide direct messages and bypass the news for all citizens. Any organizations or people who do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws pre-lifted to provide our military necessary authority to handle and conduct operations at home and abroad. I mean, dude, wow. We've read this one so many times, but it has the whole formula of whether it's 1 day, whether it's 10 days, there's an emergency message system, you might lose power, but then your phone is going to be telling you what they're doing and why they had to do it. And now that we just had this LA thing, it's going to seem even more important, because if you don't stop somebody, what if they tried to do something like this somewhere else? And they already threatened the East Coast in the Cybertruck Manifesto. It's very, very strange stuff. There you go. 34 means, again, they're getting ready to drop the big one. So have your survival supplies ready. As I've always said, don't expect things to be smooth. It's probably not going to be smooth. No, the end won't be for everyone, right? That's another classic line. Then, just 3 days after they showed the coffin with the flag, he seems to have cut a deal. Unbelievable. We already read this, and nobody wanted to acknowledge what was going on. They were laughing and having this conversation. His wife wasn't there. It's all very, very suspect. We have 10 seconds leads to this post. Good people, we're going to read to just the bottom. Good people were forced into bed with this evil under personal and family threats. Could you live with yourself if you were given a safe way out? Then you don't have to cover up evil. Some people worship Satan and openly show it. So, again, they just showed the Black Panther, and clearly what they're implying is that, yes, he was given a safe way out. He was forced into this evil, and they're giving him a way out, which is great. I mean, I think anybody who can be a hero, go for it. Then they say she was absent due to a scheduling conflict. Yeah, I'm too busy being on vacation in Hawaii. F you guys, F the funeral, I'm not going. Maybe it's not that. I don't know. I shouldn't project anything, but it's just a funny thing to say. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's not a really good excuse. Being on vacation is not a really good excuse, but whatever. Who cares? Post number 17. Why was he traveling in advance of the president to various locations? And we had a donation come in. Gentle wind, gentle rain, fireless, fogless. David, please use this mantra as part of tonight's meditation. Love, Eric M. I'm afraid if I got into fireless and fogless that I might say it wrong. I might somehow have a spoonerism or slip up the words on that. But gentle wind, gentle rain, yes, we're going to pray for for this to be gentle and for the fire to die down. It is very, very sad for me. Thank you for the donation, by the way. Your first super chat. So, back to the slides. How can the military intelligence be applied to prosecute bad actors and avoid corrupt agencies and judges? Well, that's what we're going to be seeing. This is the biggest drop. In case you didn't know, the shills, we were talking about how they do that. Everything they do has been forecast and prepared for. The media wants to aggressively stop you from talking in major platforms in exchange for money and worldwide access to expand their networks. Yep, it all sounds about right. Then the lip reader says they were discussing a matter of importance. We already read this one. They want to find a quiet place to discuss a matter of importance. And then the Panther says, or 47 says, call me at the foyer. And then he says, it should be good. So, wow. Quiet place, matter of importance. He made a deal, dude. That's exciting. It probably only happened because George is gone and the sun doesn't matter as much. Alex is like, yeah. George probably had dirt on a lot of people, and now that he's gone, he can smile like this. So that's a positive. 14 million views. 14 million people are now aware some type of deal is going on here, which is good. We're going to learn a lot of things. And then post number 11, another classic one that we've seen. Military intelligence versus agencies. And under what article could the president impose these investigations with the military? Why is this so very important? And who surrounds him? So yeah, I mean, I love the military, man. Like, the military's gotten a bad rap. You know, the Vietnam War and the hippie thing, the Woodstock, 1969, you know, make love, not war. And the military's gotten a really bad rap. It's like a hippie thing to hate the military. And I was raised in a hippie family and a hippie culture in upstate New York. People were using cannabis when I was growing up. I saw it around me. I smelled it around me. You know, the military was not your friend back then, but I learned about this through very hard work and years of briefings, and I discovered, wow, some of the military, yeah, okay, there's some corruption, there's things that we've learned about, but there is a huge hidden faction that are really the saviors of humanity. And we owe them our deepest gratitude and appreciation. They should not be hazed or trolled. This whole thing is amazing what's going on. I'm very happy to be receiving prophecies about it and helping you understand what is going on here. So yeah, whatever you guys need to do, I'm on board. Let's just get this done. And then after the first Malibu fire in December, there was this cross still standing. Very amazing synchronicity. And it says, Jesus Christ will return. And again, he was still to come, I had said the week before. So this shows that the Alliance's beliefs are fully in alignment with mine. And maybe part of the reason why they know this is going to happen is that they believe that these prophecies are true. I mean, honestly, you saw what we just pulled off this week with the time loop. I have proof that these tapes exist. They're right here in the box. I have proof that the hard drives exist with transcripts of this since 2006. I have at least 10 or 15 hard drives that have that on it. Any good IT guy, forensic accountant, I hand him any one of these old hard drives. I say, go look up January 99_1N. That's the name of the file. Go look at that file on the hard drive. Blah, 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 and you're going to read all this stuff. I've transcribed it in 2006. So how could it be so accurate? And then if it's that accurate about all the things that are already happening, why would they be wrong about the Ascension part? If they were right about the LA fire, nobody would have anticipated this. It's this huge freaking thing. Why would they be wrong about first contact in 2025? The E.B. and Roswell said it. The Pyramid says it. St. Germain said it. Luis Elizondo implies it. The Michael Prophecies say it. That's a huge stacking confirmation. And a little bit lighter, but somebody had that in the year 2525. If you make it 2025, you know, will mankind still be alive? It's a very cosmic song. May again be prophetic. It's a pretty cool one. So they're saying Jesus Christ will return. They believe this, obviously. And I do think that they are very aware of Michael Prophecies from all the time loops we get. including the matching coffins off of my dream with the coffin with the American flag on it. And they showed a picture of that the next day. This is so exciting. I mean, cosmic beings, Jesus returning to the planet, angels coming back, first contact with the galactic brotherhood and sisterhood of humans. It's so exciting. Ascended beings, high technology, getting to see their spaceships, getting to see their own cities. Imagine going to some place that's so wonderful it's beyond anything you could have imagined. We might have the opportunity to see stuff like that. So yeah, I'm in. I am in. This symbol of the crucifix has become a beacon of hope and resilience, inspiring this Malibu community to find strength in the midst of their tragedy. Amen. I mean, it's terrible. Post number 38, where they're talking about having 4 carriers and escorts in the Pacific Ocean to prevent other state actors from attempting to harm us as they do this big operation. So they are going to make sure while they do the 10 days or however long it is, nobody's going to come after us during that time. So don't worry about that. Note increased military movement, the deployment of the National Guard, and most importantly at the bottom, prepare messages of reassurance based on what we dropped here to spread on different platforms. In other words, it's not going to be dangerous. We need to do this. It's going to save our ass. Don't get worried about it. The calm before the storm. Wow. And we see that this particular Malibu home burned down. A multi-million-dollar home known for stunning views of the ocean, burned to the ground by the raging wildfire. The property featured a studio where he created the paintings that reportedly funded his lavish lifestyle. But much of his work stored there has also been destroyed, so he's not going to be able to monetize these crappy paintings anymore. Literally, some of them are literally crappy. I don't want to go into detail. If you ever go look that up, that is a rabbit hole you do not want to go down, my friend. Yikes. And he's lived there since at least 2021. So this even hurt him. Everybody has been affected by this. It's a huge disaster. 13 seconds. 13, it says, think about the timing of him traveling to China and South Korea. I've said too much. So I don't think China's going to be a problem. I think we're all going to get along just fine. But they want to stoke up these hostilities. The negative does. LA citizens in some cases are taking their own responsibility to fight crime. That's a slippery slope, but I get it. I don't advocate doing that, of course, but, some people are going to do these things. California now resembles a war zone. The death toll is expected to climb as tens of thousands of structures, tens of thousands, are damaged or destroyed. That's an astonishing number because if you have a house in LA, you are a millionaire. You can't even get any house in LA for under $1 million. So this is tens of thousands of houses that are worth at least $1 million. Hundreds of thousands of residents facing evacuation. LA remains in peril. Fires are threatening to become the most costly wildfire disaster in history. Locals are taking matters into their own hands. Police report that nearby citizens detained a suspected arsonist responsible for starting Kenneth Fire, allegedly, Kenneth Fire, in the LA area tonight. Climate change is dead. Yep. So then we got 24 seconds is this one right here. Any person making statements they will not seek re-election was put in submission. And you can go paranoid down that rabbit hole. Wonder what do they mean by submission? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound very good. Maybe you got to wear a boot thing. Who knows what? For the betterment of the country, not all will be prosecuted, but all will do as they are told. This is the offer you don't refuse. You will see more of this occur even on the D side. Then we have Mel saying the damage is unparalleled. His house was reduced to ashes by the wildfires as he was on Joe Rogan. He took aim at Gavin Newsom, calling him a failure, said the destruction is literally unparalleled. Quote, it's like somebody deliberately set out to destroy every inch of it. Yep, that's about what I'm saying. All the fun stuff is gone. I've never seen anything so perfectly burnt. Yep, it's very strange. And we got post number 46, which we'll break it down into sections here. And they're talking about this uranium, the export approval. Where is he today? Did he ever make false statements that this would never be exported from the U.S.? So again, they're trading in really nasty stuff. Who made these statements? Da, 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 da. The public has been given a select taste. Rest assured, others have it all. 100% verifiable, impossible to refute. So whatever evidence they thought they destroyed, it doesn't make a difference. Who controls the narrative? Why are these left-wing organizations beginning to report on this corruption? Do various groups have operators inside the media? Yeah, of course. What happens if they're exposed? Well, it's going to be humanity's awakening. What happens if it's tied back to executives? It's going to be shocking. What can happen? What can be verified with no source stories made up were in fact, I'm sorry, it's just getting late. I'm so bogged down in reading all this stuff. Let's try to get through this. The wormhole goes deep. My eyes are starting to fail on me, folks. Arsonists are starting fires. That's the next thing. The Southern California family captured their neighbor spotting a man trying to do these terrible things, and they called the police. The officers arrived quickly and arrested him after discovering various materials in his possession. They believe the same dude may be behind what happened in West Hills. He had been cycling through the neighborhood. He was armed with these tools and attempting to do various things. HOA newsletters confirm the police are investigating and say it's the work of the savvy individual who appears to understand wind patterns and science and is specifically targeting affluent areas. Yeah, there are sick people like that. You can speculate whether he's doing it on his own or whether somebody's asking him to or paying him to. Could be that too. And post 44, again, is the Magic Friday message. There's going to be an important message on Friday. I'm looking forward to it. So then we see that Zuck is trying to, save his own skin, say he was pressured, he didn't want to do it. Well, they already said he might just be trying to avoid jail. But they say that, he said he slammed the administration, that he was being pressured to censor various posts. They essentially pushed us that anything in this category had to be taken down. He privately warned his executives during this event about what was going on and cited that there are unknown long-term consequences. Well, true that. But we can fix all that once we get the first wave. You'll be able to fix any damage. So now we have 91 seconds, brings us to this one. And again, we've seen this one many times. Why are these gangs a priority? Could they be paid off? That's probably what we're seeing here in LA. The truth is mind-blowing and cannot be fully exposed. These people are evil. And then, read the rest, but my eyes are literally giving out on me, folks. I'm sorry. So his house somehow miraculously survived. Although Mel's was burned, this other house miraculously survived, unlike many others in the neighborhood. The white cliffside mansion was virtually untouched. No debris on the roof or his spacious backyard patio. Maybe this is implying that the weapons did not target this area because he's one of the insiders. That's what they're implying, I think. Grappling with guilt, he's considering moving out of the neighborhood for good. I would too. I mean, there's nothing left there. Everywhere you drive, you're going to see burnt buildings everywhere. Burnt trees, burnt buildings, black stumps. It's going to be crazy. So post number 33, he says, I'm hopeful my time here was not wasted. Note there are very few shills inside the thread. Reason for that is being monitored, recorded, and analyzed. Take good care. God bless you. Then we see that he's accusing them that this might have happened without, just being an accident. He dropped a bombshell and said that possibly things were being started on purpose. He knows that they were messing with the water supply before anything began. And then we got 44. We're talking about this tragic subject. Once again, they warn about Friday. Whew. How many? So something big is going to happen this week, you guys, obviously. Now they're having to evacuate the valley. On the 10th of January, they talk about this. I used to drive through there all the time. That was one of the places I went the most frequently. So this is very sad to me. California woman captured a haunting apocalyptic scene over LA as new mandatory evacuation orders take effect. San Fernando Valley, once under a warning, has now escalated to full evacuation. You cannot imagine how big this is, you guys. Hotels sold out. It's a huge disaster. It took us 10 days to be able to be let home after the Woolsey fire. People still can't get back in. There's still people on message boards asking if their houses have been destroyed or not. It's still very, very bad. We are praying for them. Experts warn that toxic smoke could trigger a surge in heart attacks and strokes, prompting them to distribute N95 masks to the public. which won't get everything, but they will help you. To some degree, they will. And again, you can tape off your doors and windows sills with the painter's tape. I found that worked for me when I was in fire country. Post number 17, and this is another one that we already saw on this particular show. And again, everything they do has been forecasted and prepared for. Focus on the power of the president with the Marines. They're prosecuting bad actors, avoiding corrupt agencies and judges. And this is the biggest drop. Then you see that he praised and helped install the mayor, but now she's not smiling so much anymore because you kind of got some big liabilities on your shoulders now. He praised her back in 2022. She's grinning wildly. Honestly, I think anybody in her position would. Telling her he was confident she would be outstanding. 2 years later, it's burning to the ground. Well, she was in Africa as it began. Not the best idea. People are really mad and they're looking for a scapegoat. She became the first female mayor in 2022, thanks largely to his support. And then we got post number 33 again. I'm hopeful my time here was not wasted. And so there you go. We are now up to the point of the end of the show. We actually made it to the last slide. There was a few more that they did, but again, I ran out of time. I've been very sad. I've been in grief. So again, we're at 4 hours and 50 minutes, which means we can keep this show to a nice tight 5 hours. So let's actually do that. We are now going to begin our global peace meditation. Even though the whole thing is a meditation, we're going to go deep here. We're going to get into some nice consciousness spaces. So as I always do, I like to start on this extremely unflattering close angle. But what the hell? You know, you get to see me up close. You probably didn't mind that. Oh, we just had a donation come in. The crystal you lost and then found was placed there in the luggage by the same guys responsible for your shooting star. I would agree with you. Look at the stars tonight and you will see a sign, zero distance between you and your higher self. I will say to that point about the distance that, yeah, I've been getting more and more psychic. Amazing things are happening. The time loop blew me away. Honestly, you guys, this week, with all this stuff in the time loop that I showed you about the fire, it's very humbling. I'm finally starting to realize, no, I'm okay. This is okay. I'm a good person. The people who are trying to hurt me are not going to be able to hurt me. I'm going to be kept fine. You know, everything's going to be okay. I'm being well protected and my life is good. Yeah, it's been very lonely to be here. There's been a lot of downs. I've had a lot of sadness. But at the same time, you know, I've really needed to heal from a lifetime of being bullied by various individuals. And, you know, I was bullied very severely in school. Again, if you're smart, they don't like you. So the smarter you are, the more bullying you're going to get. That was my assumption. That was my belief. That was my experience. So, you know, it's not easy to go out there and be a public figure and stand up against the biggest bullies on earth. And remember, one of the dreams had them throwing dodgeballs at me. And then this poor guy that had just a head, like the image of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They had the pink Titanic. They had the woman in the red dress. There's some very provocative LA metaphors. So, without further ado, let us begin our meditation right now. I'd like you to put both feet flat on the floor. Close your eyes. And we're going to play around with picture-in-picture. You're supposed to have your eyes closed anyway. So we're going to take a nice deep breath. Let it go. Visualizing the calming of the winds, the easing and the extinguishing of the fires, that people are able to find their safe shelter, that they can quickly rebuild, that life will resume in a whole new way. Just breathing deeply, seeing all the wind calming down, no more high winds, all the fires going out, no more big fires. Breath of calming, purifying energy that we breathe over that land to take out the heat, to take out the anger, bring people together. As we breathe deeply, finding that stillness within the self, finding that peace in the present moment, we embrace the awesomeness of the message that we have been given. Cosmic beings returning to humanity After so many years, hundreds if not thousands of years in some cases. The moment of first contact, the moment of this beautiful reunion with these higher beings. Imagining now the peace of that moment of knowing that we are simply not threatened anymore. The world is being healed. Times are changing. Pockets of negativity are being exposed. Corrupt players are being outed. And as we breathe ever more deeply, we see all of this happening as peacefully and as nonviolently as possible. Let's hope there's not any more disasters. I don't know, but we're trying to take as much energy away from that timeline as possible. Just breathing into the silence, breathing into the stillness, to the depth and the beauty of what is presenting itself before us, the coming of the fourth density Earth, the quantum leap in human evolution. All of us will experience something, and some of us will experience a true Christ activation, where we fulfill the promises of John 14:12. As I do these things, meaning miracles, so shall ye do them, and greater things, for I go unto my Father, Mother God. And so it is. Let's take this energy that we've raised, send it into Los Angeles, breathing out the strength of the wind, breathing out the strength of the fire. With your own breath, you can do this right now. Exhale and breathe coolness onto these areas. This is really true. As we do this together, we have the power. We have 5,500 people doing this right now. Breathing this coolness in, breathing out the anger, breathing out the hatred, the animosity, breathing in forgiveness, breathing in love, breathing in compassion, breathing in the energy and the promise of Jesus Christ. And so it is. Sending this energy to the entire planet, bringing us into a full white light engulfed planet as we prepare for the coming of the positive Elohim, the change in our civilization that many, many ancient prophecies warned us would occur. We thank you in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Alliance. Thank you, higher beings. Thank you, Archangel Michael. Thank all of you for all that you are doing for us to keep us safe, keep us protected, and to bring us into this golden age. And so it is. Now I'd like you to bring your consciousness back into the room. Take a nice deep breath. Woo, we did it. How much do I have? I have 3 minutes left. That's great. So back to this camera again. David Applegren says, David, have you done any attempts at doing prophecies these days? It would be interesting to see how your channeling is developed. If not, then please try it out. Love from Sweden. Well, I think it's really far more interesting that there's prophecies from 1999 that we can prove existed back then on 10 or 15 forensic hard drives. That's really where my focus is right now. In order for me to channel accurately, I would need to not be angry, because if you get angry, you can invite in negative influence. That's a very important thing. So part of why I haven't done new readings is I don't know if the words are going to be good, but as he gets the inauguration, things calm down, maybe we'll try that. Yeah, I could probably do new readings, but I'm so busy just with the time loop I've already got from 1999, I don't really want to try to create more. And also in 99, remember, I'd been practicing this regularly for 3 years by this point, almost 2.5 years, something like that. A little over 2 years, sorry, 97, 98, and then the beginning of 99. It started in November 96. A little over 2 years. So part of why the time loop is good is I was doing it consistently, and I would need to do that again. So there's only so much I can do at once. I mean, maybe I'll try that. It definitely works. I mean, the weirdest thing about conscious channeling is you're like, well, I heard the words in my mind. How do I know this is real? Well, now all these years later, it's freaking bang on. I can't believe it. So I'm really excited to be bringing you guys this time loop week after week. The veracity of the time loop lends credibility to the other prophecies. The fact that they predicted LA's fire lends credibility to the prophecies of the second coming of Christ, the mass return of the positive Elohim, the transformation of our planet to a peaceful place where everybody has enough money, everybody has good technology, spaceships, all that kind of stuff. I can't wait. Sign me up. I know this administration is going to be great. I have no fear of that. I'm not worried about some hidden bad thing. Stefania, right at the end, donated $99.99. Thank you very much for that. Ariel Lovelight, or Arroye Lovelight says, I was visualizing all of our energy sweeping in glorious white light, right as he said white light envelopes the planet. Ha, ha, ha. Thank you very, very much, David. Okay, we got to end it now. We're at the 5-hour mark. Thank you guys for watching, and we will see you next Sunday, as long as something doesn't stop me from doing it. I hope it doesn't. And let's hope there aren't any more disasters by then. We will see you next Sunday. There's all bunch of time loop I haven't unsealed for you yet. I unsealed it all the way to the 22nd, where the Uruel reading is, and there's a lot more to see. So come back next week, and I will read it to you. Thanks again for watching. It's been a real privilege to be here. Thank you to the Alliance, and we pray for your safety and support as you go through whatever it is that you guys are getting ready to do. It's very obvious something's about to happen. Maybe it'll even be before next week. I have no idea. Be ready for anything, you guys. Thank you so much, and we will see you on the flip side. Thanks for watching. And scene.